Brand new week has started. It's the Good Time Gang. We're here. Thanks so much for being with us. Busy show, busy week ahead of us. We've got a lot of recaps from this past weekend to jump into. You'll hear about that. Plus, Willem Eat is back on the table because it's a brand new week. We are glad that you have chosen the Rick and Bubba Show. As always, we know there's a lot of options out there for you, and so we don't take your decision lightly, and we thank you so much for joining the Rick and Bubba Show. It could be unscreened phone calls, but it's there for you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You never know what we discuss could drive you to call, and please feel free to do so, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Well, Eddie Van Adler, he's here. He's got TV handled, and to my left is Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are you guys doing today?
Pretty good.
Yay.
Firing it up. Y'all calm down. Everybody calm down.
I'm doing good. How about y'all? Y'all
I
good?
am doing good.
Greg,
yes.
how are you, Greg?
I'm good.
Greg got his coffee early. How you doing?
I'm good.
I'm good.
I'll make it.
We've talked about the fact that when it comes to landscape work around your house, it's about that time. And for some reason, Terry has made her stand on no pine straw. I don't like pine straw, she says. So we have to go with the bark.
Yeah.
Either mini bark or bark nuggets or mulch of some kind.
I'm in the bark world myself.
Yeah. And so, the right kind of bark sometimes is hard to find. I don't know if y'all know that or not.
Yeah, depends on what color you want, what
yeah.
size you like. Big bark, little bark.
You want big? Yeah.
Medium bark.
Right. You want brown? You want black? What do you want?
You want reddish?
It is all out there for you to choose from, and just depending on when you go to where you get your bark, they could either have none or they could have a brand new stack of bark. And so Saturday I had a remote, and on the way back from the remote, I said, I'm stopping and getting bark. And there was a number of home improvement stores I could stop at, because Friday I thought I was going to get off in it. And the two places I went, they were out of bark.
Yeah.
They were like, I'm sorry, we're getting another shipment tomorrow. So I stopped off and got really a lot of, y'all, the amount of bark bags I got filled up the truck. And so that was my weekend during the downtime, was getting bark laid down into the flower beds. I cut the yard, I weed eated, and then that darn hill in the back of my house, I jumped off in it and weed eated yesterday afternoon late.
Did you wear your steel-toed cleats?
I did.
Remember he kept calling them steel-toe?
Yeah. And so I used some of my I think it was JC's old baseball cleats, and so I don't slide down the hill, because I've done that before, which my neighbors said they really were entertained by that. They wanted to know if I was okay, but I slid down like I was sliding into second from the top to the bottom. There goes the weed eater tumbling down in front of me. And so I learned my lesson, but got off in it yesterday, and it's all complete, from weed eating to trimming to cutting. Everything is done. New bark down. It looks like, it looks clean, but I know we got rain coming, and the pollen was all over the place. So I was trying to beat the rain, this next system that's coming through the central Alabama area, which I think is tomorrow, Tuesday. But I got it done.
How about I declared on Saturday morning over some coffee that I was done doing any kind of yard work at all in the spring. And I just said, look, I'm not doing it. I'll have somebody do it, but in the spring I pay so much money in doctor's bills and allergies, and it feels horrible. I don't like sinus infections.
Yeah.
I'm not get out in it. Not doing it.
Not doing it.
And so I laid pine straw a couple weeks ago, and really, I've got to get a product that will actually kill weeds.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really frustrated with what they offer out there. I know Roundup, you're not supposed to use it because you have cancer. Use this one, blah, blah, blah. I cannot find a product that will get rid of the weeds that I have. Doesn't matter when I put it out. I've had a guy tell me, this is the product. Get 2 big bags of this and put it out. I've tried that. It doesn't work.
You talking about super weeds? They can't be killed?
They can't be killed. I guess I might have to get some of that stuff that what's his name that hit the trees and tumors with.
Yeah.
I mean, I seriously, I don't know what to do.
Spike 80
And-
or what was
and,
it? I don't know. Did I make that up?
No, I think you're close if you're not right.
But I'm so and right now I've got it to a point where it looks okay and all that. But I know the minute we get probably 2 more weeks, and when we get out of the spring season, I'll get back in the yard. But I'm just frustrated with my weed control. Really frustrated with it.
Well, you know it's a technically it's a berm, but it's a hill behind my house. And we just left it natural. So and unfortunately I have to weed eat it to keep. And now you can let it grow, but it just gets out of control. My neighbor to my left, he decided to put pine straw out and plant a couple of trees. Well, I see him battling with what's time for new pine straw, and now he's up there sliding down trying to throw new pine straw. And I saw him yesterday, and he said, my son has told me about this product that you can go almost like spraying weeds. But he said you just spray the pine straw and it puts a coat or a painting on it
people do
to
this.
where it looks new. And he said, I'm going to try it. So if you see me,
All right, I need some.
He said, if you see me out there doing it, don't think I'm
I've heard
crazy.
this, yeah.
But basically it darkens the pine straw to where it looks fresh and new. And he said, so I'm going to try it. And apparently it puts some oxidation down too to where it helps with stuff. But mainly it darkens it up so it doesn't look so bad.
Have you ever tried to pick a weed through pine straw?
Oh, I bet you that's tough.
See, that's the problem.
Yeah.
So you get out there picking weeds, and then everywhere you've picked, now you got to replace the pine straw. So what I've been doing, what I did this last year is I said, okay, I'm just going to constantly replenish the straw. Mm-hmm. If I see a couple weeds, I'm just going to throw a pine straw on top of it. Because you can't, if you spray it, you got to get through the pine straw and do anything to damage it.
Okay,
and then,
easy. Good night. Wow, we really feel, man. I mean,
Greg, I didn't say that. Just because you thought I said it doesn't give you the right to say it.
It perked him up over there.
I was offended.
But it's like I'm at a no-win because I can't spray through the pine straw. Can't pick a weed through it because it pulls the pine straw up.
Yeah.
And so I have just been and I've noticed that the pine straw, for some reason, pulling it apart in those big rolls and doing this is what's killing me.
Okay, yeah.
I can mow the grass, I can weed eat, I can take the blower and blow pollen everywhere off everything. That doesn't get me. But when I start pine strawing is when I feel horrible.
You're talking about when you kind of start sprinkling it around everywhere?
And you know what? That's the one thing I have to do constantly.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying I'm done until summer.
Yeah, see if you're allergic to
Greg,
bark.
I have too much.
Yeah, it would take him 4 truckloads.
It's a half
of
an
bark.
acre I'm putting stuff on.
That's insane. I'll tell you if this works because he says he's about to do it. But isn't it funny how you always want what you don't have? And so I've kept mine natural, and I was telling him, I'm like, hey, I'm going to have to weed eat today. I'm going off in it. And he goes, man, I wish I'd have just done that. And I'm like, well, I'm looking over at you wishing I would have put pine straw.
Yeah.
He said, well, it's got its battles too because you're constantly going, how do I get up there and not slide down and kill myself to put out new pine straw? But we'll see. But, yeah, he said it's a spray, and you just put it in a mixer and a little backpack sprayer, and you just spray it all on there, and it darkens it up.
I've seen people do it.
That would help you tremendously.
I will.
You might get out in the spring if you do that.
Yeah, I might.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To exist. We've talked about this how many times on the show? So, you're not going to art of the deal prophecy. It's not going to happen. I've said this before. If you ever want to, the only thing that peace ever follows is all-out victory. Pick a side and win. And that's the only way that. And I know what side we're supposed to pick. And I think he, in a very inch-deep, mile-wide way, I think at least has some comprehension of that. But that statement is not a very wise statement.
If I had to guess Donald Trump's mentality on it, he is probably trying to reach out to moderates to try to get everybody to work together on some level.
No, I fully understand the strategy. I understood it when Democrats tried to do it. I just don't agree with it because the same thing's been tried before. and I was critical of that, and I'm critical of this because it is a conflict between two faiths. It is, and one wants the other one to be eradicated off the face of the earth. That's important to know going in on the art of the deal. You know what I mean? I mean, it is a. I mean, if not, you're going in at a very naive point of view. Got up and walked out of their commencement because Mike Pence was speaking. And, of course, we all know how controversial a speech on telling people to have integrity and values can be, which is what he was talking about.
Well, as Greg, people at Notre Dame walking out.
Yeah, as Greg said, they're walking. They don't even know why they're walking out. They have no idea.
I mean, at Berkeley, you would expect it.
Sure.
I would think Notre Dame would be, home court.
Yeah, if you're a Notre Dame student, what objection do you have to Mike Pence and the man he is and the things he stands for? You're at a very strange college if you don't. But again, as Greg said, this is sometimes that young and dumb thing. They're walking out because they think they're supposed to, because he's a Republican. They don't really know why, and Trump and all that. But anyway, so in the speech, as we said, Bubba, you would think if there was something that would be bipartisan, it would be integrity and values.
Yeah,
which is what
couldn't we all agree on that one?
And that's what they should rely on. But there we go. But the animal attack from this weekend, I got this a lot.
What video?
I got this a lot. As we've said in our animal updates for years, this show has been pointing to what we feel like is, and this is mentioned in prophecy, that animals are now attacking human beings at an alarming rate. After we've said so many of these things, at some point we have to stop saying, in an uncharacteristic attack.
Well, you have animals you expect it out of, tigers, lions, occasional elephant. There's some that you just don't think are going to be, they're more docile.
We have documented during the time of this warning that has been sounded, the siren that has been sounded by this show, we've had a fish come out of the water and gore a man to death. I mean, the guy was in his boat. He wasn't in the water.
Right.
I mean, came out of the water and hit him. Mm-hmm. We've had a kangaroo grab a little girl by the ponytail and not, hey, I got close to him and he kicked me like they would do normally, bit her 14 stitches. And the list can just go on and on and on. I hate to bring up the stingray attack on the beloved crocodile hunter, but
it is the baseline.
Right. But anyway, so we look at all these attacks. They're dive bombing us from the air. We've had videos of birds of prey just, going after human beings standing on the bank of a pond, coming out just dive bombing. Mm-hmm. And then you'll hear these animal experts going, in a very uncharacteristic. Well, over the weekend, I got it.
Alligators, don't forget them.
Oh, yeah.
They're grabbing people everywhere.
Oh, sure they are.
Remember that tragedy at Disney?
Oh, yeah. And I mean, you're at Disney. I mean,
that's
come on.
The happiest place on earth.
Well, so now
I believe alligators are on record, though. They will attack.
Yeah, but not at Disney. You don't expect to be out at your Disney place.
No, that's
and
But it seems like there's more of them now.
Hey, if I'm in the Everglades or I'm swimming in the Florida lake, sure, I'm at Disney. I got hit at Disney.
That's horrible.
So anyway, so they're coming after us, and then of course this past weekend, a sea lion goes out of the water to pull a kid off a pier.
Now, Rick, sea lion, when I think of sea lion, I think of a cute little animal that plays horns, that balances balls. You see them in the shows at marine places. I never have heard of them grabbing somebody. Have you never? I mean, never heard of that.
22 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Eddie Van Adler, he's here. He's got TV rolling, ready for the day. Get things organized, and we thank you for being with us. Also, Greg Burgess here, Helmsy here. I am Speedy. It's the Good Time Gang, and we are live during the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba joined us right after top of the hour. I know we got a lot of recaps. Can't wait to hear about Rick and Sherry's venture down to the Gulf Coast for the marriage conference. I know that we'll bring stories to the table from this past weekend. Bubba was limping in and mumbling something about his knees, which, you get to our age, something's always hurting. woke up in the middle of the night to do what you say, Helmsy, your 2 a.m. tinkle.
Yeah.
And felt like an old man, which I guess I am, walking to the bathroom. And we've talked about this. You're getting old when you injure yourself sleeping. But apparently somehow I did, and so that's there for you. But we're here today. We're ready to go. And speaking of getting out and doing better and being active, besides Helmsy refusing to lay pine straw in the spring, he is playing tennis, and I understand you've got you something going on there with who you're playing with. Is that right?
Yes. By the way, I just got a funny text.
Okay.
I mean, a funny email from a gentleman. The title is Weeds. I couldn't tell you how many hours I spent picking weeds. Nothing will kill them. This is a decades-old battle, and this is the gentleman that was friends with the people that lived in the house that I live in now.
Okay.
And he's talking about there. He's talking about being there. I didn't want to give their name, but he said, I couldn't tell you how many hours I spent picking weeds at that house. Nothing will kill them. This is a decades-old battle.
I guess you have to live with them.
So I guess so. Yes, Speedy. I don't know how I've ended up in this group, and I enjoy playing with this group. I think it's brought me. I'm a little cultured now.
Okay.
So on the Saturdays in which Braden and Carolina or Madeline don't have anything going on, and we've even got to a point now. If Amanda's working, I'll still go play because they're old enough now they can do whatever. But so my Saturday morning tennis group usually starts anywhere from 8 to 10 o'clock, and it could go on till 12, depending on how. Usually I'm home in a couple hours. Well, this group they've invited me to come play a couple of times now, and now it's turned into if I'm in town, it's my Saturday morning group.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I'm playing with a Korean, an Indian, and a Chinese man.
Yes, you are diverse.
Wow.
And it's very interesting. And
can I ask? I'm sorry.
You can ask as many questions as you want.
They call you honky.
And here's another thing too, Greg. First of all, I'll even give some names. I know they're not listening. I don't even think they know what I do for a living.
What about that one-eyed guy?
Yeah. What about him?
I still see him.
Yeah.
Saw him twice last week at a clinic, and then he and I actually hit. Just he and I hit.
I think it's wrong. You constantly hit to his bad side.
Yeah.
It is.
That's just wrong.
It's funny. He's got we're talking about Mark Barber, by the way.
We appreciate you.
He only has one eye, and it's pretty amazing that the way he plays tennis with one eye. But
he's only got one eye in him, or
no,
is he just
got both.
see?
You can't tell until he starts playing. And he has to kind of cock his head. He can't. No, He kind of has to cock his head to one side or another.
Because you constantly hit to his bad side,
Correct.
which is wrong.
Well, I will say
Just hit with the man.
there have been times where I have exploited that weakness.
That's sad.
Well, it's
Poor
just
kid.
it's competition. It's what it is. He's a 60-year-old man. He's going to be out there with the boys, and and so he's. But he always. I'll say this. He always likes to play one particular side if we're playing doubles.
Okay.
And I notice some people don't like that because they got their side and they're not going to give it up. And I'm always like, Mark, you play whichever side that you're going to have the most success, and I'll just play the other. It's fine.
Okay.
So back to my cultured event that seems to be happening on Saturdays. Greg, the Korean, his name's Song.
Okay.
That's his first or last
I think
name?
he's a physician.
That's easy to remember.
Is that his
Song.
first name?
I think it's I think they do last names. I think that's his first name, but
But it comes last.
it comes first. But I think that's his actually for us. It there's like last name first name last.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if it's.
That's the way to really think about it.
I'm pretty sure it's his first. I mean, that's
Think
what
about
that's
Kim
what I
Jong-
call
Kim
that's-
Jong Un and then Kim Jong Dunk, and you remember all
Yeah,
them?
yeah,
How
yeah,
that went?
yeah.
That's-
We're just gonna call him Song. Okay,
Yeah.
Greg.
I think he's a physician
All right.
from Korea.
You play
Now, do you
odds.
normally pair with him, or do y'all mix it up?
No. I usually play with Chung, who is the Chinese. Actually, he's Malaysian, Southeast
you got
Asia.
this
See, I
Asian
told
thing.
you I'm cultured.
Wow, that's good.
It's unbelievable.
So how
what's
you got
amazing
it?
about
Chung?
him, Chung?
Chung and Song.
What's amazing about Chung is just to tell you the world I'm living in. He's retired. He used to own a Mexican restaurant, He saw.
a minute.
Thank
Boy,
you.
wait a minute.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Chung on to Mexico.
Yes, it was phenomenal. Both of you have eaten there before, by the way.
Really?
I know you have.
Okay.
Speedy, I'm pointing at Speedy. I know you have eaten there before. It was good. We used to go all the
Chung
time. Bubba
did-
used to go all the
Chung
time.
did well.
So Chung and I usually play together. And then the fourth is Salim, and he's from India. And Greg, before you
Salim.
make any
No, I'm not gonna
comments,
say that.
yes, he is in the oil and gas
Yeah,
business.
yeah.
Okay.
He's in that industry.
he really?
Yes.
Wow,
good
man.
tennis player too.
You are playing over the
So
mountain.
it's really
what's his? Hold on.
Song, Salim, and Chung.
All right, Salim. All right.
And what's funny is sometimes there will be debates on things that are going on the tennis front, and I just have to step back and go, no idea what y'all are saying. Like, there is some broken English there. Speak very well English, but it's broken at times with certain things, and so I'm like, really hard to understand here what's going
Can
on.
I ask you how you found Salim, Chung, and Song?
What,
I have
just people
been.
just show up
I
and
have
play?
no. I've been playing with Salim and Chung for a while, like years. Even Salim for 5-6 years ago.
in the world?
And Chung has always kind of in the last 10 years been in my tennis world, but I hadn't played with him, and I've recently started playing with him again. But I've ended up with
You
this
can't find
Saturday.
no Americans play with him?
Greg, Burgess.
I just asked. That's all I'm saying. That don't mean anything bad. I'm just curious.
It
Y'all-
didn't. It sounded bad.
Yeah, it should
I know
be
you
it.
didn't mean it.
Yeah,
that
because they
way.
might be
I
American.
mean, you got two Asians.
Hey, Greg, I'm going to get a break.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have anybody?
And if you watched, I don't, they were playing with it. It was there,
Yeah.
and they were feeding it.
Yeah.
and it was, it was
Yeah.
showing out. You know how to do. It almost, I don't know if he jumped up and was just, I don't, because he let her go when he pulled her in the water. I don't know if he was just, I don't know. It didn't look like he was like attacking, like I'm going to eat you
It
up.
almost looked playful.
Greg.
didn't
Yeah,
it?
it's like he was playing
Greg,
around.
Greg, this is not a NASCAR sea line.
No,
Yeah,
it really
yeah,
did.
right. There's,
It does look playful. I mean, but
He pulled her in the water, and their dad.
Well, there was
jumped in
one
and got
time
her.
I've watched the video a number of times. We're about to play it, the audio or something else, but about
Hey, don't play with wild animals.
I've gone in about a minute 18 seconds because it's just kind of swimming around, and as it comes up kind of to the pier, that's when you can tell they're kind of messing around with it.
This is a great
some
time
of
to
it's
have
foreign
RBTV
language.
right here.
You've got different languages there on the pier, but
Here we
I'm
go.
pretty sure it can kind of. So there it is. It's close to the
A lot, of
boat.
language, a lot of different languages. By the way, it looks like it's like in. See, right there is when you go get the kids back. Might want to get the kids back.
see, they think they're going to pet it because they believe in all these
Disney shows.
Disney shows and all this stuff.
Yep. Here's where it gets real right
Yeah,
here.
it's going to get real. And here we go. Wow.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Yeah, the guy jumps in, but there goes sunglasses. Yeah, I saw that.
You have to love the speed they got out of the water.
Are you all right?
But we're not giving that guy enough.
I know.
Nobody's thanking him.
Yeah.
It's about
Are you all right? You're not injured? You're good? Okay.
All right, now we're gonna put it in slow motion for you here. Coming up.
Hey, after that
watch,
first
watch
lunge,
this. Watch this.
back the kids up.
Yeah, we're slowing everything down
right.
now.
I mean, I know he's cute.
Sure. Nobody's expecting it, Greg.
I love the slow mo.
Look.
noise.
Y'all, I'm sorry I see anger. Look.
You see?
Yeah. I'm telling y'all.
Listen to the
Mania.
monsters in there.
Yeah.
Boy, he's making a horrible noise.
See, I think he lost his grip when he hit the water and then everybody comes in.
How about the guy though, man? Jumping in and getting her out. That's
Yep.
that's very
And
kind.
you love the way he got out of that thing like there was sharks in the water.
You know what we just watched, don't you? Asian Speedy.
Yep.
Rick.
Well, I mean, we did.
Look at his wallet back in his back right pocket.
that
That's all I
Jackie
can think
Chan?
about it just soaking wet.
Jackie Chan. Yeah, look, I'm telling you this. I mean, these animals. I mean, there's no animal you can trust right now.
No.
You can't trust the ones in your home. You better keep an eye on them too.
That's right.
I tell you, there's a signal that's gone out.
Mm-hmm.
We just keep hearing all this is bizarre behavior.
Isn't it funny? I mean, right there, he looks like a retriever in the water. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's just he looks so harmless.
Yeah, because here's what I don't.
Hey, let's play.
Here's what I don't get is that when he first went up the first time, he looks like he's just having fun. And then right there, I mean, that's a pretty violent jerk in right there.
Now the trainer said that he may have thought the white of her outfit that she had on, a little dress she had on or whatever, was a piece of fish.
All right, Rick, and
This
That's
is
a
where
stretch.
this is where the animal apologists start, and I'm not surprised by that statement.
Rick,
You know
Hey,
that they would
look.
say something. That he thought it was fish. I think he just reached up and grabbed something, pull it in the water.
All right, but this guys, they got teeth. Why would you, especially when it jumped the first time at you? Why would you have your kids sitting down there anyway?
Well,
They got teeth.
Well, Greg, when it first popped up like that, you know what they think? Oh, look, it wants us
I
to
know,
pet it.
that's
Yeah.
what- but he doesn't because you know why? He's in the wild.
all right, Rick, this helps.
Greg,
This
you
makes,
just seen one with a ball in his nose. This is the problem.
Now you
This
can
makes
pet that one.
this makes me feel a little bit
Can
better.
you?
Maybe not.
Ask the folks who were at Shamu's dinner.
Rick, look at here he goes.
It looks like the man that jumped in is a family member. That it says here the man believed to be the girl's family member jumps in. That helps me a little bit.
Yeah.
Because if not, if it was just somebody that just a bystander that just jumped in, they gave him absolutely
No,
nothing.
I think I knew it was
All right,
part.
Rick, let me
He was leaving with
run
him.
the slow mo one more time. He pulls her down. It looks like he lets go. It looks like he grabs her again. He
Well, that's
pulls
what
her
I'm talking
under.
because I don't know if that's just the process of the guy trying to get her. They
Right.
accidentally go under for a
Right.
minute because it may be you can't touch right there, and they may have just both gone under. Yeah, I don't know whether the
Watch it one more time.
Yeah, I
Let's
know.
see it
I
slow. I mean,
wa-
I don't want to go Sabruder film here.
I
but
know.
let's
I
watch-
noticed what you said too.
All right.
I noticed it
She's
too.
under the water right there. Okay.
Right.
Now we can't see. We got obstructed view.
Right.
She's back up on top of the water.
Right.
Then goes under again. Was that the process of him grabbing
think
her
so.
as he
Because
went
he was
in?
going down and he
Okay.
grabbed her. On
I
the
think that
way
was his
down.
momentum.
Okay.
And but I mean,
Expensive
He needs to
shades.
go back and get his glasses.
I know.
Look, the sea
That's all I
line's
can think
gone.
about
Go get
today
your
when
glasses.
he's in the sun.
so what color do you think they'll go with on the sign that's going to be there now that shows?
Red. Big red.
I mean, that is. I mean, look. I mean, the lovable seal, but I mean, you don't know what all wild animals are going to do.
$25 minutes till top of the hour. Welcome in. It is the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show is sponsored by Gridiron Men's Conference. We talked to Tebow last week about this and a number of other things. The 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference is headed on Father's Day weekend to Huntsville, Alabama, the Propes Arena, Friday, June 17th and Saturday, June 18th in Huntsville. The Gridiron Men's Conference is a great two-day conference that will not only help you balance work, home, and relationships while giving you tools to balance a strong life overall. And man, the speakers, Fred Luter Jr., we got Kirk Cameron, Tim Tebow, Charles Billingsley is going to be leading worship, of course, Phil Waldrop. It's all there. Secure your tickets today for your family, your friends, your church group, or group of guys you regularly associate with. Helmsy, this might be something that your foursome could go to. You could get the crew and head to this. It's gridironmen.com, gridironmen.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. I could see that. You could look at Song and the crew and go, hey, you want to head to Gridiron? You know, think about it. It says right here, people you normally associate with.
Yeah, well, be a good group.
Hey, guys, you want to, play tennis and head up to Huntsville? What do you
We'll
think,
see.
Greg?
We'll see.
No?
I'm sorry. I'm distracted because there is something going on with our Tune In channel right
Tune
now.
it in, buddy.
Come
And
on.
I can't
Really?
figure out what's going on.
Come on.
I've done everything I'm supposed to do on my end, folks. And for some reason it's playing something else. And I don't know what's going. I'm really baffled by this. It's playing a best of,
So it's official.
but I've done, I don't know. This is going to be a phone call to an engineer. I'm sorry.
Oh.
But yeah, I'd like to take Salim, Song, and Chung to
Chung,
the Gridiron.
Why not?
Chung.
Chung.
Not
Yeah.
chum, buddy. Not
Yeah.
throwing stuff in the water.
Did you watch Final Four, though?
I saw like 4 minutes of the.
Well, you
Duke
gave it a
game.
ton, Greg.
Well, that's all that mattered.
It was time.
You
I
watched
turned it
the
on.
last 4 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, you got a good half hour in then.
Yeah.
The last 4 minutes of a basketball game takes forever.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Missed
Especially when you're
Kansas
trying,
Villanova
foul.
completely. Missed the entire show, the game.
Was a crap show.
But did catch Duke, North Carolina almost in its entirety. It
I did
just
too.
worked out.
Coach K got ousted,
He did. Man, what
but
a
they
good
made
game.
it pretty far. I mean,
You know,
First game,
For
it
his
was,
last year.
we talked about this kid being hurt for Villanova last week and how that would impact them, and it did. Now, I think Kansas probably would have won anyway, but it really wasn't close. But North Carolina Duke lived up to the hype, friends.
yes, it did.
It was
Man,
fun to
It was
watch.
back and forth.
It really
the entire
was.
game. As I texted you, I was worn out watching.
Yeah.
it. It's just like, good night. This is something else.
You know, I don't know. I know there was some controversy after the game. First of all, what a way to go out. I know you would rather win it, but make it to the Final Four. Coach Gay, and I sent Speedy a video yesterday. Greg, I knew you wouldn't give it anything simply because it was 10 minutes long.
oh yeah, no way.
But it was a tribute to him, and Speedy didn't even watch all of it. And well, first of all, you got to have 10 minutes. And
Yeah.
I was dead. I was like, I was even looking before church yesterday going, you don't have time for this right now. But I got into it. But it's really good. You love stuff like
Yeah,
this,
okay.
and so just take some time and watch
I
it.
started it and had to stop it, got pulled away, and I hadn't gone back. I got to go back.
It's
But
10 minutes. My
he
goodness.
is.
I had
He's
4 and then I stopped.
he's 75. He's been doing this for nearly 5 decades.
I didn't realize he was 75.
Yeah, and
So you got to watch it.
and he's the impact that he's had on these kids. And of course, not everybody likes Coach K, and that's fine. But anybody that he has done so much for the game of basketball. But there was a weird moment after the game, and I don't know if y'all saw this or not, where only one Duke player and Coach K and a couple of the assistant coaches shook hands with North Carolina. Everybody else went to the locker
I
room.
know.
It was a strange
I know.
deal.
I saw an article on that today. that
And I've
said
heard-
the
I've
players
heard,
just turned and walked off.
Yeah, I've heard several things like obviously there's no excuse for it, but I even read an article this morning where this was something that went back to even March, where evidently now I can't even vouch that this is true. This is just me trying to piece all this together on why because Coach K would not allow that. By the way, he would not just go, "Hey, y'all don't shake their hands after the game," because he shook their hands, and then one player stood back. So evidently, not all of them were involved here. But evidently, when he did his retirement tour through the ACC, now, again, I'm just telling you what I read. You may be a North Carolina fan and go, Helms, that didn't happen, and that's fine. But this is what I read. That he went on this little retirement tour, and in that tour of the ACC, every school, with the exception of North Carolina, did a tribute when they came to their home, and so the players were mad about it. That was their way of showing, which was silly, but I've heard that, and then I saw this thing where evidently one of the assistant coaches, when they're shaking Hubert Davis's hand, they're turning their head out of disrespect, and that goes back to something that happened in March. So there was this post-game.
Good night.
We had this wonderful game, awesome experience, and then we had this weird ending after the clock hit 0 with the players not shaking hands and going to the locker room, and then one coach looking away. It was just strange. I don't know what was going on.
Because I don't know about basketball, but what's the deal? They showed it on TV right before the end of the game. His wife walks in front of the crowd and high fives everybody to go stand in some spot. Did you see that?
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't.
They had the camera. She goes like in front of the student section and she's getting high fives, and it's like they said she does that every game. I guess she goes and stands and waits for him or something.
It showed a lot
Okay.
of her during the game. I missed that part. I don't know what happened.
Well,
there.
and that you'll see a
That was
little
her
bit
last
of
time to do it.
you'll see a
Yeah.
little bit of that in the tribute that I sent that was 10 minutes long.
Yeah, that was like at minute 7.
Yeah.
There was something.
Can I tell you this real quick? The reason why I didn't see it is I suffer from secondhand embarrassment.
You do.
Oh goodness, you do.
And secondhand is part of what I suffer from, which means I get embarrassed for other people.
Yeah.
It makes me uncomfortable.
Sure.
I also don't like it doesn't really fall under secondhand. I don't like uncomfortable situations.
Sure.
And so
I love them if I'm not in them.
yeah.
Now, if I'm not in them, I'm a huge fan of them.
So it's winding down, and you see the last minute and a half. Okay, it's getting away from Duke. Okay, but up to that point, it's anybody's game.
Yeah.
And then it just fell apart there towards the end. I had my hand, okay, my thumb was on the channel button. As soon as Duke lost, I had to turn the channel. because of the uncomfortable moment of watching Coach K have to deal with the loss. I didn't want to experience
That's not
that.
uncomfortable.
I just didn't. I'm just telling you, I
What's
didn't.
that
So,
got to do with
and I'm
anything?
like, to your point, they got to shake hands, and then
You
there's
don't wanna
this
see
weird
that.
feeling and all this kind of stuff. So I'm like, I'm out.
I don't get how that.
I know. I'm
that
just
bother
telling you, I suffer from it. It's not something I'm proud of.
Well, I mean, you
I
act
just
like-
didn't want to experience it. I was like, I'm out.
You don't want to
And I
experience
turned
the
it.
way he handles his last game ever.
Well, no, I mean, I saw how he's handling it and how
No,
he
you-
was
no.
dealing with it the last 30 seconds when he
Well, I'm talking
realized
about
it's
when
over.
It was when it got handed to him and the
and
clock
I,
went off.
yeah, and it
And
took
his
me
wife done high five the whole student section.
it took me a second, just to see his face, and
So
then I'm
you
like,
couldn't do it.
so it's over, and so I had to turn the channel. Does that make me weird?
Yeah.
Okay.
Something else that
I'm not proud of it.
kept popping up on
That's a
the
little
screen.
too
It's just something I suffer
You're too
from.
sensitive
You
on
got
that.
you got rude Tourette's. You suffer from that.
I've overcame that.
Have you?
Yep.
Okay.
So right behind Coach K, and this stood out to me, and I had to Google it, and I still don't have any closure on it and why this guy has it on his laptop. But right behind Coach K, it seemed like it was in the shot the entire time. You have the press behind. I guess it's press. I don't know if it's stat keepers or whatever, but whoever's sitting right behind Coach K at the table, there's a laptop, and there's this big bumper sticker that says "Gusters is for lovers." And I'm like,
So you zeroed in on that.
Guster is for, well, it ended up evidently a lot of people. I was at Man Church last night at my church, and somebody said, hey, tell me y'all going to talk about that in the morning. I said, that bumper sticker was on the guy's laptop, and I said, are you talking about Guster for lovers?
Is it
And he goes,
Gusters or Guster?
I think it's Guster is for
Well,
lovers.
what's it mean?
I don't know, Greg.
Should you have even said it?
I may be saying something very derogatory.
Well, why did you say it?
Someone told me last night it has something to do with a band, like a 1960s band or something. I don't know. But
Greg,
guys,
this
it
is
was
your
so
area.
prominent on this guy's laptop, so much so that everybody was talking about it like, why is he lost a bet? Does he love this band? I don't even know if it has anything to do with the band, but I did hear that last night.
Yeah, Guster's a band.
Okay.
They're like a 90s band.
Oh, a 90s band.
Yep.
Okay. Look, that man right there knew. Did you see him?
He did.
He said, right here, I got this.
I've interviewed Guster.
Have you really?
I really have.
Have you
Yeah, I
really?
really have.
Is this when
Yeah.
you were down at the beach?
This was
the-
no, they came into Birmingham.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
And
They're just like
is it
I don't know.
alternative?
Hey,
yeah,
real quick,
just like kind of like it's chill rock.
Google
Okay, now-
NCAA Final Four. Guster
I'm
is
looking
for
at it.
lovers, and just look at the laptop. I mean, it was, and so every time obviously, if you've been doing this for 5 decades and you're retiring, they're going to focus on you. Well, he just happened to be sitting behind Coach K for most of the night, so you saw this bumper sticker all night long.
Now, Adam, let me ask
That's
you a
funny.
question.
Yeah, Guster's a band.
Okay.
All right, so what does it mean is for lovers? What when it comes to the band? What's
That's a
the
great
throw to
question.
that?
I think it's kind of more of just like a kind of a jokey kind of
Oh,
thing.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
You said because it rhymes, kind of Guster lover, I guess.
Does that rhyme though?
It says-
Guster
Here's what it says
lover. Yes, it does. It's the If my dad was
sorry.
if my dad was writing a poem, he'd put it in there.
It would work. He would make it
Guster
work.
lover.
They said it came from a
The
tour.
I hear it.
The
No, I hear it. I hear it.
It's the Don't you know that? What, Greg?
You know, Virginia is for lovers is a thing.
Yes.
They say the phrase came from a tour in which they crossed the Virginia state line and had kind of adopted it as a slogan. Since.
Okay.
So this is what this guy went
Alice says because
with.
it rhymed.
This guy went with that on his
laptop.
laptop.
I guess so.
Does he lose a bet,
He
or does he
works
fired up
for-
about this band?
He's a CBS sports reporter,
Okay.
Mike Norland.
He might love Guster. He might
must,
like Guster.
He must love Guster.
mean,
That rhymes with
All
love.
right, I got to find a song and come back to Guster.
They're good,
Please
but they're
do.
not that good.
Really? So you didn't like him when you interviewed?
No, they're good. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tell you what, don't wear a white dress around.
No.
So I mean, technically, it's a sea lion, right?
Yeah, that's what he is.
Which is what is the difference?
I don't know.
Here we go.
One's bigger than the other one.
Yeah, I think sea lion must be a little bigger.
See,
right?
right there, people. He just kind of snapped at him.
Now, which one play the horns? Is that seals or sea lions?
Sea lions.
I thought that was.
She's got glasses on too, the little girl. I just realized that.
Oh, climb back down there. He nearly bit you a few minutes ago, so get a little closer.
Yeah.
Wham!
But,
In you go.
I tell you, when he decides to grab you, he got you.
Yes,
doesn't
sir.
he? I mean, he pulled her over like nobody's
And
business.
how about this animal apologist? He thought she was fish. Are you kidding me? I mean, how about this? Wild animals do wild things. Ain't thinking she was big.
The only one you can trust is a manatee. He won't hurt you.
The sea cow.
Yeah. He's too lazy. It takes too much effort to hurt me.
Well, maybe
He
y'all
probably wants to hurt you.
once we have a manatee attack, maybe y'all all get on board. Animals, hey, look, I'm telling you, you can't trust them. Again, the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus.
Yeah,
No,
they
you
had their
won't.
last performance
Out.
this weekend.
Stupid
Done.
animal people.
Done. How about that?
This is what these freaky animal people have done. They've ruined the circus. Circus is over.
They pulled the elephants. It went downhill from there.
Well, you know why? I don't want to watch a circus without elephants.
No, they're on the emblem.
We tried. And even though it might have just been mental, because Helmsley said it was a great show and that they really did a good job, but
It was.
undoubtedly the end of the elephants was the end of it all.
Yeah, it said producers removed the elephants from the show's performance a year ago. And according to a spokesperson, ticket sales dropped dramatically after that. The company had a long animal rights activist battle in court.
Hey, thanks.
And the circus actually won a $15.75 million judgment back in 2015, but apparently lost the larger fight of public opinion.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, weird animal people. You've done it again. Ruined something else.
Wow.
You know what
that
else?
thing had been around, 100?
Hey, we survived when you took away donkey basketball and donkey softball.
Yeah.
Okay, we were
awesome.
stunned by that. But then you put us all over that weird Cirque du Soleil thing. You know, like you're sitting some Pink Floyd video. I don't even know what's going on with these weird things. Look, somebody's a pretzel. What is that? Who's the guy with horns with a hammer? What does that mean? Have you seen some of that garbage?
Yeah.
And so now with Ringling Brothers was the American classic. Now it's ruined. Out. You know what, though? There's some small circus. Did you see the video the other day of one of these unknown circuses and the lion tamer got attacked by the lion in front of everybody and people are screaming and I mean, it's got him. It's throwing him around like a rag doll. And then they pushed it out the back of the tent, but they never told us what happened. You talk about people getting out of the bleachers.
Yeah.
Let the line go
That'll
bad.
clear it.
And people start running in. Hey, he's got him. It's a part of the act.
That scared me, Rick.
You know, for people,
But that's why we're all there.
I know.
Because we think it might happen while we're there.
for people who
Oh, that was close.
who really want to preserve these animals, I don't know if they're going to accomplish what they thought they were accomplishing with it.
Well, they ruin everything.
Yeah, they
You
do.
can't
Sure they
have
do.
you can't even have a circus.
Hey, I was curious. I might have missed it. Y'all may have already talked about it, where the graduates at Notre Dame walked out on pants during his commencement speech.
Yeah, we mentioned it in passing, and we just saw some video on it. I mean,
I mean, they're at Notre Dame,
Come on.
which
Do they
should
even-
be fairly reflective of Pence's views.
yeah, what is controversial about what Mike Pence is talking about? Integrity, values. I mean, you don't have to be a Republican to believe in that. I mean, what is it just because he's part of the Trump campaign? And I do. And Bubba, you had mentioned it too. And I was looking and trying to get this. I'm trying to decipher, and hopefully, Trump now being in Israel right now, we were laughing about what it must be like to be a Trump handler in Israel. Oh, he's going to the Wailing Wall. Okay, he's talking to Orthodox Jew, Messianic Jew. Oh my goodness, secular Jew, Muslim. Oh my gosh. I mean, and you're trying to keep him in line the whole time. That the comment, and it was really bad play up here by showing him in Israel, that when he said this is not a disagreement between faiths, he was talking about the war on ISIS.
Yeah.
Not
He's talking about Saudi Arabia.
not Palestinians and Jews.
Right.
Because if he's talking about Palestinians
That's
and
why I
Jews,
told you he was in Saudi
and you
Arabia
said that,
when he gave that.
but what it was, they show that quote as he's standing up in Israel talking, not when he was in Saudi Arabia. And you're like, they put that underneath that he's saying that as if that's what he's commenting on there,
Right. Yeah.
which he wasn't. So hopefully, I actually hope, and I hope this continues, it doesn't look like he's there to do anything other than to visit and meet with Netanyahu, that he's not even there trying to negotiate the Palestinian-Israeli thing.
No, I think that's probably early in the process.
I hope not. And again, so hopefully, because if the other he's talking about, as far as, even though it still is a faith issue in the terrorist attack, since that's based on their faith versus other faiths, but I know what he means by Saudi Arabia and trying to.
All right, so if you can hear this on radio, TV, I know it's covering, but this is cluster and satellite.
You
Cluster.
Did you say
Cluster.
You said
What'd I say?
cluster, but
Well, it applies.
Is that what I said?
It rhymes.
Oh, Guster. Okay, I'm sorry. My bad.
Gluster
That rhymes.
is a cluster.
Cluster and guster
Yeah.
definitely
Well,
rhyme.
I apologize. I just heard about the group 10 minutes ago, and so I'm trying to dial it.
Sounds like the Monkees.
Yeah, it's Guster. There's no L in it. Guster. This is Satellite coming back. They have a Guster Essentials in Apple Music, so apparently they've had enough to have Essentials out. And Adler's actually interviewed them. If you do not know what we're talking about, there was a CBS reporter that was had a laptop open that was sitting behind Coach K when he was on his stool, which is kind of weird how they have everybody on a different level, and then the head coach is up on the stool during the basketball game, and over his shoulder you could see the laptop. Guster is for lovers,
Is this guy getting
and
cut or
it
something?
has become viral as far as what people are talking about. So Adler says, hey, that's a band from the 90s, and I've interviewed them.
Well, it may be for lovers, but it ain't for me.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like it.
All right, so two things. One, Speedy, I know you'll give this a ton tonight if your schedule allows.
No, you won't.
Greg, at what point, how many minutes on the clock in the second half needs to be on there before I text you and go, okay, go, you can watch it now?
I'm not interested in either one of these things. If Duke was in it, I'd probably watch it.
So you got two blue bloods,
Yeah,
Kansas and North
That
Carolina,
doesn't mean a lot to me.
two of the best
Oh, I
basketball
agree.
teams on the
Well, maybe
planet.
that's it. Maybe
playing
that-
for a championship, and you don't care?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Can I tell you what I'm going to do?
What time do I need to tell you, Speedy?
Huh? No, I mean, I'm in. Can I tell you what I'm going to do? Because
What?
it doesn't start till 8:20 Eastern
Oh,
Central
my,
Time.
see that? Okay.
So from 8:20 to 9, I'm going to watch it, and at 9, I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, I'll have to as well. I didn't realize
that
it was
bad?
starting that late.
Is that bad? No, is that okay?
I think Kansas is going to win by like 10, by the way.
Kansas is just whooping
They are,
everybody
yeah.
and just kind of quietly doing it.
Yeah.
But the NCAA Men's National Championship game tonight on TBS, 8:20 p.m. tip-off Central Time. That's Kansas and North Carolina. One
late.
thing – did you have something? I'm sorry.
No.
Okay. One thing that I was speaking of sports and everything, the women's South Carolina beat UConn to get their first championship since
I watched that whole
2017.
game.
I know. I said that just for that. Tiger Woods.
Here we go.
So
It's this weekend.
there's this. Hey, is he playing,
playing?
In the Masters type of deal?
Game time decision.
He sent out a tweet over the weekend that said, "Hey, it's a game time decision for me. I'm headed to Augusta now to play some more practice rounds. I think he did play a practice round yesterday. He's just going to see how he feels or whatever." Do y'all think is as much of a phenom as he is? Do you think this is too early and he needs more
Age,
time,
injuries.
or do you think would you like to see him play?
I don't care where he's at.
Oh, we'd all like to see it.
shape of his game. I want him play. I want him
want him
there.
play.
The Masters the golf is better when Tiger Woods is in it, and so I hope that he.
Yeah, I'd
ma-
like to see him take a shot.
I hope the game time decision is I'm in. I don't really care what
Does he make
happens.
the cut?
Don't care about the result, and that's the thing is maybe makes the cut, maybe don't, but it gives us something to. I'll definitely be more interested. By the way, I always there's a wonderful family, and in North Augusta, South Carolina, which is right next to it. By the way, you wouldn't think that, but it actually is. It's like just a couple miles away. They always send me a program every year, a master's program. Mm-hmm. So that's what's in. I just got it this week. It's on my desk. So,
I wonder if Randolph Jr. if he's going to do
Greg.
that. Well, Will Smith better stay
Well,
away.
he-
Bagger Vance better stay away.
He's out of the academy, so he could caddy if he
true.
wanted to.
It's just going to be, and I don't know Tiger Woods at all,
Yeah,
just
I
what
thought
you
you
see
knew
on
it.
TV.
I thought he was
Okay,
Pascagoula.
But just from what I'm hearing from him, I don't think he would play if he thinks, "Hey, I'm going to suck it up."
Yeah.
I think he's probably at an age.
Everybody's going
where-
to write the
you know,
fairy tale that he wins.
Right,
But, you know.
right. Back to the basketball game. Did y'all see Roy Williams in his mask?
Yes.
The whole game.
Yeah.
By the
was a
way,
bip.
he
Yeah.
coached.
That was a bip to me, too.
Checkerboard of
He's
all
coached Kansas and North Carolina, so that's
Yeah.
gonna be kind of
How
weird
about
night.
that?
Greg
But,
said, "I don't care," but yeah,
I saw him in the
Something
crowd.
about that matchup don't mean do nothing. Only one I would have followed was Duke because what's his face his last deal.
Coach K,
Yeah.
What's his face?
Krzyzewski.
his last deal.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find a way to. to be interested.
Right. Some other news that has to do with sports. Did y'all see Hope Solo get arrested
Boy,
this past
let me
weekend?
tell you, it's bad when you get a DUI or DWI, whatever. But when you're passed out and your kids are in the car seats in the back,
Yeah, she
that's
was
really
at
bad.
Winston-Salem Walmart parking lot where police said that she was found passed out behind the wheel of her vehicle with her 2-year-old twins inside. She was charged with driving impaired, resisting a public officer, and misdemeanor child abuse.
She didn't go quietly?
She's defended herself now and said her parenting on social media, this is what she said, she defended her parenting on social media following the multiple
How do you
charges.
defend that?
I don't know. She posted on her message on
was sleeping it
Instagram. She said, "Our family is strong and surrounded with love. Our kids are strong, intelligent, happy, and vibrant, and we are present every day, giving them the best life possible," she wrote.
Maybe that example not quite the best life possible, but
Right. Passed out at the wheel with 2 kids in the back seat.
and then try to rough a policeman up. Sounds like.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, I guess if you're
Hope's
passed
a little
out
rough.
and you wake up, you're probably trying to
You
figure out
start
what the
swinging,
heck's
yeah.
going on. But that was a little surprising news story over the weekend. Don't know anything about Hope either. I've never met her.
No, I
so she
haven't.
might. I mean, this might. If you know her, this might be like something you're like, oh yeah. So she finally got arrested. I don't know. I have no idea.
Sad.
It is very sad for those kids in the back. It's extremely sad.
Yeah.
I don't know where you got to be passed out in the wheel with your kids in the back, but that's not good.
No,
It's not good at all. All right, so as we wrap up this hour, we thank you so much as always, for tuning in. Rick and Bubba will have the main show starting here after top of the hour, and we'll see if we're on the TuneIn app. That's out there for you. For those of you that want to know about it, it's Greg at rickandbubba.com. He said he's going to be fielding
Get ready
those,
for a quick response.
those requests, and so if you want an update from that, you can always just reach out to him.
And tomorrow's kickoff hour, I want to propose this question, and I may backtrack tomorrow based off my wife hears this or not, but it seems like for the past couple months now, I've got at least one kid not talking to me for like 3 or 4 day period.
What?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I'm either parenting real well or not very well, but we're going to get to the bottom of it tomorrow during the kickoff hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. John, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, John.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm fine. Hey, listen, every now and then y'all throw out a comment and you'll leave me dangling.
Yeah.
Rick, you just threw something out there and you got me hanging, baby.
Yes.
Tell me, please, I love the sound of this. Tell me about these proposed litter zones. I've got to know.
Well, it was brilliant, and it was ahead of
That
its
was brilliant.
it was ahead of its time. It was not politically correct,
Right.
but you know, I was thinking back to when we grew up in the 70s, and I remember riding along with my mom and dad and throwing litter from the vehicle. And it was a lot of great memories, of you had stuff in the car
Before we knew it was bad.
that was getting ratty or whatever, and your dad would thrill you with an over the driver's side over the top of the car, hitting a road sign
with a bottle,
or something like that.
You had to time it. You had
and-
to have a mark on your hood to time it.
And your cars were pristine. You never had a bunch of trash in the car because you threw it all out. And you'd say, "Hey, Mom."
That's back before Iron Iris Cody's.
Right.
We didn't know it was bad.
Hey, Mom, can I throw this out this time? Sure, son. That kind of thing. And you would try to be safe with it, and you would
You'd have some blowback on you, and you'd learn you had to slow down.
So when we decided that we were all against litter, which we are, I said, I believe that there's a way for this to work. And what I was proposing to the states to consider were litter zones, meaning there were parts of the litter zones, and you like your kids would be gathering up, which y'all just got at the drive-through. Daddy, no. Let's wait for a litter zone. Do not throw this
Litter
out.
zone 35 miles.
35 miles. And then the families get excited. Here comes a litter zone. I say litter, you say zone. Litter zone. And then when you get there, you go, here comes the litter zone, kids, and everybody throws out, and these are places where litter is.
It basically was building landfills right on highways.
Right. And then you have
So you drive through a landfill.
and then you have like
Kills two birds with one stone.
That is excellent.
and the convicts come and clean up these litter zones instead of throwing them up down the highway.
Or the
like we do.
bulldozer. You just push them over into the big ravine
You're
that
done.
you dug.
You're done. We all litter, and we keep the rest of our streets clean. We only throw in litter zones.
And see, I think that helps two things, Rick. It gives you a place to get rid of the litter, and you don't have to go and build a landfill on the side of a beautiful mountain somewhere.
Now, those of you that are skeptics of this would do away with what we have now. Litter strode up and down the road for miles.
Yeah.
Because people are still doing it. They're doing it at a lesser degree than, the glory days of the 70s and 80s. But what I'm saying is, if we had litter zones, to me, it puts the family back together.
Right.
A family that litters together stays together.
Yeah. Everybody knows that.
And so, and plus you find out, how good your kids can throw, and and you teach them discipline. Don't throw where it's not allowed. You only throw where it's allowed. And if I see somebody throw another cup out before we get to a litter zone, I'm gonna pull this car over. You know what I mean?
Rick, they learn how to aim.
Right.
See, I knew that I had to be going 45 miles an hour and line up the target with the hood ornament.
Right.
And as soon as I saw that, looking over the steering wheel, I could launch and hit it every time going 45.
Can I tell y'all what's sad right now?
Can
I tell you what's sad because of no litter zones and no more littering on the highway? And we shouldn't litter on the highway. I would prefer to go to the litter zone. I guarantee you right now, my kids couldn't hit anybody with a rock.
No.
And when we were growing up, I could take a rock and hit anybody with it.
Oh, yeah.
But because why?
Anything.
Because throwing out of the car. I mean, you learned how to hit stuff and
sitting still was easy after throwing and moving.
Right now, if somebody's attacking my kids, I dare to say they can't pick up a rock and hit them with it.
Rick, can we add a section of mailboxes to hit with baseball bats? Can we add that in there?
That's a federal offense now.
Yeah. Well, they're not real. They're not real mailboxes.
You're just talking about fake ones?
Yeah,
absolutely.
in the zone.
Matter of fact, why don't we have that in the zone?
That's what I'm saying.
Put it in the zone.
So
The way you come in the zone is whoa,
Yeah.
and then you see a car in front of you. Oh, I hope they don't hit that mailbox before we get to it. Because it might not be. You have to set them up every day.
You have fake road signs to practice throwing balls.
Yeah,
all that good
That's
stuff.
what I was going to want. I need a stop sign.
By the
there.
way, I saw the bench warmers again this weekend where they were practicing batting by going and hitting mailboxes with Reggie Jackson.
And picture this if you will. On the litter zone, you have good signage.
Right.
Unlike the Georgia, the Peach Pass, we have good signage, and it's a picture of a family throwing stuff out of a car. You know what I mean?
And they're happy faces.
and they're all smiling like kind of a Norman Rockwell kind of thing.
Yeah, I'd like that.
That's what I'm picturing. It was, pardon me for being innovative.
Rick, up next, drunk driving zone.
No,
I'm kidding. That's a joke.
Marty.
You literally would drive through the landfill.
Yeah.
They got the bulldozers there. They're ready to clean it up.
Yeah, we're going to keep it clean.
Yeah.
Don't misunderstand me. I'm simply talking about good, clean family fun. Littering.
Imagine the highway just going through a landfill. I mean, that's what I see.
I love it.
I still have a sign for a litter zone back there. Do you remember? I think Annie Litter brought us one.
Get past Rick's slogan.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That one was so I couldn't get past it. I had that good stone face thing going, but
You know what I look forward to?
something about
Rick?
family time together.
Yeah.
You know what I look forward to is the idiots that are going to send an email that think this is serious.
No, it's a brilliant idea. Let me tell you something. I
can't believe you feel that way.
I actually love the idea.
We have landfills anyway.
I'm with you.
I don't want people littering all up and down the highways. It looks ratty and it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
But a litter zone is brilliant.
Let convicts clean it up.
Right, because
Well, see, you cut out the middleman. You just take the trash right to the landfill.
right.
How long of a stretch are you thinking?
It's got to have. We're going to enjoy it. So, but we're going to keep
We
it
know
cleaned
you
up.
get it ready to go. You don't need more than a mile.
Yeah, that's what
a mile. That's a long.
That's a big landfill.
In my vision,
It's going to last 30 years.
in my vision, we're 3/4 of a mile.
Every other day, bring the dozers in to push it back.
Yeah. Push it back off the road to give you a clean target.
Can you imagine the fun in the vehicle and how clean your cars would be?
And we're creating jobs.
Thank you.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes
brings
past
me
the
to my
hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We got a brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. The team Rick and Bubba now all getting on the field. Let's get everybody out here. Bubba and I will join the kickoff hour gang as we all go forward. We start this hour with a national anthem. 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Unpacking the stories from the weekend. Your phone calls will be part of the day. As always, we reset. So that means Wheel of Meat is back in play again. So look for that, baby. Maybe other opportunities for you to pick up something cool from the old Rick and Bubba Show as well. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. They've gotten you a kickoff hour, and then we put that under our belts, and we all move forward. If you're not familiar with the kickoff hour, catch the guys with No Rick and Bubba. They crank out just about every Rick and Bubba day, and you can get them on all the Rick and Bubba platforms, either live or archived on your own time. So they've already handled that. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler. So they're all here. There he sits, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends and neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to another week with Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. To you, baby, but I do know that you walk around this town with your head all up in the sky, and I do know that I want you. You want another verse? Come on. You want another verse?
Let her have it.
Huh?
Let her roll.
Great. Too be hard to get time. But it... Shake your body down to the ground. Let's dance. Let's shout. Shake your body down to the ground. Let's dance. Let's shout. Let's dance. Let's shout. Shake it to the ground. There's them Jacksons.
There they are.
There's them Jacksons. Bubba, I trust you had a good weekend, buddy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. We had a great weekend. Went to a wedding. And,
a lot of weddings.
A lot of other things going on. Yeah, this is the season of weddings. This may be the year of weddings for the Bussey family. So.
Well, you said it when I came to your office today. You know, we've got a Wilburn wedding coming up here next month. Mm-hmm. Wow, you can't believe it. But anyway, it's here.
Here
it is. But what's happened is Bubba and I are at the age now to where all of our friends, their kids are old enough to get married now.
Yep.
And but the invitations roll in.
Yes, they do.
And boy, it's a lot of them getting married.
Yes, a lot of weddings.
Tremendous amount of weddings
this summer.
Tremendous amount of weddings.
The old calendar is just wedding packed.
Yep. It's that's and then there's the.
You're not sure if you can say it.
Have you ever got some invitations you're not sure who it is? And you
no,
go,
Rick, never.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And the worst one's when you go into your wife because you think, well, she'll know. And then you see them grab it and start looking at it.
Well, they go by full name.
That's what throws you.
It might not be a name they go by.
I'm not saying you don't know the people. Eventually, you find out.
Yeah,
but there's nobody ever uses these names that are on the invitations, and you're trying to figure out who that is, and you're like, oh wait a minute, that's that kid that played shortstop.
I think the ladies enjoy the weddings a lot more than the guys. I think they
got a way to step out there on a that's shaky ground.
But I think they look at it like we would look at going to a boat show or electronics place because ball game. They like to hunting. Fishing. They like to see how they've done everything and. I like that, and the flowers, all that stuff. How they're just, I don't even notice some of that stuff.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Let's hope not.
No.
I'm sorry, but
Yeah,
I hope
yeah.
never
That's what I keep telling my wife when she keeps asking me questions about the rehearsal dinner and all that, and I'm like, who cares?
Yeah,
She's
right.
like, well, people do.
People do,
honey.
yeah.
They care.
Non-males really care about this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And sadly, some else do. But
it is interesting, the trend that I've noticed to have everything outside, and that stables are big now.
Oh, yeah, of
you
course.
have a lot of stable stuff.
there's nothing that says I love you like the smell of horses.
Yeah, and so it's
Who doesn't love a good barn?
when we came along, it was you want to be inside,
Right. Yeah.
especially when it got warm, and outside's nice, but boy, you roll the dice. You just don't know weather-wise what you're going to get.
I sweated through two of
I
the outdoor
know.
ones.
I know, and you really do. It's
Close on both of them.
Yeah, it's and I'm telling you, there's just so many things that can go wrong. And now if you hit the right day, it's a great memory and it's
is.
absolutely beautiful.
It sure
but just
is.
that hanging over you,
Yeah.
and you look at them 7-day forecast, and I know, Greg, look, we've been on our face praying through two of them.
Well, we we went to one that I thought we were all going to die of the weather.
Right,
so
right, yeah.
And it was exciting. I'll say that.
Yeah.
But
Can I tell you what you don't do on those? Okay, just FYI on those, because I had one of those too. And you and I were just talking in your office. When we arrive somewhere, well, we don't. We mostly know when to be appropriate. Mostly, okay. But we're going to fall back to the position of cutting up. I mean, that's our thing.
yeah, that's the
And
default.
we think that we're about to have this great one-liner that all the guys are going to love, but you realize you're not with the guys anymore.
Right, not as funny.
If a storm comes down on a wedding, do not utter, "This has made God angry."
Yeah. See, we think that's funny, but not everybody would think that.
Especially the parents of the two people getting married. Yeah, they don't think it's funny.
No, it's been a lot of money and time.
Is God trying to tell us something?
And I think we talked about this. The one I went to, it was under a covering, but it was coming in absolute lightning. We had a tree fall, near the place, and people have umbrellas even under the covering. It was raining so hard sideways. And as I was telling Betty, do not close your umbrella because it was covered in water as she did that, and it just poured right on me.
Yeah.
I couldn't have been more wet if I had swam in a lake.
Right. Yeah.
Wet in good clothes.
Yeah, and
I hate that.
And we're headed to the reception, and I start to go back to the house because I'm gonna change clothes. She said, well, "You can't do that. We ain't got time." I said, "Betty, what? I'm soaking wet.
Right. Yeah.
How am I gonna go to the reception?"
Right.
She said, "Well, just I said my underwear is soaked."
Right.
She
Air
said, "Well,
dry.
just take it off and dry it in the bathroom." I said, "Betty, I'm not standing in the bathroom naked next to the hand dryer drying my underwear."
That's the only good thing them hand dryers are for.
Are you kidding me?
I'm always in.
You didn't do it? I can't believe
No, I
it.
didn't. I just
I'm always in
went
that dilemma too. Where do I rank with this family? Am I a stay till we throw rice person?
Oh yeah. Are you a vapor person?
Or am I a pop in, pop out guy? Am I reception at all?
Right.
Sometimes you're not even reception at all.
No.
Better known as my favorite weddings.
when the weather you get wet or it's
that'll do it.
extremely hot or whatever. I mean, you almost have to get in that kill me mode. Like
No,
you're
you
out
do.
hunting. I'm just gonna get through this one way or another.
Sure.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So basically, every wedding Bubba's going to, he doesn't want to be.
No, it's just there's a lot of.
I know.
There's a lot of.
I know.
Speedy,
No,
I like.
hey, no obligation over here. I just want y'all to
Speedy,
know.
I like going to lunch, but I don't want to go to lunch 6 times in a row in one day.
Well, I don't know about that, Bubba.
Bad example.
Terrible.
What if it was bite-sized food?
There's a point where I
Rick
can't
and
take it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This
That Sam's jobs.
win. Why this hasn't been implemented is beyond me. Go on.
Got you keep on dancing, keep on dancing.
Oh, you can let that go one
Well, I know, but it's
That guy that sings the high part. About to kick in.
grooving. Speaking of that, Bubba, you're just gonna keep trying it. Take that off and be.
No, I like it.
I mean,
that.
you're going. Are you gonna fight that the whole show? What we did, and now
We're experimenting. We do this all the time with different things.
We do. When I went by the store yesterday, I was going by to take them. They were out of something, and we were restocking on one of the old CDs that we still had some hard copies of. And so anyway, when I got there, you know how when somebody knows how bad it is in here if you end up being like the butt of a joke or something, and they don't want anything to.
Nobody's business on glass.
Yeah, glass, it works fine. So these are what do they call static? They're supposed to stick to the front of the computer so that when the computers are up here in the studio, each person is going to have their cartoon and a little saying there by it. And so anyway,
how funny is that?
When I went by there, you know how you can tell when somebody's confidence in something is waning, and I was like, okay, hey, let me have those computers things. They've been waiting on those. And she was like, now, understand, it's supposed to stick to an Apple computer.
Right.
It's supposed to.
Yeah.
And right then I knew. I mean, I could just see the confidence going.
So it drained right out.
So they're not working. But we tried them, and she said if they don't work, then we'll try something else. But I'm like Helmsy now that we got those Rick and Bubba decals. I mean,
that'll work good.
Those look
good.
Hey,
Adler, show me my shot straight on. What can you see in the background? Is it when you zoom in on me usually?
There you go. I can see it way back there. Yeah.
I just didn't know. I hadn't looked at the framing in a while.
Yeah. That you can see. Don't be mad with me back here.
That's funny. Well, I don't want to block the view of the call screener, but I just want to test it on some glass.
Well, I mean, look, they can still see me. See right there. They can see right over your right shoulder.
We need to get all of them and stick them somewhere together since none of them will stick on the laptop.
Right. I even thouut about our doors, and I realized, well, no, that's not stick on that either. So anyway, look, we try things here, guys. We try things.
That's right. We try stuff.
And all right, we do have a lot to look at going forward. Obviously, the big news last night, another terrorist attack, Manchester, England. I was sitting there and saw that come across the phone. I'm like, well, here we go again.
Yeah,
and,
we were watching when all that broke last night. Yeah. Ariana Grande, her concert in Manchester, and it appeared right as the concert was over that an IED was detonated in a foyer area. It looked like to do as much damage as it could to people coming out of the concert, and it was the main entrance way between it and what is their subway station, which is right across the street. So an obvious planned attack. The British Prime Minister spoke this morning. She said they think the name, and they have made an arrest, which they think may be a support person in this. So we'll know more in the next few hours.
Yeah, when they first started, they kept saying they thought it might be a suicide bomber. They say now they don't think it is. It was something just set up to go off, or do they think?
No, they think it was a person.
They do think he ran in there.
And there was confusion in the beginning because people said they heard a boom. They might have heard two booms.
Yeah, I heard that.
And then there was a report that it may have been a balloon that went off or some kind of electronics on the stage because there was no smoke. The initial pictures, they didn't see smoke, they didn't see fire, but it really was a bomb. It just wasn't in the main auditorium.
Right.
So,
yeah, they were hearing it from in there. And plus, what added to the confusion is the concert, they dropped balloons on everybody right at the end.
Right. Mm-hmm. And there was some of that, popping going off, apparently. So
anyway,
but the dash cam video and audio from somebody, I guess it's out waiting outside, and you can hear the nat sound of when it goes off.
Yeah.
And it's
a bomb.
Because you can hear her music and then the sound of it going off. There's a definite difference.
Yeah, you hear the
concert
the compression of the bomb.
Right.
Yeah, and then some of the people that were near it, some of the horrible things they saw and experienced were just terrible. So anyway, another terrorist attack, another one.
22 dead confirmed so far, 59 injured, and that number's going up.
Right. So in 15 minutes past, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we'll continue to update on that horrific event again last night as the war from terrorists on innocent people continues. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
First of all, let's try to figure out. That's the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. For those of you that use multiple Rick and Bubba platforms, and one of them is TuneIn, but it's not your only one, we are aware that TuneIn is having problems today with its normal broadcast of our show. So Helmsy is dealing with that. And for those of you that I'm now talking to myself, that the only way you hear us is tune in. You don't know that I'm telling you that we know. So we'll put something out on social media that lets you know that we are aware of it. and we are working on it. There's always a Monday. You never know Monday. Those
Monday's a wild card.
Those Mondays are out there. Yep. So we now have the national championship in men's basketball, NCAA tonight.
Yep.
I didn't see any of that over the weekend, but I saw the scores after it was all over, and I saw that Kansas wins convincingly. Was the Carolina-Duke game a little closer?
It was
very close. Yeah.
Very little close.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Coach K, as your staunch rival, which they have to love.
Yes,
I told you, and we're done.
How about if you're North Carolina, and it is a big rivalry with them and Duke. How about North Carolina defeated Coach K on his last game at home, on his home court? He lost. Remember, they had a big deal about that.
That's true. That's true.
And remember, North Carolina was not really playing all that good at that time. It was considered an upset. And then you end up in the Final Four. And for those two teams to have never played in the Final Four, I thought that was strange. And you keep thinking, well, surely that happened, but no, it didn't. And North Carolina defeats them again in Coach K's last game. So they beat Coach K in his last game ever and his last home game.
Yeah, and they proved that they could beat them because of your first example. But I know that it doesn't matter once the tournament starts because some teams are hot, some teams are not. And little rhyme there for everybody.
I like it.
I just came up with that. Hey, Greg, off the cuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, I saw that North Carolina, though, in that game, it was a number 2 seed versus 8.
Yes.
And that North Carolina was an 8 seed.
Yeah.
They were.
So anyway, they got on fire.
Yeah. End of the year, they really got on fire.
Of course, Kansas looks like they're pretty good.
Yeah. You're talking about they just keep on blowing everybody out?
Yeah.
We'll be real quiet over here. We'll knock everybody out.
How have they been so quiet when they beat people so bad?
I don't know. I think because of Coach K and
Right.
everybody's focused on Duke and that rivalry of North Carolina and first time ever. That just got the attention.
Mm-hmm. We'll be over here waxing Villanova if you need us.
Yeah. I mean.
So anyway, so tonight is that now what have they done to us as far as tip-off time?
8:20 Central.
Oh,
Good night.
What?
8:20 p.m. Central on TBS.
You're making that up. It's not 8:20 Central.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a first half game for us. We'll watch the first half and go to sleep.
Live.
I'll be lucky to see the tip.
Well, I hadn't seen any of the games, and I guess I'll make it up. No need to see this one.
I guess I'll catch the highlights tomorrow morning. And last night, Rick, the women of South Carolina won the national championship.
How about that?
Greg came in
y'all-
talking about that.
Yeah.
Greg fired up about that?
Yeah, sure. Now, at least I got the WNBA to hang on to.
Right.
It's not over yet.
All right. Yeah. Who was that gave us the disparity between how much the WNBA makes and the NBA
Yeah,
makes?
who was that?
Was that a caller?
Was that Adler?
Was it Adler?
No, it was a guest we had in here, wasn't it?
It wasn't Tebow, was it? I mean, Tebow wouldn't say
No, it
that. Who was it?
If he did, he probably wanted to edit it out.
Let's see.
Was it the USFL? Was it?
It was somebody we had a guest sitting in here.
Can't tell him anything.
Good God.
Who was it?
Let's see.
I don't remember.
Any idea?
I say it was Adler.
I mean,
It was somebody sitting right over there.
I made the comment the other day that the women, because this lady that was in, got caught up in Russia. I made the comment that the reason they have to go over there is because they don't make enough money here. And it's like they'll make $1 million there and 200. So
but somebody told us.
I don't remember.
Somebody sitting
the
right
other.
there. Seems like to me.
Said it was like 80
said it's
billion?
the most successful
80 million?
women's sport.
8
But
million?
they said that it made like 7 million.
It was 8 million versus
Was it Gorosky?
versus billion.
that may be.
It was Gorosky.
It was Gorosky.
It was
Gorosky.
70 million.
It was Gorosky.
It was 70 million versus like 2 billion.
Yeah,
or something.
or it was 8 billion.
8 billion.
Yeah,
a bunch of billion.
25 billion.
It was a big difference.
And he said that those are a lot of like just corporate donations because they feel like they need to donate. It's
That's
not
right.
really. They're not
different.
really getting their money's worth.
It was actually eating him.
That's
What's
what it
eating
was.
Scott Gross?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
I remember. But he gave us the numbers, and I was like, wow, that's a big gap.
Yeah.
But anyway, so and
We chased that one down.
but
Figured it out, boys.
By the way-
Worked through it.
By the way,
Got it
as we
done.
normally do, end up in some kind of YouTube jail. Seems like every other day with copyright.
Yeah.
Well, evidently that happened on Friday. Gorosky reached out, and he thought he had got us in trouble.
Really?
And I said, buddy, no big deal. You
Yeah.
didn't get us in trouble. Trust me. We do enough things on our own to get us in trouble.
You
Usually
should have
it's
told him it was him.
yeah. So, but he really thought that he got us in trouble.
What did we do? Do we know what it was?
Nah, it's probably just a video or something we played.
Yeah.
That had some
Adam, any
copyright.
idea what got us in jail on
I
Friday?
didn't think we were blocked on Friday.
I
I didn't think we were, but
I
maybe
didn't.
we were.
I didn't go as far to look because it seems like it's every other day, and I knew you were. I have confidence that you just knock it out, but he was evidently trying to watch it and couldn't get on it, and he was concerned.
Might have just been delayed.
Yeah, he was like, got you in trouble, didn't I? I said, no.
No.
You're fine.
You're fine.
We got blocked earlier for something last week. I forget what though. Something quick. Because I'm playing. So I'm going 5 years in the past during the commercial breaks. When the network's taking a break on YouTube, I'm filling with 5 years in the past. And a lot of times in those old best ofs that I'm replaying, I didn't at that time. I wasn't worried about copyright because this was a product that I edited. That's not going on YouTube at the time, anyways. So that's what got us. It was an old replay.
So some flashbacks.
10
in the break.
seconds, yeah, 10 seconds of the Doobie Brothers or something like that. I forget.
It is hilarious talking about people being freaked out when they don't hear the show or it's been delayed. They all panic. I've heard more people talk about that Keep It or Coaster we played, and we pumped it up, and then we went to hit play, and everything went dark. And everybody started. It's funny because they were like, you don't understand the process of what we go through. We go through a number of different things of, oh, look, the show's having an issue. Oh, my gosh, they got canceled. Is this on me?
Right.
I actually had one buddy that said he hit a pothole about the time it happened, and he thought it knocked his radio out.
That's fine.
Well, look, it's the times we're living in now.
Hey, you never know.
You never know. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Why whatever everybody's the comfortable name with, the terrorists who happen to be Muslims. Okay? Does that seem pretty accurate?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
All right, so what's their beef with young people and parents taking their kids to see a pop star perform, and they're leaving a concert? What's their beef with Manchester, England?
Okay, I will submit this to you, and to answer your questions. They do not. It's not the concert per se. It's not the. It's the fact it's a soft target.
Yep.
And they can easily get into it because it's not defended, and create as big a havoc as possible. And they know anytime that young people or kids are killed, that will bring more passion to the topic and get more headlines out of it.
Which could also bring resolve to allies who come after you again.
Yeah, well, it does, and they don't realize that. I mean, if I'm watching world news today and I'm sitting in some village in Iraq or Afghanistan or Sudan or whatever, I think, well, it's just a matter of time. We're going to have things raining down on us in response to this.
But it doesn't seem to work because here's the second part of that. First of all, so I guess England and any of the people in Europe, they get attacked because they work with the United States who also works with Israel. Is that how all this comes apart?
Rick,
how does it all come together?
One of the pages
I hate all the West.
On one of the social media outlets said basically your bombs, the UK has dropped on Mosul and several of these other places have now come home to fall in Manchester.
Of course, they conveniently forget why those bombs were dropping on Mosul. They've got the circle all out of whack.
Rick, pre 9/11, you basically don't have the U.S. involved in any of it.
Right.
We just it's a police action. You know, we stop bad people. We try to, but that brought it to a new level, and we've been engaged at a new level since then. But I have to ask this question: are the way that we're fighting it working or not? It continues. I mean, we keep having this. Now, what is different in Britain and France and some of these other places, contrary to the U.S. right now?
Well, they have open borders. The open borders and they
have a much larger population of folks from this part of the world who Not all of them, I agree, are car bombers or IED bombers or suicide bombers. But when you have a larger number, your percentage of those people who are radicalized go up also.
Well,
and the fact that that Western Europe, like many Americans, I think, are miscalculating this. They think that we can love them into submission.
Right.
It doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Well, if it did, then
we'd already be at peace.
Well, France would definitely not have had the Paris attack,
right?
And we would.
And they've had more than anybody, by the way.
Yeah, if you look really, and this is a general statement, and I acknowledge that. It seems to be the people who try to do the loving approach and everything's good, you're welcome here, no guns, no anything, get attacked the most, because back to Bubba's original point, they're soft targets. So I will go back to this again. So. They're bent on.
Look in America, what gets attacked here by mad gunmen the most?
Soft targets.
Schools.
Yeah, soft targets.
You got the two things that they really love: kids, and they know that there's not going to be a resistance there. It's a soft target.
Anywhere that's a gun-free zone is more apt to be attacked.
Right.
I mean, that's just a fact. And
it's a general statement because we've had attacks on other things, but you're a lot more likely to see a school, a mall, a concert attack than you are a gun store or a military base. Although we've had them too, but overall, even
in those cases, a lot of times it was from within.
Yes.
Where once again they use our political correctness to infiltrate the military, and here we go.
Right.
That's the other plan that we fall victim to every time because we just don't think. But anyway, so they said the fastest growing population in Manchester, England, is Muslim. And they said that the other part of it has become almost a completely secular society. Now,
England's been that way for a while.
Yeah, now that's another commentary. We won't get into all that today, but it's worth mentioning. The other thing is this, and and we always say this, and we should. Now, we're not saying that all Muslims, and we fall all over ourselves to do this, but here's one thing. I've said it. I'm going to say it again today, and I'm going to watch for it. Where is the press conference? Where is the gathering of peace-loving Muslims denouncing this attack? When it happens, and I'm sure it does somewhere, it just seems to be such a tiny little voice. I just can't quite hear it like I want to hear it. I mean, I want to hear passion. I want to hear calling out fellow Muslims. This is not who we are. It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you for being with us today on the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up shortly. If you're looking to make a hire, I do want you to know that LinkedIn.com/Bubba is standing by and ready to help you. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You can go there right now, and they will, take some screening questions from you. Remember, the first job post is free because you support the Rick and Bubba Show. They'll get some screening questions from you. They'll take this opportunity that you have, because you don't have time to fool with this. I mean, you need to make a good hire. You need to vet out this hire as best you can. You certainly don't need to be interviewing people that don't meet the basic requirements to be truly considered for the role. And LinkedIn.com/Bubba helps you weed all that out, and they'll put it out in front of the 400 million people plus that use LinkedIn.com/Bubba, 40 million job seekers a week, and they'll use your screening questions to get down to the best of the best. And then when you sit down and you start interviewing people, you'll be interviewing the most qualified, and you can make a good hire. Post your job for free today by going to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You also can find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and then put them to work for you. All right, so we understand about we're having tune-in problems today, and we're trying to get you other options. Remember iHeartRadio. If any of our affiliates are on iHeartRadio, WZZK, our home station, is also they have their own app you can get to now. That is tuned in as well, and we'll get it resolved. I'm sure there's some sort of technical problem with getting the live show on our tune-in channel.
It's out of control, Rick.
It's out of control.
Its own mind.
It's got its own mind, so we'll get to that.
It's artificial intelligence run amok.
And remember, this is part of the Monday experience.
Yes.
As long as
Skynet.
As long as Bubba and I have been doing this, I don't know what it is about Mondays, but it is
Gremlin Mondays.
It is Gremlin Monday. I don't know whether. I think people are just going out the door on Friday and they're just like they're not quite sure they have everything ready to go Monday. They just leave and hope it works out.
You know, one of the things that bothers me about this, and I can't do anything about it, is the fact that usually on these things we have control. We just go in and you control it, fix it. It may take us longer than we want it to get it resolved, but we get it resolved. We can't. Somebody probably tune in is controlling our channel.
Yeah, there you go.
And
what is that?
I've lost control, and I don't like it.
Turn around, look at Big Boy. Just stare at him.
Yeah, I needed that.
His smile hadn't changed.
Needed that.
Yeah. You know, didn't bother him.
How about this? Tune in or no tune in?
Didn't catch him off guard.
Nah.
We hadn't used that option enough.
Now, can I tell you who's consistent?
I might need to turn my chair that way.
Right. You know who's consistent on Monday? Big Boy.
Right there.
Man, I'm so glad we put him inside here with us on this move.
Isn't it nice? He is too.
Yeah, look at him.
Out of the elements.
Ain't nothing wrong with him.
No, we need to get one good coat of wax on him. Now we got him inside.
Yeah, we do. Looking
kind of settled.
Looking back over the weekend too.
Buff him up good.
Did anybody get slapped last night on the Grammys?
No, but some of the opening lines were pretty good about it.
Yeah, because to me, if I were doing the Grammys, if you don't think I wouldn't have had somebody come out and slap somebody else. You know what I mean?
Right out of the gate.
I would have done that so fast. If not, I would have done it as one of the artists.
You're right.
I mean, I would have got one of my buddies, and we would have done it if they didn't do it officially.
Yeah.
No way you can let that go. You have to make. But there were some jokes about it.
Yeah, opening it up.
We talked earlier. I they had an article and it listed every category. I did not know one thing. Not one winner did I have any idea who it was.
Look at y'all's winner list story and see if you do.
Not one.
Okay.
I was looking at. I
think
thought
Chris
the same
Stapleton.
thing.
Chris Stapleton won something.
Yes,
but that's about it.
So we know him, right? Let's see.
But all these other Song of the Year and all these, I don't know who these people are.
Here we go. Oh my goodness! Is this it right here? The winners list, yeah. All right, record of the year. Well, we know who Bruno Mars is.
Yeah. Got that one.
Album of the year.
I don't know that song.
No, I don't either. Album of the year, don't know who that is. Song of the year, don't know the song, but know the artist. Best new artist, never heard of them. Pop solo performance, the same person, still hadn't heard of you. Best pop duo group, have no idea who that is.
You've heard of Dojo Cat. Right?
I have not.
Yeah.
No, I have not.
You haven't heard of that?
I have
see Foo Fighters. I know that.
Bubba, you've heard of that?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Has anybody else in the room heard that?
You don't think he rocks out on the pontoon boat?
Speedy, have you heard of that? Greg?
No, I don't know any of the songs. I just know the name, from headlines.
Very few do I.
Best R&B, don't know who that is. Best rap, never heard of that. Never heard the song. No. I so far Bruno Mars and Chris Stapleton is all I've ever heard.
I see CeCe Winans in here.
Wait a minute. Okay, I know. Yeah. I know. I've heard of her. I've heard of Carrie Underwood.
Yep. Got that.
That's in there.
Yeah, but I don't know the song.
None of the songs.
I'm saying I don't know any of the songs.
Well, Greg, right now I'm just trying to get somebody I've ever heard.
I know.
Something I've heard.
Did I see one of the name? Is this the name of the group? I guess this is must be a Spanish award here. It's called Bad Bunny. Am I reading that right?
No,
it says Bad Bunny. Is that the artist?
I call Amanda that sometimes.
No way I'm Googling that.
Or is it the song?
I think
you're the only one that heard it.
No. It has
saying it again.
It has the song before the artist in the list.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't say it because it's in Spanish.
Yeah, I think that's a rapper of some kind.
Is it?
Bad Bunny?
I believe so, yeah.
Bad Bunny.
And I have heard of, I thought it was pronounced Doja Cat, but maybe it's Dojo Cat. I don't know. I'm probably wrong, too.
I'm just out of touch.
What in the world is Joni Mitchell doing getting something?
I saw Joni Mitchell. I saw Chris Stapleton perform. That was good.
Yeah,
that was
You've
good.
never heard of Dojo Cat?
Is it Doja Cat or I don't know what it is.
I have no idea. By the way, I
don't think it's good though. I don't think it's good.
You don't like Joni Mitchell, do you?
I like old Joni Mitchell
No, you
stuff.
don't.
Don't
Yeah.
say that. He thinks he's supposed to.
Don't
Okay,
say
Greg,
that.
You think you're supposed to.
Hey, the war's over. Adler, the war's over.
Like when he went to that Bob Dylan show, trying to act like he was good.
We're out of Vietnam now, so you don't have to act like you like Joni Mitchell.
Yeah, well, paved paradise, put up a parking lot.
There you go.
I prefer other people's version of that, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
County Crows or who?
Of course, Counting Crows didn't do it, did they?
Yeah, I think they did.
No, you're right, they did.
I think they did.
They did.
But Chris Stapleton was good last night, and then Brandy Carlisle, she's always good.
Can I tell you who else I think did the paved parking lot thing? I think Amy Grant did a version of that.
I think you're right.
Didn't know that.
I think you're right, by the way.
Am I?
Yeah, I think you're right too.
Where in the world did I come up with that? I snatched that one right out of there.
Yeah.
Didn't I?
Rick, on a music note,
I used to be a DJ.
That's right. On a music note, I got kind of a music story, kinda. Last night I hear Lisa in the back. She's going, "Hey, Greg, come here." Anyway, a friend of hers' son. These kids nowadays, they're into this vintage clothing, right? They go to these, and they buy and they resell, or they do all this. Well, he came home, and then she sent a picture of it, bragging on this shirt he got at the Goodwill store in Gadsden. Mr. Lucky, Fat Chance Tour 1997. And he didn't know who it was. But here's the funny part. His parents go, not only do we know who it is, we went to the show on the Fat Chance Tour in 1997.
So he thought he'd done a vintage rock shirt?
He said, look cool. He had no idea who it was.
Is it possible the parents carried it to the store and donated it, and then he bought it back?
It may be. But
it's a boomerang shirt.
But it's still, they're still out there, Rick. Now, I doubt he paid a lot for it, but it's still out there in the thrift stores.
I will tell you this, the world's greatest garage band, our concert shirt.
It was a cool shirt.
Was a cool
it had,
shirt.
This is the one with the logo on the front.
It's awesome.
And then the Fat Chance 97
on the back. And he bought it out of a Goodwill store
because
he thought it looked sharp.
He thought it looked sharp. And his parents go, "Oh, y'all went the world's greatest garage band," and they actually came to the show on the tour.
He goes to school. Some kid's got a Guns N' Roses shirt on from Appetite for Destruction.
Exactly.
And he thinks he's sharp. Yeah. And this guy walks in and says, "Can you get any more vintage than this?"
How about Fat Chance 97?
How about Fat Chance 97?
Let's go good.
Mr. Lucky.
Yeah. So they're still out there in rotation.
The vintage stuff, I'm telling you, all my boys kind of, but JC especially, he'll go to a thrift store or something like that, and he'll buy everything up.
Oh yeah,
he loves it.
Yeah.
Saw a picture of my mom and dad, when I was up there, and he's like, "Oh man, they look nice. I'd like to get in their closet," and he was serious. But you want your grandparents' clothes.
Good leisure suit.
What's up with that?
Right.
Maybe a good beige leisure suit.
all that stuff
big old collars.
It all comes back around.
Yes, it does.
Cowboy cut.
It all comes back around. Cowboy cut.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
The Mr. Lucky logo. What's with the casino theme with like the dice and the cards and
no,
stuff?
It's bad luck. See,
Oh,
eights
luck.
and aces.
Yeah, but
Snake eyes.
If you look at it, though, everything on there's bad luck. It's a play.
Snake eyes, eights and aces. Come on, buddy.
Come on,
Okay.
buddy.
All right, now I'm with you.
Come on.
That was a stupid question.
Come on, man.
You talking about the dead man's hand?
You talking about the dead man's hand?
That was a really dumb question.
It really
Sorry.
was. It really was.
Look, there's an arrow going through it.
You don't see the name of it, Fat Chance?
You might have asked that on behalf of everybody else that was confused.
I just didn't. I didn't put two and two together.
Yeah.
Fooled me once, shame on me.
and we did hang out in a lot of casinos. So
Of course,
And he tried to correct me saying Dojo Cat.
Hey, which they say is extremely nasty group. I'm going to get an email pouring in.
let's play something coming out of the break.
Extremely.
Looking at this, they said they made them use the word cat. All right, we'll be back. It's 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is not what we believe. This must stop. I denounce this with passion. This reflects poorly on Islam. This is not of the Prophet Muhammad. Allah is unhappy. Like I would be shouting and have shouted when people do things in the name of Jesus that is wrong. Okay? You point out that's not correct. I just don't hear that voice like I'd like to. Mm-hmm. And I keep, there's this elephant in the room that we just fall all over ourselves. You remember back after 9/11, I think.
What you're saying is, much like we've said about North Korea, you'd like to see China take the lead on that.
Right.
And the news clip every day being the Chinese president said this must stop. The Chinese president just shut the border down with North Korea.
Correct.
The Chinese president just embargoed North Korea, saying this foolishness will stop. So by the same token, we'd like to see the leaders of the Muslim world be the leaders stomping out Islamic terrorism.
Well, I think you can go back. Somebody sent it to me yesterday. I think you can go back to September 17th, 2011. I think that was it. And look, I think he did a good job through the process. But even George W. Bush got caught up in wanting to, hey, Islam is a religion of peace, and he gave that big speech, and there's all kinds of sound clips on it. Hey, where's the proof of that?
Well, I think the immediate concern, Rick, that's certainly a debate for another day.
Right.
But you've got to be able to cut off this bunch who is dedicated to this activity right now.
Well, but my point still is part of that. You know why we don't? It's because we fall all over ourselves to try not to look mean, like you said earlier. And until we decide that we're okay with being called mean, you're not going to make you any safer.
Well, I think what they're trying to do from a strategy standpoint is they say, well, you got some people who are not involved in this, you got some people who are, and you got some people in the middle. So we're trying to cut off the people who are involved's ability to do this without making the ones in the middle turn into replacements for them.
Yeah.
Now, does that work long term or not? We certainly can debate that. But
well, it goes back to the original thing with Trump, where I completely supported what he did because it was reasonable. Hey, he even did the PR part. Look, everybody keeps saying, I'm saying we're going to get rid of every Muslim. He's never said that, never has. But saying screening out through the immigration process of people coming into your country that come from places that have proven that they are cells that train and
they're
set
the
up.
seed beds for these things,
It's reasonable to screen those people.
Yes, it is.
That's reasonable. It's not mean. It's
Vet
not harmful.
them out.
And strategically, it's wise.
And that is coming to America. We're looking at the future.
No doubt. No
Bubba,
doubt.
Rick and Bubba.
I will say this. We were just watching President Trump as he is speaking now at the Israel Museum, and it really was quite moving. And I will say this, as we always are fair here, if, for something to be critical of, we're going to. We're definitely not homers when it comes to things that we've always disagreed with. But I will tell you right now, the speech that he just gave there, the part I just saw was something that was said as straightforward as it could be, and I hope it's something that we stick to. As he said, he went on record, we will always stand with Israel. And it's so refreshing just to hear that be said just straight out, unapologetic, just as straight as we can. Didn't realize, Bubba and I were talking about, you would have thought this would have happened before. I actually got this from my wife yesterday. Went home and we were having dinner, and she says, do you realize that President Trump is the first U.S. president to ever go to the West Wall? And I was like, nah, honey, I'm not sure about that. And so, we did, don't you? We Googled it.
Yeah.
And it is correct. And I guess, like Bubba said in the break, it's such a volatile place. A lot of presidents, I guess, just politically want to stay away from it. It's the thing we've always said about Trump. There's going to be things because of who he is we're going to go, oh, buddy. But then because of who he is, you're going to get some things you actually love, and that is stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Where he just goes up and stands there and prays there. And he said he stood there and he talked about going to the church for the Christians. He went to the wall. He went to the Holocaust Museum.
Met with the Palestinians.
Yeah, and so what he's saying here, the Palestinians probably will not like, but I'm glad to hear him say it, and go on record, and then of course, hopefully he will stick to those words in this process and kind of understand the situation there. I think he's,
I was surprised, like we were talking in the break, that he was the first president to go to the Western Wall, the Wailing Wall.
Yeah, I guess, like you said, because it was just so politically volatile, like we just said. I guess that's why people just said,
Don't you imagine security?
Nine minutes to the top of the hour. Mr. Lucky, Fat Chance, vintage T-shirt, Goodwill, Gadsden, Alabama. That feels so Rick and Bubba. It feels so Rick and Bubba. All right, so we make our way back, looking back over the weekend, and I do want to tell everybody who came from all over to Panama City to the marriage conference they were having at Highland Park Baptist Church there in Panama City. Pastor Stephen Kyle and everybody there, they were just tremendous hosts. Sherry and I left out on Friday afternoon, headed to Panama City. Got a chance to spend some time with Tom and Marianne Bradford, just a great couple that we've all known for many, many years. They flew down with us. They were going to Scott Dawson's summit that he was having over in Destin, so we we traveled with them, and then Sherry and I went into Panama City, and the Bradfords went on down to Destin, but it was good to spend some time with them. But, I didn't really know. I knew where the church was. I'd been there once before to speak. They do these things in September where they bring in speakers on Wednesday nights or Sunday nights. I can't remember what it was, but I'd been there before, and it's a great church. But, Greg, you won't believe this. I want you to think about the childhood memories here. So, when you hit the ground, the first thing you're thinking about is I'm not sure where we're staying. And then we need to get something to eat because we had not even
I would have those in the other order, Rick, but I know what you mean.
Right. So
flip that.
And then there's always the discussion, and because we're only there overnight, we're going to be one night. We do the conference the next day, and then we're rolling back because Sherry's dad, my father-in-law, turned 80 yesterday, so we had to get back for his birthday party, which
congratulations.
I'll talk about that. James Bodine, 80 years old.
Wow.
About that.
And so anyway, we were trying to say I'm this guy, and I know once I get to where I'm going, I don't like to go in, put down your bag, come back out, and then get back in the car, and then go try to find somewhere to eat. I'm like, let's find somewhere to eat on the way to where we're going to stay. Let's go ahead and I start noticing that we're kind of heading to the part because that the Gulf Coast is really, it is just such a beautiful place, and a lot of people go there. And there's all kinds of evolving communities that when we were little you didn't even know about, and some people refer to it as the old part of the Gulf Coast and the new part and all this. So I started picking up pretty quick. I said, Sherry, I think we are really close to a classic, Captain Anderson's. And
remember that from way past.
Look, let me tell you something. If Bill Burgess, our dad, got on the ground in Panama City, you were eating at Captain Anderson's.
Yeah, that's true.
And there was no. I remember being out there, little kids standing out there waiting on our family to be called.
You had to wait.
Yeah.
You had to wait.
By the way, that restaurant is enormous. But and it's sitting right there at the marina. Matter of fact, I've done some fishing trips that left from back out there and then come back in. But what got me is it's rare that you go to a place that you go. I can remember bringing my kids here when they were little. And I can remember my parents bringing me here when we were little, and we'd go down to the beach and eating at Captain Anderson. I said, "Well, we're eating at Captain Anderson," and I said, "Now look, it's a little bit touristy, but how about this?" And I'm gonna go in there. I may get me a souvenir. And she's like,
get a hat.
She's like, we're not gonna do a souvenir shop. I said, well, we're going to Captain Anderson's. And I got all excited, and she got giddy too. And I said, this is a classic. And I looked down.
Did you get a patch for your eye?
I wanted to so
parrot
bad.
to sit on your shoulder. Or anything?
How about this? I looked down at the GPS and I said, Sherry, Captain Anderson is like a little over a mile from where we are.
Let's go.
We are all over.
We're on
this.
top of it.
If you think I'm not going to Captain Anderson's, you better think again. And then of course, she was all about it. She said, that'll be fun. Let's do that. And you know what? Because guess what else we had? The power of a party of two.
Yeah.
The power
take you right
of a party of two.
And
I
you can
saw
be
those
seated.
poor saps out there in that parking lot, and I went by those
Party
poor
of 12.
dads. Oh gosh, all those kids, and they're all doing that heavy leg. They're all doing the heavy leg, and Daddy's out there. People's little faces are sunburned, and somebody's still got a float halfway on. And I just looked at him, and I thought, you poor sap.
You may never get it.
Excuse me, everybody get out of the way. Party of two.
Yeah,
just
two.
a party.
Oh, we got y'all right here.
Yeah, what y'all got? And they're looking over all the other ports. I mean, there's kids laying on the carpet. The dad has tried to get his kids to look at the fish tank. They're done with it. You know what I mean? And I'm like, just two back here, just two. Y'all come on. I mean, not even. Here's how long you got to wait. Y'all come on. And we went right on past everybody, and you know how you wind back through that hall.
Oh yeah.
And you just thinking it's extremely large.
Yeah.
That's a really large place.
Yeah.
And so we went in there, and then of course, Greg, this is one thing you've warned me about. This is kind of tough about getting older. We just can't handle things the way we once could. When you were younger, fried foods and fried fish and all
Hush
that.
puppies all piled in there.
Your body would just laugh at it and say, "Come on in, bring all that you want." And so I'm sitting there, and Sherry's doing that thing. She's looking at some kind of broiled fish and all this, and I said, "I tell you what, get seafood platter. I'll take it fried." And she looked at me. She goes, "You're going to eat the fried seafood platter?"
I know.
I said, "Sherry,
I sure am."
Sherry Burgess, it's a marriage contract." She goes, Do you feel? I said, "We don't even speak till like 4 tomorrow afternoon." I mean,
You got plenty of time to recover.
I got time to wrestle this thing out.
You work through that.
I said, I just don't get to do this much anymore because I can't. I can't do that. I got to do better.
Yeah.
And I said, I do better. You and I have got a sweet little lovey date, and I want to sit here and get all ready for the big marriage conference tomorrow.
All giggly.
And I want to have the seafood platter that I had when my daddy brought me down here when I was 12.
Now, granted, you had a gallbladder there.
I did. By the way, Helmsy,
A young gallbladder.
Helmsy, help me with this.
One without stones.
This gallbladder thing, I keep forgetting I don't have one.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you forget you don't have yours? I mean, I forget.
Yeah, when Buffalo Wild Wings shows up monthly, I forget I've got one.
Well, let me tell you something. I got about halfway through that seafood platter, and suddenly my body said, there's no gallbladder.
Yeah.
Right.
And I was like, oh, wow.
Isn't it amazing?
Sherry looked at me. She said, what's wrong? I said, I forgot I don't have a gallbladder.
Is it amazing?
Why are you sweating?
That it does.
Tried to tell you.
Baby, you okay? Yeah.
Isn't it
I'm
amazing
all right.
that it does that much for the whole system? I mean, it's just a little bitty thing.
It plays a big role in grease.
Yeah.
It does.
I know it does.
When it comes
You're
to,
all over that.
when it comes to
You're gonna eat
grease,
bad.
okay, when it comes to grease, that
Oh, I know.
gallbladder's huge.
Oh, I know. Yeah, mine's about the size of a baseball. I know. That's,
So Sherry looked over and she goes, "You're not finishing your fried seafood platter." I said, "I don't think I can do it anymore."
wow.
You eat a little more than you can handle.
Well, I hit that point where I said, "If you go further,
It's going to get ugly.
it's going to get ugly."
Right.
Well, Rick,
you had to tap the brakes.
To your point, too,
Did you look at it in disgust?
One more hush puppy and I'm done.
Betty eats so well because this weekend we were out at a little place and it's one of these things where you're outside and it's got that, beachy feel to it. And I usually just order something quick. I'll say fried shrimp just because that, first thing comes to mind. And I look over and Betty's got like grilled chicken with broccoli on her. And I'm like, gosh, I never think to order that.
Well, can I tell
It's
you
not
why?
natural.
Can I tell you why?
It's not natural to you.
I mean, it's like my reflex is like fried shrimp.
Yeah, your default's fried
You
shrimp.
think I'm going to sit down at Captain Anderson's? Everything is still just wood. It's got all the beautiful wood and inside. Like you
Ain't changed a bit except added about 3 rooms since you were there. Right?
Yeah, and I'm gonna put on a pirate hat and I'm gonna eat grilled chicken and broccoli.
No,
What?
Rick, no.
Grilled. I eat grilled fish all the time, and I like grilled fish.
Yeah.
I wanted to go back, and I wanted to do like it used to be when I had a gallbladder, and when we were all in here fun zoning as a family.
I mean, we've all had to eat grilled stuff, but do you think it's as good?
That's
fried
good.
stuff?
Oh no way. No.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To be an issue, and of all people, Trump.
Yeah.
He's
Pretty volatile figure,
Yeah.
even around the world. But but when you think about people like that were, but again, I want to be fair. George W. Bush was on record where he stood on all this, so he didn't have to go, get his picture taken by the wall to prove it. But what I'm saying is, you would think he would have been one that would have strolled up there and said, "Well, yeah, sure."
Yeah.
As we said on yesterday's program, when it came to this Palestinian versus Israeli stuff, he just said, "Look, I've read the Bible. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that because it's not."
well, he tried to be a peacemaker to some degree, but he didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't make it a priority because, as we have been told by people that knew him, he knew that it would be in vain. So.
Right. And I know Trump, art of the deal, like I said yesterday, he thinks he's going to be the one to do it, but I hopefully he'll understand. Until you understand the truth of this conflict. But sadly, when you understand the truth of it, you also have to come to a conclusion there ain't a lot you can do about it.
It's a mess, man. It is a mess.
Right. So.
Well, we look at yesterday. We go to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Trump is welcomed like a king. Saudi Arabia has been a ally of the U.S. for many, many years. It's a stable place, which is not something you say a lot in the Middle East. But it is stable because they have a complete dictatorship in place, which is something as Americans we go against. But many people who've served in the Middle East have told me personally that society is not ready for democracy. They can't deal with it. Can't deal with it.
Well, it was like.
So, but back to Saudi Arabia. So, Saudi Arabia is considered one of our best assets and biggest allies in the area. Well, who was 9/11 carried out? It was a bunch of Saudis.
I know.
So, there's always this underlying feeling that the Saudis are playing both sides of the street on this by a lot of people.
Well, apparently they do.
And while it may be this simple, they enjoy their kingdom, they enjoy their money they're getting from the oil business, and all of us are propping them up every time we get in our car. That they They buy weapons from us to defend themselves, so they're a good trading partner. They are stable, like I said, but most people think they pay off the terrorist. They pay them a downy, if you will, to leave them alone. Well, then they go and use that money to attack everybody else.
And then we have people come out of
there's no absolute proof of that.
Right.
Nobody's ever got the check
Right.
and traced it back, but there's that underlying feeling in a lot of experts that watch that area. They think that them and Qatar and some of these other places pay off the terrorists to leave them alone.
Right.
So then they take it to everybody else.
Right.
It's a mess. So what do you do? What do you do with Saudi Arabia? Are they our friends? Or are they not? You know, what? How do you handle them? What's the deal?
Well, yeah, and it's a juggling act, and all the presidents that really we have great respect for have always treated the Saudis like allies, because you got, I mean, you know, and Egypt, you know, it's kind of hit or miss according to who's in charge, but you know,
Egypt wasn't on board with a lot of the peace in the Middle East
right.
back when Israel became about, and then they did later on, and it got their president killed.
And as far as the Palestinians are concerned, it just makes sense to me. I know this doesn't make them happy. Is to say, look, you have a place. It's been given to you. It's been negotiated. So there, you got it. You're not getting any more, and we're not. We're going to let, you know, if you behave and you don't attack Israel, they won't come over and take over neighborhoods and, you know, the West Bank and all that. If you just behave, you know, leave them alone, and they'll leave you alone, and you do have your place. But that just ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, it's thousands and thousands of year conflict. So everybody thinks they own it.
Well, I know this has been oversaid.
We have our view, definitely,
but it has to be said again.
Right.
You have to understand that the Palestinians do not want some of Israel; they want it all.
Right. That's absolutely true.
And until you understand that, you're wasting your time on saying here's a few more acres for you. It doesn't matter.
No.
And then when they, you know, then you're going to go and tell Israel, which we wouldn't tolerate.
Right.
We've said this before. Hey, we had another marketplace blow up, and we went into that neighborhood and plowed all the houses down,
right,
and moved them away further away. Well, now that's mean. Wait a minute, you're telling us we're just supposed to let people bomb us? You know, so we wouldn't tolerate that. Somebody telling us.
Well, every
Yeah.
action is in response to another action that already happened. And like I say, you go back, so you trace it back 2,000 years. You gotta have somebody decide that we're not going to do it that way.
But back to your point about trying to bring democracy to some of the Middle Eastern countries that are either Persian or Arab, I saw just a touch of that.
Now, I'm not saying that, but people who are experts in that area have told me that personally.
Well, let me tell you, because it will take generations.
You wonder if the Americans can handle it at times.
Right. Well, when I was in Nicaragua, I made the goofy assumption that everybody that I was encountering and working with were anti-communism. They were anti-Noriega and all that. I was incorrect. And what it was, I had a conversation with even one of the interpreters there that's all she had ever known. And so she was like, well, do you disagree with the government, you know, helping people? And I was like, and finally I just said, look, let's just be clear. And I tried to present it kindly, because you have to be wise when you're doing mission work where you don't offend I said, I was born in America. You know, born in the USA. Maybe you've heard of Bruce Springsteen.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, so I was raised with founders. I said, now we've gotten away from it a little bit, or a lot of it. And I said, but our founders, they believed in a form of government that maximized individual liberty and
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
We're back 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, getting great feedback from friends and listeners, and that was very, very informative about what's going on in Ukraine with Jim Hawkins. Thank him for taking time to be with us. If you haven't watched it or listened to it, that archive is available wherever you get podcasts. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here, and we welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We just asked for, about 5 hours each and every day.
So looking back over the weekend, so we did we got into town, and again, thanks Panama City, and thanks to the Pastor Stephen Kyle and the great staff there at Highland Park Baptist Church for making Sherry and I feel so welcome, and all the help that you guys gave us. And you put together a great day for all the couples that came from all over the Rick and Bubba listening audience. What fun it is to get a chance to interact with you guys, and thank you for the kind things and the support that you guys have shown all of us here. And it was wonderful to see you get there and talk about what God has deemed as holy, something that He loves, and that is marriage and His design and all of that. And it went really, really well. And we saw God really move. There's some things that that go on that you never ever think about. So my wife Sherry is also with a Student Leadership University. They're doing a tour for youth pastors. It's a youth pastor summit. So she was in Southern California doing that on Tuesday, and her flight, the way that she tried to get back, ended up her not even getting home till Wednesday morning. And so then we turn around and start preparing for this. And so she had been going pretty good, and so we're back in the green room before we come out, and literally 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, and I keep noticing that Sherry is coughing. And she's like, and she keeps coughing, and what we try to do, because Sherry and I, we are equal, but we are not the same. And I like that. The dynamics, there's things that she brings to the marriage personality-wise, other than the obvious, that I don't, and things that I bring that, she's – and so the thing when we speak together, it's really a funny thing to watch, because y'all know me and the way we do the show here. Matter of fact, one of the things that I watched a woman's wife on Saturday night, she said, I just have a specific question. So tell me about all the planning y'all do for the show. How long does that take? Mm-hmm. And I didn't, have y'all ever gotten where you start saying things you think it just sounds better, right, but it really isn't? Yeah. And I did give credit to Speedy and to Adler and Helms and all that. And I said, hey, now there's things that have been put together for us to look at. And I said, but honestly, Bubba and I don't see them, till we're on the air. And I said, we literally in the break will look down like I just did a minute ago and said, let me finish out the weekend. Right. And Bubba said, okay, I'm going to the bathroom. And I said, and we do that. Tell me if me saying this, I know it's true, but I'm trying to make it sound like that we just don't throw this thing together every day, even though it's obvious we do. I said this, but this is true. I said, we really like to get everybody's first reaction. We don't give a lot of detail because we want the reaction to be real. Right. True. And that is true.
That is true.
Now that doesn't mean now that does not mean we shouldn't at least still read a story before we do it. Right. Yeah. As far as news and sports and all that. Yeah. But we really, even with that, I said, like to get on the air, not read it and just work it out together. Yeah. And she said, I would have, she said, I really thought that it would have taken more planning. I said, now I want you to think about that. If it took that much planning, then it would be daunting, because there's another 4-hour show waiting every day. And I really think if we did it another way, I think that would exhaust us to the point I'm not sure that we could meet the bail every time. Yeah. If every day when this thing was over, we had to stay here and plan out the show for the next day until we all went home, and then another show, and then another show, and then another show, I don't think that would work for us. Well, I don't think that's our best hand.
Well, we've tried it. It didn't work. Yeah, right. And the world today, especially with all the social media stuff, changes so quick, it would be outdated. Yeah. I mean, you're right. You can have a general idea, but it just changes so fast.
Well, and also, I made this point.
I mean, you could have a whole show plan. One guy slaps somebody on an award show, and then there's the show the next day.
No, you're right. Well, and look, we've been guests on things before where we get bumped because something happened overnight, and they move you to a different time, or you don't get as much time. So anyway, things change, and it's impossible to do a show that features a lot of things that happen in life if you're always at work and never go live life. Then you don't even have anything to talk about. All right. Yeah. So what was your day like yesterday? Well, I stayed at the office like with the rest of y'all. We were all here. You saw me. Yeah. So we try to, because most of our show, I think that the stuff, everything's, we enjoy all of it, but it's those things that people go, yeah, I can relate to that. That happened to me, or that was funny, or that was interesting, or that was whatever, tragic, whatever. So anyway, so we're there, and Sherry and Sherry is, I am going to prepare every single word I say. There is nothing that is going to surprise me, and I'm going to get what I feel led to talk about with my scriptures that support it, and it's all going to be in front of me, and it is completely planned every second of my session. Now, do y'all think that's what I do?
No.
Yeah. So what I do is I get out a piece of legal pad, okay, and I write down about 5 things I want to be sure I cover, and I will put a little note out by the side going, cross-reference Ephesians 5 right here.
Yeah.
And then I'll have it out in front of me, and then I may look down, I may not. If I remember it, I won't look down. And then I get up there and I just talk the message out, which means my preparation a lot of times takes about an hour, and for Sherry it takes 3 to 4 days. Yeah. Okay? So what she doesn't like is for me to know what I'm doing and be done, and now I'm goofing off.
Yeah. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Now you're a distraction.
She really hates that.
Yeah.
And it's like she literally told me on Saturday at the beach, she said, "You're going to have to go find something to do. Can you go outside, go do something
distracting?
You're going to have to go so I can hear you you moving around. I can hear you opening crackers. You know what I mean?" And I was like, "Well, I'm going to sit here and look at the beach and just enjoy this for a minute, and get ready." And so so now I know not to put pressure on her or bring up anything negative because it might throw her right before we're going out. Right. So I'm thinking to myself, is she going to stop coughing? And she keeps on, and then the pastor comes back. I said, "Yeah, I'm not coughing, going over here." No. And she goes, "All right, we're 10 minutes." And I said, "Baby, I'm just going to have to ask you something."
Oh, boy.
"And I'm sorry about this. What are we going to do about that coughing?" I said, "You're not going to cough like that through the whole message, are you?"
Lozenge.
And she goes, "No." And I've given her a cough drop. What I said, "What?" She goes, "I got a tickle. Like I feel like I keep having this thing, like I have to cough." And I said, "So are you, like, if something doesn't happen, are you going to cough like that?" And then she's like, why are you talking about this? And I've done it. And now she starts to think about the coughing. And literally, we started texting whoever we could think of. You need to pray right now. Sherry is uncontrollably coughing, that she'll be able to do this session, because right now the way she's having to cough, it ain't gonna work. 3 minutes, and I was like coughing, and I said, "Sherry, I'm just going to pray for you, and when you get up there and start talking, I'm just going to pray that the urgency to cough goes away." And everybody, had people praying, doing all this. I mean, literally, I was just trying to see anybody I think that might be able to see a test. I couldn't do that like sometime today, see it. I mean, you need to see it right now. And so we had a lot of people praying. Of course, obviously the pastor prayed, and she got up there and never had a cough.
Wow.
I mean,
that's awesome.
And I thought, well, and I knew it was going to be good, because I thought here's the adversary, everything trying to trip us up right here. It's going to be good. Yeah. And because as much as God loves marriage, Satan hates it, and we've certainly seen the damage of that. But anyway, so she did fantastic. She did great. I'm just always in awe of her knowledge of Scripture and her prep and her presentation, and then I did mine, and then we got to do something that was kind of a Q&A where we got out there together and really got to hear from what was going on with the couples. And we had a lot of couples that made decisions that, I think will be what needed to happen, because until we get right spiritually, there's no fixing these things. Mm-hmm. And so that went well, and everything worked out great. We had a wonderful time together. We saw God really move. Then we had to go home that night. Then we get up on Sunday, and then and then what happened next? It was just one of those things where you're just like, you're on your way, because when you've got your schedule stacked, you can't have anything that throws it out. Yeah. You can't have any hiccups. And it also leads to a funny thing about how we act when our wives are gone. So I'll talk about that when we come back. 15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba.
Your truck doesn't minimize the government in your individual life so you could reach your maximum potential through maximum liberty. That's all I've ever known. And I said, so that is what I love, and that is what I think is best, because I look at the standard of living that we've been able to achieve. Now, as we seem to get away from that plan, it seems to look worse than when we implement that plan. But that's all I've ever known. You have been born in a different situation, and what it was, the disagreement was really quite simple. They believe that it's good that the government should take care of people. We believe the government never takes care of people. They always hurt people, and they never handle it well. You don't want an overreaching, tyrannical government. Well, their view is, well, they're not tyrannical. They're here to help us.
Right.
They provide this, and they provide that, and they provide this. And all I did was try to be wise, and we were looking at the big, gigantic $45,000 trees of life
Right.
that Noriega's, mystic wife has everywhere. Everywhere. And we were just walking through one of the parks, and, I said, that's one of these things.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, she said, oh, yeah, that's, this is Noriega and and, all this. And she believes this and tries to bring us all together, tries to get all the religions to blend into one and us all be one here in Nicaragua. And I said, yeah. I said, wow, that's a lot of lights on that thing. Yeah, and I said, what do you think one of these cost? I've heard American, probably 45,000. Wow. There's a bunch of them.
Mm-hmm.
I said, you would think maybe that money could be used for the people. That's just something to think about.
That's just what you see.
And she agreed with that. She goes, yeah, that's actually a good point. I was trying as kindly as I could to see, is the government really looking out for you? Or do they throw you a little bone every now and then whenever you start kind of getting that revolution feeling? But deep down, it seems to be self-perpetuating for them, not so much for everybody.
All right.
But again, to your point, though, that's all that she had ever known. So to try to change that mentality takes a lot.
Let you know how special America is, doesn't it?
Yep. Bubba cannot do it.
No, you got to get his name right.
Yeah, his name is Roger Moore.
Got a title in front of it.
Is he Sir Roger Moore?
Sir Roger Moore.
I did not know that.
Grew up with, so he was my personal favorite.
Roger Moore, who did play James Bond in 7 movies, they're saying he is dead. We don't believe anything when we read it for the first time anymore, but they're saying that he is dead.
Yep.
At 88, did they say?
89.
89. Okay.
Oh, Roger.
So yeah, that was I didn't really follow the James Bond stuff. So I've seen.
You didn't.
No, I didn't.
You love James Bond?
Not really. No,
I liked it.
Greg did.
I did.
I saw. I've seen them like on cable and stuff like that. But
the early ones I didn't like because I couldn't understand what they were saying. When Sean Connery was on there, Fireball and all that. Those early ones.
Goldfinger.
No, I like Goldfinger. That was a good one.
That was Sean Connery, wasn't it?
I know, but I liked that one. That was the exception.
That one scared me.
That was a good one.
When I was a little kid, I was like,
Mr. Bond.
People painted gold and all that.
That's when he had the villain that had the steel hat.
Yeah,
he'd throw and cut people's head off with it.
Oh, really?
You remember
Japanese.
Jethro Clampett tried to be that guy. Remember, and he kept slamming that hat on his head, knocking himself out?
Yeah,
when he was going to be a double naught spy.
Double naught spy.
Double naught spy. I forgot all about that. That's good stuff. But no, I watched it enough to know who Roger Moore was, and I will watch enough for him to be my favorite James Bond.
Yeah. Oh, he was mine for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Moonraker was
That
top
was my
for me,
favorite.
and Live and Let Die was good. He had a lot of, I think,
What
the
about
classic
Octo?
ones. He was in that one too.
Which one?
Octo.
Here he goes. I just couldn't believe that happened when I was a kid. When that movie came out, I was kind of looking at Mom. She looking at me, and I was like, "Can you name a movie that?" It was like
me and my posse I ran with, Rick.
You're what?
My posse, your gang, your group.
Thank you, Bubba. So
When
much.
we would go see James Bond on opening night, when a new movie came out.
Would y'all all dress alike?
No. But, and it came out, and that one came out, and we're like, well, can you just call a movie that? Is that a foul or what?
Yeah, I don't remember.
And, you're telling your mom, where are you going tonight? Well, we're going to see James Bond movie. What's the name of it? Well, that's something. I don't know.
Hey, and don't tell them when you go to the snack stand, you're going to get a box of goobers to go with it. Remember, I used to get embarrassed every time I had to order that, but they were really good.
Like I said, how about this?
We would laugh.
Just point.
We would get tickled.
Oh, yeah.
That over there by the Raisinets.
Well, look, it's
But not.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Let's go. So, wonderful weekend. Sherry and I got to go do the marriage conference. We felt really good about how it went and watch God move. Our host there, everybody was so good to us. And thanks to even some fans of the Rick and Bubba Show that I'm still trying to thank personally, but pastors trying to find who it was that allowed us to stay at a place where we could be right there on the water.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, they're trying to figure. I was like, well, I need to thank these people, and they're like, well, the pastor's like, I still don't really know who it was. Somebody just handled it.
Well,
but they said
nice.
they're fans of the show. I said, well, let me know. So if that was you, thank you very much, and we are trying to want to thank you personally.
Oh, that's your view too.
Yeah.
We're showing it on TV.
Oh yeah, that was my view. That was where I was sitting, and when I was told to go outside and stop distracting Sherry.
Hey, yeah, that was the question: is what did you end up doing?
I went
so
and sat outside.
Sat
outside, and by the way, those of you that are worried about being terrified of these phones and they're watching our lives. So there was a beautiful gift basket that was left in our room. Thank y'all very much. Thanks to the church for that, or whoever put it in there. It had beef jerky in it. Okay, I never mentioned the beef jerky. I never say to Sherry, I'm going to eat the beef jerky. I go out and sit out on the deck, trying to get out of her way so she can get ready for the marriage conference. We needed to be over at the church a little after 3. Okay, there's never a mention of the beef jerky. I'm the only person with it. I don't interact with anyone about it.
Did you carry it out there where you'd eat on?
I sit out there on the deck and ate it. When I set it down and picked up my phone, that exact brand's beef jerky ad was on my phone.
Stop it.
Oh yeah.
Now that's not possible.
Greg,
Well,
I know you're in denial with
It
that.
happened.
But it's,
Well, he
it's
didn't
happening.
say anything.
But it can see and hear.
Okay.
I think they can see us. I don't think it's just a
Almighty.
hear thing.
They're looking.
But anyway,
I think they can use our cameras.
yeah. So anyway, so everything goes great. We get on the plane. We head back. We're on a very tight schedule. Okay. Now keep in mind that months ago, Sherry's been booked for this youth pastors summit to do the session on pain and suffering with Student Leadership University. They've already done Southern California, and Sherry has been told that she speaks 2:00 local time in that session on the Tuesday of the 2-day summit, all 4 times. Okay, so she has booked her flights as the 2 p.m. speaker on the Tuesdays of all 4 markets. Okay,
yeah.
which means she leaves on Monday, and she gets there in plenty of time that night, gets up, does her part, catches a later flight, comes back home. Okay, and she booked them all that way because that's what she was told. Okay, so we get up on Sunday, and we're headed off to church, and had another beautiful opportunity to. I got to baptize a member of our class. That was just a wonderful story and a beautiful family, and want to be sure we were there. And then after that, I mean, literally while the dismissal is going on of the service, we got to roll and get in the car and head to Sherry's hometown of Gunnersville, Alabama, where we'll celebrate my father-in-law's 80th birthday. Okay. So, and then we'll come back home, and then Sherry will get up and not catch her plane, which is now today, till 4-something this afternoon.
Okay.
Go on to Orlando, speak at 2 p.m. tomorrow in Orlando. That's what we thought. Now, we also know husbands plan their wives being away, and we also take that time and go, I see a lot of farm opportunity here.
Mm-hmm.
I see this, I see that.
Yeah.
She's not here anyway, and
Right.
you just start. You college buddy who wanted to go to the farm. You call him and say this day will work, and let's go do that. You got John Thomas coming in, and let's do that, and I'll go by and get Dad, and he used to coach, and we'll do that. Well, they want to spend out the house. I mean, they could, or we could stay down at the farm. I mean, so then all this
A lot of options.
Home alone.
Yeah, I'm home alone all the way till late Tuesday night. All of a sudden, we're driving in the car going to church, and Sherry, by the grace of God, actually picks up her phone and starts looking at her emails, and I hear, "Oh my goodness, oh what?" And when you see their little fingers, and they just start attacking that phone, and then it's so alarming. I can't even get what it is. Baby, what's going on? And they do that, and they won't even. They just. Well, what was supposed to happen is we get to church. Sherry has to go to a little meeting about the missions thing. That's what has to do with John being here tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going down there. There's a room where you can come and pray over the service that day. Pray what's going on. I'll go down there while she's doing that. And so all of a sudden, when we hit the parking lot, I said, "You have to tell me what's going on." She goes,
Right.
"I'm speaking tomorrow in Orlando, not Tuesday."
Oh no!
And I said, "At what time?" She goes, "Oh, I'm scheduled to speak before the plane even leaves Birmingham." And I said, "What?" She goes, they're doing a different schedule for Orlando. I said, well, are they just now telling you this? She goes, no. I mean, I said, baby, first of all, they wouldn't change the speaking schedule with all these speakers. There's probably 15 people that speak at this thing. I said, who all have to book flights and all that, hotels. I said, there's no way that they just changed it this week or over the something with that. I said, that doesn't really matter. We got to find out. You're not going to make that, and these flights have been booked, whatever. So now that begins to consume this whole Sunday morning. We ain't got a lot of time. We got a birthday party. We got all this. So I'm sitting there in the and of course the first thing I do is I reach out to Oscar and I said, look, by the way, don't miss, you talking about a prophetic word for somebody that didn't even know it. So pilot's name is Mickey that flew us, and it was Oscar's bunch that we usually fly with, back from Panama City. He turns around to Sherry. He says, now we're going to Orlando Monday, aren't we? And Sherry said, no, I just booked commercial on those, because the conference would pay for that, and they did all that. Oh, okay. So I'm not taking you anywhere Monday? I said, no, I told Oscar that we just did commercial. Guess how she's leaving today to get to Orlando? Mickey. Yeah. How did he know? I mean, it's almost like, so that's all we could do.
About like you beef jerky.
It's like they knew something you didn't.
Yeah. That's all you can do because, and come to find out, somebody there at SOU took full responsibility. He said, I didn't realize when I gave you the schedule that Orlando was the only one that was different.
Okay.
So I messed that up. And so they took full responsibility. And so we'll get it handled. But then you get the uncomfortable husband thing. So when you coming back?
Yeah.
And she's like, well, now, there's one upside. I'll just be able to fly down and fly back. So Monday, you just coming back? But why are you, well, I just, well, no, I won't have to miss you as much.
Hate for you to rush.
So you're not going to be gone 2 full days now. No, honey,
No.
I'll be back tomorrow night.
Yeah, probably about 6 hours.
Yeah, right. Are we talking about like dinner? I mean, why are you what do you want specific travel plans? I said, so you'll speak 30 minutes or 45. So are they on Eastern time? And she's like, I get the feeling you're no longer worried about me making my speaking time. You're trying to figure out how long you've got to do. No. That has nothing to do with that. Has not.
But you had some things planned.
Well, I mean, it's not about me. You know what I mean? You're the one that's in a stressful situation right now that we resolved and to get you there and all that. And you know what? I'm glad you won't be in commercial airlines and all that stuff that takes on and drags on for 2 full days now. It'll just be one day, which that's Monday.
Rick and Bubba.
Raising it. It would be so bad, like your friend would. So you going to Snack Bar? Where are you going to get? Popcorn, maybe
sugar babies,
maybe something sweet. Really? Yeah. Because if you're going to get what I think you're, I'm going to stand there when you order it. Nah, I'm good. I can go by myself. So, what do you want? Popcorn and something sweet. What do you think? Yeah, some of that right there.
You got any chocolate covered peanuts?
You talking about Raisinets? No, the other one right there. Starts with a G. Yeah, those will be fine.
You get back to school.
Gomer Pyle's cousin.
Yeah, we thought that was so funny.
Right. We get back to school after the James Bond movie, and everybody want to know what the Bond girl's name was in the movie because that was always something crazy too, So.
Mm-hmm. But that one was just off limits. I mean, it was just like I don't know how you can you just put a movie out like that? I mean, I
guess technically.
I mean, but it's just so straightforward. I mean, it was just.
I would say for the time it came out, it was a little edgy.
It's got to say it's a little edgy right now. It's. I mean, I know that compared to what
say the name
compared to the content of movies, it's not.
Right.
But I'm strictly talking about the name, right, and all that, and the name of the character and all that. It was just you couldn't believe what was happening.
Yeah. How about that?
You're like those were things that somebody might mention the treehouse, but this is right here on the marquee.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, there it is. With lights on it.
Right. So you named your group, huh?
Well, you know what I mean.
What was the name of the posse?
Well, we didn't even know we were a posse then. It was just a group.
I have a great line, but I'm afraid if I try it, it will burn me. So I'm not going to.
There was 8 of us.
8? Boy, that's a lot. Were you the leader?
No, you know what I mean.
Sure.
I'm making a joke to Rick. I'm just not going.
We're on the same page. Yeah. I'm just moving away from it.
Yeah. Octagon.
Yeah. Thank you, Speed.
There it is. We all knew it. We didn't have to say it.
It is an octagon.
Still same.
An 8-sided.
Correct.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
That's why they call it octopus, because it's got 8 legs.
That's right.
Did you see me get stuck?
My heart just stopped, I think.
Is that not
I
what
really
it's
do.
called?
No, it is, but you that'll feed. All of a sudden, I literally felt it hit me. You know what I mean?
I think I got
Isn't it funny what one letter will do?
I got punched.
Rick, my heart stopped for 2 seconds.
It too.
but
For a minute,
what's funny, though-
if somebody could have jumped in that half a second, they could have pronounced me dead.
When you're discussing the sea creature, nobody even blinks. You know.
Well, I did. I did just
Well, you
say
add one letter to it.
Gosh.
Well, more letters.
You add one letter, and there it is.
Take your sip, buddy.
Look, they named the movie.
I
that.
didn't name
this
it.
ain't on.
I think that
This
gives you a
ain't on
green.
us.
This
That
ain't
gives
on
you a
us.
green
This is on
light.
Ian Fleming.
This ain't on us.
It's Ian Fleming.
Obviously,
We
it's
all
not an
believe.
offensive word, or they wouldn't let them name it.
But I mean, nobody sat around a conference table, and said, "I don't know
we
about
can't
that."
get away
Yeah, we
with
can't.
that.
No, can't we come up with something better than that?
Oh gosh.
I mean,
Now I learned from another movie that Ian Fleming was actually a spy in World War II.
is that kind of like that Mr. Rogers lie that everybody always tells?
No, he really was.
Watch out.
You remember,
He
Mr.
really
Rogers was a special? No, he wasn't. He was a geeky old man, just like he was on the show. He was nothing else.
He wasn't a Special Forces Marine.
No, he wasn't. Remember, we used to hear
But Ian
that.
Fleming was a spy in World War II in Germany.
No, I actually saw that.
And that's where he got the motivation
You
from.
saw you set up on that.
I thought
Hey,
you
it was.
I thought you were telling me Roger Moore was. And I was like, no.
No.
So why do we think we
But
have
Roger
sharp
Moore
stories?
also was a star in several movies. You know, he was in the Great Cannonball Run.
Well, that was a classic.
Cannonball Run was.
It was.
What about part 2?
Well, at least you could tell your parents you were going to see it.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true. When you were buying tickets, you weren't uncomfortable.
no.
Oh, when you had to go to the window and announce. Wow. I'll take,
2 for.
I'll take 3 for the Bond movie.
How about just Greg?
Yeah.
Look, now that I guess let me try to get all this in one run. Give me some tickets of that, and give me some of those chocolate covered peanuts.
So I can be done with that.
Let me get through my discomfort, where I can move on. So anyway, so Roger Moore, we think we can declare him dead.
Yes, he died of cancer. He lived in Switzerland.
Did he really?
He did.
Oh, Roger the dog.
Sir Roger Moore.
Okay.
Well, he was great. That was a
We
pretty
gotta say
big
it every
deal.
time.
You get a knot.
Yeah, but
Be a
now,
knothead.
you know what, though? They're overdoing it. They're knotting too many people.
They
Got
are.
dumbed it down.
Yeah, but he was deserving.
Because
Anthony Hopkins, Elton John. I mean, really? They knights. Paul McCartney, knight because you can sing? How does that make you a knight?
Greg, I'm a knight because I pretend like I'm a 007.
Exactly. I agree. Why are we knighting these people? Seriously.
And look,
If there's some over there like a
Hey, sir.
military hero, knight them. But we're knighting singers and actors.
well, look,
Well,
and
it's their way of giving you the key to the city.
we really dropped the ball
Sir,
when we did that.
my rump.
How about we really dropped the ball when we did that for Elton John. He wanted to be made queen.
Okay.
Hit the bed. I mean, if you're gonna do mascot, you know what I mean? Because none of them are really knights.
No, they're not. They're entertainers, and we call them knights.
Sir Paul McCartney's in concert. No, he's not. Paul McCartney from the Beatles is in concert.
Exactly.
Like you sang "Hey Jude," buddy. You know, I don't. The hour of the Rick and Bubba show. carshield.com/Bubba. Always good to hear from those of you that are having a great experience, and glad that you heard us talk about carshield.com/Bubba and made the move. And look, a lot of us, man, we want our automobiles to go further now, and CarShield cars go further. Because here's the deal: if you have a repair and your car no longer has a warranty, because you're extending it because of the the cars are just better than they used to be. They last longer. The warranties haven't seemed to adjust to that. But at carshield.com/Bubba can come in and say, hey, here's a protection plan, and we'll help you with that. If it's covered repair, nothing could be simpler. They'll pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly. You have options to rental cars while yours is being repaired that are covered in the protection plan. You have protection plans that offer roadside assistance 24/7. So it is America's #1 auto protection company, and we save you 10% by you going to carshield.com/Bubba or mention the code Bubba if you call 1-800-391-8888. You also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So we'll work out on Sherry will get to Orlando today differently. Now, for her, it will be a lot simpler. It'll be a lot less hassle, but it will cost us money that we didn't intend to have to spend. But they're working on that, and I think they're going to refund that and all that. So it'll all work out. They took responsibility for it. It was just one of those things. But it brought a lot of drama.
Yeah, I can imagine
into a schedule that didn't really feature a drama option.
Well, I'm gonna tell you that flight. I mean, they cost, and we know that.
Yeah.
But boy, they really cost now. I mean, wow.
Ooh, buddy.
Because I tried to look at one to go down to see a space launch, and I just couldn't make it happen.
Well, I will tell you this: after what we went through trying to go on our vacation, and like what Sherry had to go through to try to get back from California, where she eats up really a day of nothing but airports and stuff.
Oh yeah.
It may just be worth, going to take a second job.
Yeah.
Because I have this weird concept about travel that you pay for. I want to get where I'm going when I want to get there.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole thing going.
I understand there's things that nobody can control. I'm not talking about that. Weather, things like that. I'm talking about just inefficiency.
Yeah.
Just not doing a good job.
Last time I was in Orlando, I looked at driving back. I mean, I thought about trying to drive back. I've never made that trip in particular, which is about 8 hours, I think. Yeah. But wow.
Well, in the world of leasing planes and then some or chartering planes, in that world, once it exceeds a trip of about an hour in length,
it gets nasty.
It starts just getting UGLY. You ain't got no alibi. You ugly. Hey, you ugly. But you know what? I've noticed those because when we landed in Panama City, because of the inefficiency of the commercial airlines now, and it is pitiful. We landed at the airport there next to the international airport where all of the private planes come in and out. Yeah. Bubba, there were planes as far as you could see, and really? I asked those that work inside that. They said, "Oh, this is the people are drifting to this world so fast because they don't like paying. The commercial's not inexpensive. They don't like paying and having to map out a day of airport, suffering." And inefficiency and planes not leaving and this is that and they got to wear a mask on the plane all the time and nobody can figure out why that's going on and so that world has become. I couldn't believe these people that have planes. Let me tell you something. They're in the air all the time because people are going, look, at the end of it all, if you get the right length of trip, then I really save anything. Yeah. Especially when you can put multiple people on.
Yeah, that's key
for the same price.
And then you don't have to.
By the time you bought all those tickets,
and you don't have to get hotels. You don't have to buy meals. You don't. All
I was going to say after the drama subsided,
and in Florida toll roads.
Yeah, and you guys got closure on the schedule. She's the winner on this.
Oh, she wins.
Yes.
Yeah, Sherry's life really. I mean, a little bit of panic of oh no.
Right. Once that was
over, and I immediately just said, baby, look, go to your meeting this morning. This is going to be handled.
Right. And I'll be at the farm. I'm sorry.
And now tell me again. when you speak at what time? And so anyway, no, it's great.
My ultimate goal. Talking about Orlando, I want to go to see a launch, and I want to land on the landing strip where the shuttle used to land at the actual facility.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not even have to drive over from Orlando. Wouldn't that be cool?
Ooh.
Yeah. Wow.
So
I don't think Elon can even do that. I don't think Elon can even do that.
So they got a runway there. There's no. It ain't like a shuttle's gonna land on you.
Yeah. So if you are going to the Youth Pastor Summit Orlando stop, and with Student Leadership University, Sherry will be there today. And so will all the other speakers, I assume, unless they too thought they were all that the 4 schedules were the same for all of them. Anyway, and then it happened. So we solved that problem, because we're problem solvers.
Yeah.
Now it's thrown a little curve on some things I had planned, but that's fine.
Hey.
I'm glad it's resolved. My piddling around is not.
Do you need me to go fishing on your behalf?
Would
Rick,
you mind?
Pick up the slack.
Would you mind? Would you mind? How about I thought you were going to get a chance to hang with John Thomas tomorrow, but now it looks like it's going to rain like crazy. But anyway, if you want,
how long is he going to be here?
Tomorrow's the only day that I'll have access to.
Wow.
But look, I'll find him. John's going to come by and be on the show tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Hello, Rick. This is John Thomas. Is it Bubba's birthday? I said, have you called him yet?
Yeah. I'm going to tell you this though, Rick. If the system,
I was wondering
if the system does what they say it's going to do, it could be late afternoon.
Yeah,
he might be four wheeling.
So if you want a 4-wheel tomorrow afternoon,
water.
If you want a 4-wheel tomorrow afternoon,
I've got Is it really? Oh, that's even better.
It's gonna rain.
Oh
That's
yes,
even heavy.
yeah,
It's
be on
gonna
the
rain
back
heavy.
side of the system. Lots of water, lots of rain.
So that's going to happen. We'll work it out. So now on Sunday we're headed to my father-in-law's 80th birthday. It's going to be at a pavilion on beautiful Lake Gunnersville. My brother-in-law said, I'll bring the grill. And that's when I first went, oh, you know what now? She said, well, now my brother's going to bring the grill. She said, we're bringing the hamburgers. He's bringing the grill. And I said, well, who's grilling? And she said, well, I don't know, Rick. I mean, we're just whatever. And she looks and she goes, do you have the Rick and Bubba spatula in your hand? I said, well, I'm bringing it. And she said, well, I don't know. He may be grilling the burgers. I said, well, but
Rick, let somebody else
I
grill.
grill the burgers. Everybody knows that.
Rick, let somebody else grill.
And she's like, well, are you going to bring that? Can he use it? And I said, I mean, does he know how to grill burgers just like I do how? She goes, a lot of people know how to grill burgers. It's not that's not some great feat.
Yeah, it was actually going on before you were born.
And I said, so what am I going to do? She goes, here's an idea. You may visit with my family. What about that?
Yeah.
Because I like
to talk to James for a minute, Rick.
I like being the guy on the grill. I said, I like being that guy. But now I'm on the road now. See, I'm leaving home turf, and I'm on my brother-in-law's turf.
Yeah. That's right.
And it's his grill.
Mm-hmm.
And
you're on the road.
And he's a big charcoal guy, and he's really outstanding. A lot of wind yesterday. But anyway, so.
Rick, are you like the guy at Top Golf that brings his own clubs?
Yes.
Like if you go to a cookout, you bring your own stuff?
Have you ever seen all these other spatulas that are out there compared to ours?
I'm telling you,
embarrassing.
It's a shame we've lost that manufacturer because that was a good one.
So we're driving up there, and Sherry goes to the back of her car, and you see the burgers, you see the birthday cake, and there's a spatula right there. She goes, so you're really bringing it? And I said, well, nobody. Is it official who's grilling? She said, no, but my brother-in-law, your brother-in-law, my brother is bringing his grill. I'm thinking he's probably planning
you think he brings the utensils with his grill.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And so we get there, and then I see it. And I walk over, and he says, you got the burgers? I said, I do. And I go over there. And
He
I
already
said,
had the fire going good?
I said, we got the fire going. He said, well, I'm about to start it right now.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. And I said, and of course, first thing.
You got to wait till them coals are hot.
First thing I thought of, at my place, it'd already be warm.
Rick, he's traveling too.
I know. And it's hectic. Everybody's coming after church.
It's a road show.
So I go over and see the man we're celebrating, and I said, and he said, I brought some burgers. I said, be happy to grill them. And he said, well, I think Jamie's got going very like that. And
got it covered.
Yeah.
You weren't holding the spatula at the time, were you?
I was.
Yeah, he was shaking.
I actually was.
I tell you what,
I had it in my hand like I was ready. I was hitting it on the other hand, and I said, and then I ease over there.
You got to be careful doing that though, Rick. Somebody will ask for it.
I know.
That's
you're right.
right.
You're right.
You got to be careful.
And
Because
so I
you can't give them away now like you used to.
It's like Greg with pens; he'll never bring it back.
There comes this moment where I'm over there next to my brother-in-law, and he's literally standing in front of the fire. And I'm like standing there with my spatula,
like trying to wedge. Did you use the spatula to wedge your way around him
like that? And I said,
Let me flip just one.
Let's give it another minute before I put them on. He goes, well, I'll go ahead and grill the burgers. And I'm like, so I brought the burgers. And he was like, yeah, but of course it's my grill, and I've got the fire.
Right.
So just let
Is it uncomfortable?
And I said, you're going to use that spatula?
Rick.
And I said, what do you think about this? And he goes, well, that is nice. And you ever seen a guy?
You hadn't got your family.
And so,
at least tell me you at least left it.
They're hard to come by.
Yeah.
And I said, and he said, man, that is sturdy. I said, that's something in it.
Were the coals white?
He finally got the coals white, and he went to put them on there, and there was one last run I made to kind of go over there, and then out of nowhere comes Roger. Roger says, well, what are y'all doing this season?
Who's Roger?
Roger is one of Sherry's cousins.
Oh, okay.
What y'all doing this season? I said, well, we've handled it. And he said, well, I've got, and all of a sudden Roger brought his own seasoning. I mean, he had.
So wait a minute.
He had freezer bags full of different seasonings and stuff like that. He goes,
I'm afraid you can't make fun of that, Rick. You brought your own spatula.
No, you're right. And he's like, let me season some of these. Then all of a sudden, this separate side of Roger's patties and my brother-in-law's patties, and I realized.
How'd you keep them all separate?
Well, and finally there was that terrible moment where Sherry comes over and says, Rick, just leave from over here. Just let them do the burgers, and you come over here and visit with my dad, and
Are you leaving your spatula?
And like that, and she goes, and take that back. And I said, well, they can't have my spatula. She says, go give it to them. You can see, honestly, really, Rick, it is better. That right there. And I see, I see my brother-in-law struggling with this little kiwi spatula like that.
A little fork.
And then she was like, I will not move until you take that to him and let him have that. I walked over and I said, you want to use this? He said, yeah, I could. And I said, I guess. And I walked away. I felt so defeated. I just felt so useless. Do you know what I mean?
You lost your friend.
What am I going to do now? Set up the chips?
Rick, it's tough for you just to turn control over.
It was. It's burgers on the grill. Right. It's just, and I got to spend quality time with my father-in-law on his 80th birthday, and that's good. And I'm glad of that. And
so I got to go back to the uncomfortable moment. So until you handed it over, you're standing by the man grilling out with just a spatula in hand, just standing there.
Wanting him to move a little more to the right so I can get over there.
Did he keep looking over at you?
Yeah, he's like, finally he said, I think I'm going to do it. And I said, well, not with this spatula.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Worth $800 million. Good for you, but you're not a knife. We'll be back. Your phone calls are next. So, and speaking of evil, sharks. We now, Bubba, and this also is a little bit of a tech update here.
Yes, I love technology, but not as much as you think. But
Technology, will it help though? I'll tell you what, whoever pulled that bow across them cello strings the first time.
They had them something, didn't they?
Somebody said, I'm working on something here. What do you think about this right here? I got something to say.
You know what somebody said? Reminds me of a shark attack.
Yeah, that sounds like a shark moving. Somebody said, well, good, because we're doing the soundtrack for Jaws. Oh, what you just said.
That thing here it comes.
Woo! Can a high-tech bracelet keep you from being attacked by a shark? Well, it's here. They're doing some tests. They say the tests show promise.
Yeah.
And Bubba, this deals with one of your favorite things, the wonderful world of magnets. Oh, buddy.
Love magnets.
Mm-hmm.
Love them.
I know you do. I know you love magnets. That's why I'm excited about this
They're
story.
one of the great mysteries of the universe.
And there we go. That's exactly what I was looking for. So it says that Southern California, and this is what I like on the prophecy that we've been talking about, the animals are now attacking and uncharacteristic numbers. I love this first line. The rise of shark sightings around Southern California, the rise, more, has led researchers to help people who've been put on edge, who like to surf, and to try to communicate successfully to the shark that you are not food. Now, here's a problem with that statement. I understand we want to repel sharks, got it, but we are food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's all they do is look for food.
Right.
That's their day.
When they eat human beings, and
we're not your normal food,
right? But I mean, we just as good as anything else.
I don't know. You never know. We may not taste as well as a good old seal.
That's true. Maybe it could be a preference. Now, and this is one of the reasons when you have
they may get in a huddle. I don't really like humans.
When you have calves like Rick and Bubba, that's why we don't like standing in shallow water. I mean, because let me tell you something. You've seen big old people eating those big old turkey legs walking around the fair, Six Flags.
Yeah.
You see our calves in the water, you want to take a bite of it.
Yeah, that's exactly how they see them.
Yeah, I mean, how about this? My calf, you'd eat on that for a few days. So I just feel like that my calf looks delectable in the Gulf, and I don't like it. I'm really just fine looking at the Gulf. Because and if I go to the east or the west, I don't want to get out there at all. And I certainly won't get in the water in Australia or South Africa.
No. Heck no.
When I was in South Africa, I just looked at it.
Well, we've known for a long time that sharks have an ability. Their sonar is based on electrical impulse, and they can literally see and sense what's around them. They've almost got sonar.
So they're saying the magnetic force that this bracelet puts out makes them go.
The magnetic field messes them up.
Yeah,
they're uncomfortable around.
When I eat a seal, to Greg's point, when I eat fish, when I eat some floating something, it doesn't give me this signal.
Yeah,
I don't like this signal. That must not be something to eat.
Yeah.
Well, think of it this way
I'm coming
too,
up on
Rick.
a boat or something.
I don't like it.
It's kind of like covering your eyes up. If you're walking in a certain direction and your eyes become covered, what do? You stop because you're unsure of your surroundings. Exactly. You try to readjust. And they're saying these magnets and the magnetic field that the magnets throw off mess with the shark's very sensitive sensors to magnetic fields.
So they said commercial fishermen started developing this, and they took it further because they hated that sharks kept getting on their lines when that just becomes a hassle. They want to catch what they're trying to catch, and sharks will also attack a fish you're bringing in, bite it in half. So they started putting these magnets on their hooks, and it was repelling sharks. So they put out a dummy floating on a surfboard or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they even put bait in the sock that was hanging off, right?
A boot. They had a boot. They were testing.
I'm watching it right
water.
now. Pretty intriguing.
Yeah. And the shark was coming on the attack and then turned away.
Yeah. And by the way, it has to get real close before it to work.
Yeah,
it's a little closer than you want it to be.
Well,
we're talking inches away.
It's a permanent magnet. It's not a sonar buoy type thing. So but still, if they turn off the attack, they turn off the attack. So that's better than nothing.
I would rather a shark almost eat me than eat me.
Absolutely.
True. Now, everybody with me?
I think I want one.
Yeah,
now,
it's worth it.
Whoever's the inventor here, I want you to put one on and dive in if you're so big about it.
There we go.
Well, there's no need to do that. You can test it.
Did you just say so big about
If
it?
you're so big about it, get in there and dive in.
Well, that really would be the true test.
Just like the bulletproof vest guy letting somebody shoot him.
Well, I wouldn't say that's wise either, Cam.
And to the phones we go. Alan out of Nashville, Tennessee will get us started, but you can get in right now, too, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. 30 seconds a pop. 2 timeouts are available if we need to expand on your call. And all the lines are available, so if you move right now, you'll get in there. So at the end of 30, there it is. And see, then we get that line moving. We keep it moving. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Alan standing by. Let's get him... there we go. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Hello, Alan. Alan, 30 seconds.
Good Monday morning, brother.
Thank you, man. Go ahead.
Yes. Well, I was at a funeral this weekend for a family friend. He was about our age that passed away.
Sorry to hear that, buddy.
But thank you for that. But we're there, and of course, the opening song is a song that this man played. He was a musician, and then we get the preacher doing his little obituary and little opening. Have a couple other typical songs you would hear at a funeral. And about 3/4 of the way through the funeral, they sit down and start playing another song, and all of a sudden, I think I'm watching the Rick and Bubba show because they're playing Will in the Sky. But all I could
they did not.
Will of me and Bubba. Yes, they did. And all I could see, my wife about had to walk me out of the sanctuary because all I could see was Bubba sitting in front of the Will of me. And I was sitting there just giggling and cutting up. And, of course, people are, it was hilarious, guys.
Let me ask you this. Is that a normal selection for a funeral?
Well, I've been to some different ones. I've heard some songs. I'm a pastor, and I've heard some songs at funerals when I'm going, are you serious?
I know.
And I just thought, Will of me. All I could hear was flowers.
And they were everywhere.
Yeah, they were everywhere.
Yeah. Well, Alan, that's hilarious. Thanks. One timeout is gone. Only one timeout remains. 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to get in, and you can now. Let's get a Todd. Yeah, Toddy. Todd in Birmingham. 1047 WZZK. Todd, go ahead.
Hey guys, you were talking about traveling and all that. And I know your wife was on had to get to where she was going because she was speaking. But when it comes to vacations now, and my wife and I love to fly, but we just drive. We're going to Arizona this summer to a big lake, Lake Powell. It's in Arizona, Utah. We're going to take our time driving out, take our time driving back.
Yep.
If we want to see the world's largest ball of twine, we'll stop and see it.
Yeah.
Now, are you retired, sir?
I certainly agree.
I just used my time out on the funeral call. I'm sorry.
Well, I agree with him. I mean, if there's no, hard, I got to get there, or you have the time to leave in time to still be there when you want to by driving. I'm telling you, driving's becoming, I know gas is.
And you can afford it, yeah.
But guys, I'm telling you, that airport life is just misery.
Have you ever got any of
it's
those?
misery.
Have you ever got any of the clearances? Those extra TSA things, so you move through the thing quick. You do have that?
I don't. Sherry did one that's.
There's a couple of different ones.
She got
right?
roped in that one that's called Clear.
There's one Clear. Is that the one the TSA has?
No, it's another one. It's another bunch.
What happened with that Star deal? Do we still have to have it?
I think giving us to 2023 to get that.
I'm not willing to put in the effort on some of them, but
what's the one the TSA where you get to go quick?
Yeah.
TSA pre-check.
That's
pre-check. That's not Clear. That's different.
It is.
Yeah.
I have pre-check, and it's been handy quite a few times.
How do you get that?
You actually have to go to a place and take a quiz and be like, "I'm not a terrorist," and then they get back to you later and say, "Okay,
you have to go take a quiz."
I had to go to a place, go to some office building downtown, and
you have to show multiple forms of.
I'm not willing
bring
to
a
do
bunch
that.
of ID, and then you pay $75, and it lasts 5 years.
Yeah, the Clear one. The problem with it, unlike the TSA, is Sherry says when they have someone there ready to go, it really helped. She said it really helped her going to California, but then on some of her stuff coming back, you go up there and it's got Clear, but nobody's there. So then you end up back in line anyway.
That's good.
So she said it doesn't come through as much as the TSA one does.
Because I see
but it's
different-
much easier to get it, but it's just not as it just doesn't do as much.
So which one is better?
TSA will you'll be able to use it every time you go to the airport. On Clear, it's kind of hit or miss.
Some airports have it, some don't.
Well, and even when they have it, it
may not be open.
Sometimes they don't have it open when your flight's going. So
what? You mean they can't find enough people to work?
No,
Are you kidding me?
No, they can't. Jeremy in Alabama, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I heard the guy calling about funeral songs. I work in ministry as well, and I was at a funeral, and you had your typical "Go Rest High on That Mountain" and "Amazing Grace," that kind of stuff. You raised me up, and then after the speaker got up and spoke, I heard "Red, red, 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 redneck," and it was the chew tobacco spit.
Now you're making that up.
Hey, look, I'm not making that up, and somebody from the family hollered out, "Y'all, it was her favorite song."
Oh my goodness. Mark in Florida. Why wasn't I there? Mark, go ahead.
I'm still trying to figure out "Wheel in the Sky."
No, interesting choice.
Yeah.
Mark, go ahead. Oh, boy, we lost Mark.
Let's go, Mark.
We're out of time. Someone said that C.W. McCall died. We knew that, didn't we?
Yeah.
We just Bubba wouldn't mention it.
Yeah, I couldn't mention it.
Yeah,
but we play a song so much.
Yeah, right. You couldn't talk about it without you lip quivering.
Y'all had to bring it up. Right. Y'all have to bring it up, and then I'll talk about it.
Yeah, 10-4. Top of the hour. If you're wrapping up your Rick and Bubba time today, we apologize.
Red.
We'll miss you. But if you got more Rick and Bubba, top of the hour, and the Rick and Bubba show will continue.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tested on a dummy.
We put chum in the water.
Here's the
and
dummy.
it worked.
Let's watch it. That's a hammerhead.
This is the one that goes away from it, and then it shows you one real
but
close.
move around with it on. Don't. Yeah, I mean, what if? He made us go. Well, that's just some dead something. I ain't putting with that. Get in the water and move around with it on and see how it does.
Well,
Just see how quick. Watch it. Keep watching it.
Just saying.
There's more to it.
Oh yeah.
So do we have one that's coming on the full run and pulls away?
Yeah.
It's got audio, Rick, if you need it. I don't know if it'll help
Now, they
any
said
for those on radio.
The boot's full of chum too.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
They put bait in it.
Bright light shine in your eyes in a dark room.
So how effective
Look,
are shark
see how
baits?
close?
Well,
Well,
that
in
was
one
close.
test, the creators placed a dummy on a board and filled its foot with fresh fish bait. The
Like a
sharks, as you
slug.
can see, can smell the food and want to get to the dummy's foot. But with the shark bands on,
Oh, look at
they
that.
turn away just as soon as they get close. Without the device, the bait and the foot are gone in 2 minutes.
Oh, so they took it
Other
off to
tests
see
the
if it
crew
was
did
true.
show similar shark-repelling results.
Commercial fishermen use long lines to catch the whole range of fish that we're eating, and they catch a lot of sharks on accident. And so this technology was originally used to try to prevent sharks from biting the hooks, so that they would only catch the fish that they wanted to catch.
So what do real surfers and ocean swimmers think about this magnetic shark repellent?
I've seen sharks while swimming. It's sort of scary. I just need it for life. I just want to, whenever I go on a trip or anything like that, I would love to have it.
I feel like for surfers, that's incredible. It's basically like an Apple Watch that keeps away sharks.
And with shark bands, the inventors assure us you won't end up like their cameras.
But when you took the old band off, it was a new game.
It was.
So obviously it is repelling the sharks at some level.
Is there
So
more?
I'd have one on all the surfboards. I'd have one on both ends.
Wait a minute. There's some more.
Yeah, here we go.
Now, what is this guy saying?
So I heard about the lion. There was a lion. So I just started growling like a lion.
Right. Well, that may scare him off, may not.
Right.
Somebody here says the boy was bitten while wearing it.
Oh, buddy.
Well, that's my point. If you really want to impress me, dive in and get around them.
How you doing?
Brett.
How you doing?
Hey.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, guys.
It's better than nothing, I guess.
Z93 Gadsden. Go ahead.
I seen this product on the evening news the other night, and they did show a boy that had a bandage on his arm that he was bitten while wearing, one of these devices. So
Wasn't eating though.
It's not a cure all, is it?
Well, I tell you this: what if
That's right.
it might actually work? Might have saved his life.
Yeah, but
he
you-
might have locked in.
Because here's my point.
You know what you have though? There's sharks out there
Wearing
with
shark
resolve though.
repellent bracelet
You're
for
right.
the first time. Teen suffer bitten by shark.
Well, here's the deal.
What we're trying to do is to repel the sharks that don't have resolve.
Yeah, you're not in a steel cage.
If you were in a magnet suit, but like it's depends on the angle he comes. Like if I got on this hand and he comes from this way,
Yeah.
you know,
I'm gonna be covered up in
still
them.
better than nothing.
I'm having them on all fours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about this?
And
I have
in
one
my
around my
bathing
neck. Yep. I'm going with a belt too.
My snorkel's got one.
Get on the break real quick.
Jerry, I'm going with a belt.
Oh yeah.
I got a belt,
Magnet belt.
necklace, fall in the water and sink to the bottom. I got it all.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the phones we go. Jake and Boaz will try it again. Here we go. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Hello, Jake. Welcome to the program. How are you?
Hey guys, I'm good. I was going to tell you that shark repellent thing, it sets off an emission that sounds a lot like "Don't be mad with me."
He got it perfect. I'm not even gonna play the recorded one. That was so good.
It's awesome.
I mean, he is the standard.
That's so good.
Don't you agree?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
David in Decatur, 100.3 The River. David, go ahead.
Monkey grass and green eggs.
Go ahead.
Are y'all familiar with the show River Monsters with Jeremy Wade?
Oh yes.
Yes,
Oh, I'm
uh-huh.
a big River Monsters guy.
I watched the episode the other day, and he was trying to catch a tiger fish because there was a theory that they had eaten some people that fell off a ferry. So he had checked with some ex-cannibals in Africa to see what human flesh tasted like, and they said it tasted like pork.
Okay.
So he started fishing with pork.
Bubba just gave you a timeout. Hey,
Pork or cork?
Pork. Yeah, I don't think it tastes like pork. What? Is that a meat I'm not
I
aware
can't
of?
understand what you're saying.
So,
Goodness.
so cannibals say,
I don't want to talk to a cannibal. I don't want to go up and ask a cannibal, hey, what's human meat taste like?
No.
I don't want to.
You know why? Because you don't know what he's got planned for lunch.
I know. And you turn around, they say, look at that rump.
Yeah.
Dang. That's the best part. They say that.
They do.
They go for the rump.
What have you been on cannibal.com?
That's a fact. I don't think you can. That's a fact, just like a deer, the hindquarters.
You talking about your rump roast?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I can get that rump, cut it right. That's the truth. Watch any of the specials.
What special?
You've watched the cannibal.
What specials?
Making all the look it up. I'm looking it up.
Now he's backing up on it.
So pork. That's what we taste like. Interesting.
Pork rump. I'm just telling you.
That's
I'm
interesting.
no cannibal, but I know. Yeah.
Well, I want all cannibals to know I'm a little gamey. Stay away from me.
Yeah.
Or did we still have cannibals somewhere? I mean, how does he go
Oh,
ask?
they're right there. You can't get rid of them.
Well, he just went on cannibal.com and looked up his local chapter. I guess.
I can tell you about one, Jeffrey Dahmer.
Rick, I'm talking about, though, to go talk to.
Google what does humans taste like. Do it.
What part of humans do cannibals eat most?
Here we go. All right. Oh my gosh, did you just Google that?
Upper
I'm
thigh.
going to.
He's saying that he saw a documentary. He watched that movie about the soccer team that crashed on the
Oh,
mountain
yeah,
or
that's
something.
what it was. Because they were fighting over the rump.
I got a line I'm not going to say.
Oh, no. There's a Tim Wilson joke here, too.
Boy, that movie's... Ugh.
If you just joined us.
Right.
What if you're in that situation?
A guy just said they interviewed a cannibal because River Monster guy was looking for human flesh taste, and he went to a cannibal and asked him about. By the way, you're really brave. I send somebody else to ask the cannibal.
Yeah. I email him.
Yeah. Hey, Adler, run over and ask those cannibals what we taste like and get back to me.
All 6 of them look kind of lean.
Sending you ad.
Yeah, and see, I think it's safe. You don't want to see anybody that looks like dinner. Ain't nobody going to eat Adler.
No.
What do you mean by that?
Well, they wouldn't be a good appetizer for them all.
They'd look at that and say, nah, we have to put that in the cage, fatten that one up.
10 things you always wondered about cannibalism.
No, Greg, please don't read it. I'm really
That's the thing. I don't think any of us have ever thought about this.
No, I haven't.
I would think it'd be kind of an upper thigh, right around the butt.
So we're going to go there.
I mean, it's just tender. Feel yourself and feel.
I'm back
where
to
I'm not going to do that.
Not going to feel myself.
Oh,
not right
here.
now.
Hey, right
Nope.
there.
Seven minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Coming from the No Name Studio, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang, all here this hour. And join me in welcoming back Bill Bubba Bussey. Bubba, how you doing?
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
All right, so you were talking about there's this movie that we've all been hearing about. There's so many different ways to see so many things now, and not all of it's very good, but a lot of it is a waste of time. But every now and then, you find a little nugget, and you finally saw a movie that my son actually was telling Sherry and me that we needed to watch it, and we did too. And you saw it this weekend.
Yeah, I think you had mentioned it. Helms mentioned it.
Yep.
My son mentioned it this weekend. So Betty and I sit down to watch The Atom Project, and it was really good. I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I was too. I'll admit I was a little bit nervous, because we're old, and when young people are telling us to watch something, of course Helms helps because he was probably the oldest person that told us to watch it.
Yeah,
and that helped.
Yeah, stars Ryan Reynolds, Jennifer Garner, Mark Ruffalo's in it, and several other pretty big names. So
yeah, it was really good, and if I'm not mistaken, this is just a Netflix movie, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, and now it's got a lot. It's watch out on time travel.
Yeah, we had a lot of science and time travel in it. And
is that okay? I mean, I know you kind of like that. Yeah.
I love that. That's
Sure.
that's what hooked me. Yeah. Time travel. All right, I'm on. Let's watch it.
Yeah. So it's but it had some depth to it. I thought. Yeah, and it was.
Yeah, it wasn't all just around that. I mean, it had a lot of relationship issues and. Oh, it's just good. I mean, I like Ryan Reynolds pretty much in anything he's in. So.
Now, I'm not giving anything away because it's in the trailer, but he basically teams up with his younger self. Is that right?
Well, there you go.
Well, no, it's in the trailer. It's in the trailer. I mean, you see that if you just watch the trailer.
No, it just feels good for me sometimes to try to divert this stuff.
Right, yeah, right. But every time I think of time travel, I think of Bubba. I do.
That's the reason I told him about the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good, though. I mean, he's on a mission and ends up meeting his younger self, and they have to work together.
Their banter back and forth is awesome. It's hilarious.
Because they are very much the same person.
Yeah.
And, it kind of goes against these other time travel movies where you can never meet yourself.
Yeah.
Where it calls some paradox or whatever. They're like,
let's go ahead and get this out of the way.
Yeah. Let's get this
done. Yeah, I didn't, the whole...
had the sci-fi with the ships and the robot things and all that.
Yeah, it was
good.
It was an interesting. What I did, the only way I can make it through it is I just didn't let my mind try to comprehend what was happening here.
That's what I have to do.
I just simply said, this has got some pretty good dialogue. I like these characters. Yeah. Thankfully, something that is not a high level of yuck all through it. Yeah. And it was just an entertaining story, even if you didn't try to figure out the whole whatever.
Yeah, just kind of take the space stuff on face value and go with it. So good suggestion, guys. I enjoyed it.
Did how many pieces of pizza?
I'd give it high marks. I really
would. You go 3 pieces of pizza?
I'd say 3. Yeah.
Man, you'd watch it again.
Yeah, because I saw it on TV. Because it was Netflix. I'd love to see it in a big studio because it had a lot of, the audio with all the effects and things were pretty cool just watching it on TV. So I can imagine in a theater, it'd really be neat.
Yeah, that won't happen, though, with it being a Netflix movie. Will it? No.
No, they don't have Netflix night over at the old Plaza 6.
Yeah.
Do they?
Here's what I was
good
wondering.
idea. Hey, that's a good idea that they maybe should address.
But listen to me. Listen to me, because we know, though, that and I wouldn't suggest ever seeing one that I don't recall any of them being worth me wanting to go see. But you do know, like MTV, they do major motion pictures that end
sure
up in
do.
the theater.
Yep.
So I don't know why Netflix wouldn't at some point say, well, this is produced by us, but it's got a theater release and it's on our app. But they may be like, look, I understand the concept. If I was them,
they're wanting to drive people.
It would
to the
be
streaming
only
service,
here.
yeah.
It would be here only.
Yep.
But there have been other sources that have done major motion pictures that sent people to the theater away from the TV.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's not like it's never been done.
Right.
But I would see though in this case it's a real apples to apples competition. So probably not.
Yeah. Did you find yourself, Bubba, debating any of the time travel storyline they had?
Well, you can't help but drift a little bit on that. You know?
Yeah.
But I just went with what they said. Look, somebody's already tampered with a. Oh, can I say that? I don't want to give away.
Were you well rested? Like didn't struggle staying awake or anything?
No. We watched it fairly early in the afternoon.
Oh, okay. So 2:00.
Yeah. Well, it was bedtime when we got done.
Now, for those of you that do not know, Bubba, because there's people that tune in every day that for their first time.
Right.
You left a note for yourself to come back and.
Oh, well, I had to explain this to my daughter the other day because they were having some time travel discussion.
Oh boy!
And it's just simple that if I ever get to time travel, I know I have to go back and find myself.
Right.
And I know where my desk was.
Right.
When I was it 40 years old.
Right.
So I sit at my desk my whole day when I was 40 waiting on myself to show up or to see if I slipped myself a note, and I never did. So in my mind, that means I'll never get to time travel.
Not in your lifetime.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as good an experiment as you could do.
It really was.
I really, in a bizarre twist, totally follow you on that.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I sit there right till 5 o'clock waiting for any. I'd look to see if a note appeared on my desk somewhere. Snuck one in or something. So somebody walked by and said, "Hey, have you talked to me lately?"
Right.
Anything.
Right.
So nothing.
So you're not going to time travel in your lifetime?
I don't think so because I've already promised if I had that chance, I have to go back to my 40th birthday, and I didn't show up on this timeline, so apparently I didn't get to do it.
And apparently in this movie you could have shown up.
Yeah, you could have. I could have had a conversation with myself.
Right.
Which would have been really
I wonder
weird.
what talking with me would have been like. I don't know if I'd like it.
If you could talk to your old self, what age would you go back to? Would you go to youth? Would you go teenage?
I would. Well,
yeah, I'd go back probably.
Be too late then. I got to go
10, 11.
I got to see me somewhere around 10, 9.
Yeah. Get to jump.
Here's the thing, though. I don't know if that
Don't
age
do
I'd
that.
listen to my. You know what I mean? Like I think I've got to be old enough to where I'd actually listen to you.
Oh, I think I would have
So
gone.
18, 19, 20 maybe.
I would have gone if I've made this much effort to come back and talk to myself. It must be pretty important. So I really need to listen here a little bit.
No, see, I think I kind of liked me at 10.
Did you?
Yeah, I think I had my act together. I think I was headed in the right direction, mainly because I had great parents. So I feel pretty good about me at 10, and I think that I could be helpful to me.
Okay.
And
catch your pre-puberty.
Because if I get there after that, it's too late. But I mean, so
we're talking about giving advice to change for the better, right?
Right. I made it. Rick, how old are you? 13. But anyway, how did I get caught? I thought I scheduled here at teaching. I'm supposed to be 10. But anyway, so
well, if you could time travel, just go back and do it again.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What if I tried again? Yeah. So anyway, and I would say,
I think 17 would be my magic number.
No way, it's too late.
Not for me, it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, my when it went bad for me, it was like 17 to 25.
Yeah. So I would tell myself,
Real bad.
You're going to have some struggles 13 to 18. But boy, 19's big.
Yeah,
it's a big one.
I'm gonna say, there's gonna be. You probably don't know what a tall boy is.
Yeah.
He was wondering if he should say it or not.
But say no to that one.
Yeah.
Right. Do not do that.
Somebody's gonna ask you about a tall boy, and you just know.
You know, one of the things in that movie.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna give you a picture of it.
I know this won't grab anybody's headlines on that movie, but one of the things I thought was interesting.
Right.
If you remember his wife, who he lost, one of the reasons he was going back was to find out what was going on.
Oh, whoa.
Well, I can say
easy.
that.
I don't think that's in the trailer.
But see, how can I say this without?
See how it feels to be me right now?
Well, she said because something went wrong and she basically got trapped in a time that wasn't hers, that their protocol was live your life out. Just live normal. Don't draw a lot of attention to yourself. And, if you're stranded, you got to make the best of it. And that's what she'd been doing. I just thought that was interesting that they had
that away.
They had the protocol of
I like that.
If something goes wrong, this is what
I
you
thought
do.
that was a cool.
If you can't
too.
get back to your time.
Yeah. Bubba, back to you. Do you think something could have happened in your future that you couldn't get back to 40? And what if you turn 60 and all of a sudden yourself comes back like, man, I wish I could have made it back at 40, but this is the best I could do.
I'm in a time machine. I can go wherever I want to.
Well, but maybe.
Why would I be limited to 60 if I'm in a time machine? I just dial it up.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Right in that area.
Ooh, you don't really do.
I do.
Real.
Look at Face over there. Look at Face over there.
That's rough.
Yeah, Greg, please.
I would think.
Greg, shut your computer. We
Hang
continue.
on.
Let's go.
I think a calf would be pretty good.
I'd get off that and stay off that Kim.com page.
Let's go to Jeff.
Right here's real soft.
Jeff, welcome to the program. How are you?
Y'all were talking about the ticks last week.
What? Talking about what?
The ticks.
Oh, yeah.
With the white spot.
Ticks, yes.
Ticks,
The,
yes.
the Long Star tick.
With a T.
The old Lone Star tick.
Yeah, well, I went fishing Saturday, and I had about 9 on me when I got back to my grandmother's house.
Wow. It's not good. Ooh.
Tick?
And I was in the bathroom, and I found 2 more of my boxers, so I ended up stripping down, sprinting outside, and jumping in the pool butt naked.
Well, you have any with white spots on it?
I found one with a white spot on it. That kind of freaked me out a little bit, but
Yeah, did them dig in? I mean, it's one thing to have them crawling on you. It's
Can I-
another thing for them to be sucking your blood. That's two different things.
Hey, I got a question. Does the pool cure it? I mean,
No, it's just one of those things you do off the spine.
okay, I just making sure. Did the
I-
chlorine get it?
I
or-
think that's probably a good start to get them
Okay.
off of it.
That's
Yeah,
why I'm asking.
it's not a bad strategy.
No.
But you know how sometimes with something you just want to jump in.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes
you're near
it'll-
water, just
Yeah.
jump in it.
Oh yeah, I get that.
I've known people that got into poison oak would go and get in a swimming pool that had chlorine in it and stuff, and they said it helped it. Got rid of it.
I think your pec might be pretty.
Okay,
Yeah.
I did find the chart where they show the different cuts.
Speedy is checking
It didn't say
himself
what
out.
the favorite, but the cheeks are separate cuts.
Greg,
Thank you, buddy.
So that's part of it.
Greg.
Gosh, I got to get off this page.
Yes, you really
We
do.
ask you not to get on it.
Man.
Somebody's going to call you about it.
Louisville, Kentucky. Alex
You
standing
know
by.
how to start throwing ads up.
Oh, yeah.
Alex, go ahead.
Hey guys, the other day y'all were talking about how a boy can identify as a girl and play softball and different things. Well, my question is, me being a white guy, can I identify as a Native American and then get hunting rights and the land rights and also the
Yes.
checks that they get?
I mean, if we're going to be consistent, you should be allowed to.
Well,
But
they
the
gave
answer is no. But
they gave the girl that claimed she was black a hard time, which
Yeah.
makes no sense.
Tracy.
But if we can declare that we're anything that we feel like or identify with, I don't know why we're drawing that line.
No, we shouldn't if we can do the other.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, she
Gowdy's
probably got
on
more of
charge.
a chance of being black than the other.
Yeah, is Gowdy rolling up there?
Yeah, in the interview on Capitol Hill right now with Brennan, the former CIA director.
Oh, they got Gowdy locked in now on Capitol Hill. I love when Gowdy's on there.
He's quite a character.
He is odd-shaped head, but a great.
That's a funny camera shot to have too. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
I like them.
What are we now doing it on your own camera? Set it up in front of you.
Yeah. Is it on his laptop? I mean, what is that?
Yeah, I didn't know we were going to go on Capitol Hill and look through GoPro. Look at Gowdy.
Gowdy, he keeps that haircut tight.
Hey,
doesn't he?
let me tell you, he's
Something
not
wrong with his head.
Yeah, thank you,
Greg,
Greg.
Look at his ears and that
What is
head.
wrong with his
What's
head?
Let's
wrong
hear
with
it,
us?
Rick. Let's hear what he's saying. Let's
Just hear Gowdy.
We've gone from eating
humans.
Which one's Gowdy? They're right
So
back
he
there,
don't
aren't
look
they?
fine.
to ticks, to making fun
Was
of
it
his head.
contact that you saw? Was it something more than contact? What is the nature of what you saw?
I saw interaction and aware of interaction that, again, raised questions in my mind about what was the true nature of it. But I don't know. I don't have sufficient information to make a determination whether or not such cooperation or complicity or collusion was taking place. But I know that there was a basis to have individuals pull those threads.
Oh, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you saw something that led you to refer it to law enforcement. And in your judgment, it is up to law enforcement to test, probe, corroborate, contradict, otherwise investigate the full nature of that information you passed on. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yes, it is, because it's not CIA's job to make a determination about whether a U.S. person is cooperating, colluding, or whatever in some type of criminal or illegal matter, it is our responsibility to give the Bureau everything that they need in order to follow that path and make such a determination and recommendation if they want to press charges.
Gowdy looks like he's sweating a little bit today.
Gowdy is sweating a little bit, and I think he got his hair cut right before this hearing.
Yeah, he must have walked right out of the congressional barber's office.
Because that is a brand new cut right there. And Greg, I'll go back to this again. Haircuts should be around what kind of head you have.
He's got a weird head.
For some people, that haircut works perfect on.
Yeah, he got too big of ears.
You're okay? Oh, yeah. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And in this, because I thought when I saw Shark movie, I thought, all right, we've done every Shark movie there is. Listen to this plot line. You hadn't seen the promo yet?
No. What's the name of it?
42 degree something. They're in a shark cage.
A little vague.
Like you're going out on a tourist thing. Hey, we're going to lower you under.
Right,
You're going to look at sharks in the cage.
47 meters.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. All right, so we'll get into some politics from over the weekend. It's the state of our country and with this current administration. When you look to the old executive branch, and there sits the president in the current state that he's in, you certainly hurt for him, but you really kind of wish he wasn't running the free world. Do I hear him refer to his wife in this clip as Michelle Obama? Or
just listen to it.
Okay, all right. So here's the leader of the free world, President Joe Biden.
And I'm deeply proud of the work she's doing as First Lady with Joining Forces initiative. She started with Michelle Obama when she was Vice President and now carries on.
Okay, so he referred to Michelle Obama as the Vice President.
Right.
Or his wife Vice President.
He's talking about Dr. Jill to begin with.
Right.
Saying she's doing a great job as First Lady with joining forces with
She started back with Michelle Obama.
It's confusing to me trying to figure out what he's saying.
When he was vice president and Obama was president,
right.
She worked with Michelle Obama on some things, and he was referring back to that. But he said when she was working with Michelle Obama as vice president,
he called Michelle Obama vice president.
But we agree,
Jill. He called Jill vice president. He called Jill vice president when he's the vice president. She was not.
All right, let's go back to this again.
He said when she started with Michelle Obama when she was vice president. I don't know if there's a comma there or not.
It really doesn't matter because neither Michelle Obama or Jill Biden, neither one of them, neither one of them was vice president.
Let's hear it again.
So no matter how this lands, he's just wrong.
He's wrong.
We're trying to be specific how he's wrong, but he can't get it right no matter what he meant on either one of these.
When I was vice president, and he said when she
that
was
that would have really helped things.
Right.
All right, here we go.
And I'm deeply proud of the work she's doing as First Lady with Joining Forces initiative. She started with Michelle Obama when she was vice president and now carries on.
I know what he's trying to say. He's trying to say when I was the vice president, my wife was working with Michelle Obama, and she continues to do so.
Right. It just didn't quite
It just
pull that
didn't.
off.
It just didn't
I think we
land.
got a dangling participle.
He talks like this, so he's
And God love him on initiative. And I know we got nothing to say on that, but
Rick, if you will go
I'm
back,
not president.
go back and listen to clips when he first went in versus now. There's a noticeable difference.
I know.
He's slurring everything.
It's just wow. It's hard to watch. A couple of things going on, Mike, former vice president. Now I don't want to throw a curve.
Now, which
in.
one?
Yeah, Mike Pence.
He actually was.
He says that Biden's done more damage to the United States than any president in modern history. And he says that when he was talking to Brian Kilmeade, in 14 short months, inflation is at a 40-year high. We have the worst crisis on our border in American history. Gasoline prices are up 70%. The disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the mishandling of the COVID pandemic, and the list goes on. So hopefully you'll see America respond at these midterm elections and see if they can minimize the damage that he'll continue to do. And now he keeps telling everybody he's going to run for president again. I will understand what he says.
Don't you think he's just trying to get through midterms, and then after that he'll announce that he's not?
Well, I don't know. If I want Democrats to do well, shouldn't I start announcing, don't worry, I won't be back?
Yeah,
I mean,
if y'all can just get through these 4, you
right.
won't.
I ain't going to be here much longer.
Now, in their world,
I got hairy legs.
See, but that's- see,
they
that's-
think they've done a good job, but I just can't really find it anywhere. 40 year high inflation. 40 years.
Sarah Palin has announced that she's going to run for Congress in Alaska.
You know what was 40 years ago? I was a senior in high school.
How about that?
Wow.
Yep. Sarah Palin announces a run for Congress in Alaska.
That sounds old, doesn't it? Yeah, I think
getting back in it.
Yeah. Do you think she'll win? What do you think?
I think her star power has dwindled.
I think she's still pretty popular though with a lot of folks. I don't know about in Alaska, but I think she's still.
Yeah, I really.
Overall,
the people
pretty
of Alaska
popular.
will cast that vote. I don't know
Right.
how she. I think she had her run, but I don't think she is as popular as she once was. And it just seems, but I could be wrong. And then we got Psaki. Psaki looks like she's getting her parachute ready, isn't she?
Yeah, she's bailing out of there. You know, she's had a tough gig though, Rick. To have to kiss, to have to put lipstick on that pig every day and
my
march out there
goodness.
with it. Huh?
Can you imagine what that must be like?
What is it, Rick? I mean, you know, we have our opinion, we see things, but then to have to go out there and sell it when you know how bad it is. I mean, that has to be a depressing gig. Now she's catching some heat, Rick, because she's going to be joining MSNBC, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just now stepping down, which means she was already negotiating with MSNBC while being press secretary, which is a conflict of interest, obviously. But most of them do leave and go somewhere else. I guess it's a timing issue about when you negotiate.
Well, also, I think this job is a very, very difficult job.
Oh, Rick, what are you talking
and based
about?
on whatever president you're serving, you know, the level of difficulty goes up and down.
Most of them don't make it too long. They
really
don't. I mean, a couple of years is a long time in that
could
job.
you do that, honestly? I mean, can you imagine, even though I certainly would prefer Trump to be running the country now than Biden, but being a press secretary for either one of those two guys,
yeah. Big
is,
tough.
you know, because there's a lot of turnover with Trump because, you know, they both kind of had, for different impact, according to how you see the world.
Mm-hmm.
But they both had to come up there and go, now he said what?
Yeah.
You know, and what did he say? What was on Twitter? What was on Twitter today?
But
You
think
know,
about
and
the
then
White House
then the
right
other is
now.
like, I don't know what the president's talking about. I mean, with Biden, I really don't.
Rick, think about it right now. They literally every time the president speaks, they have to go out and clean it up and tell you what he meant, not what he said.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? So you know that's so MSNBC. So she definitely will go somewhere where the amount of people actually listening to her will go way down. She won't have near the pressure. She does have.
No.
And it does explain why she calls on MSNBC all the time with questions.
Right. That could be clear. Also, did you see the VP? Are we up against the break? Okay, when we come back, we'll take a quick peek at that. She is telling us how impossible it is, literally impossible, for anybody that lives in the country to get a photo ID.
Rural America.
Really?
Yeah.
It's impossible?
Almost impossible is the quote.
Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, 47 meters down, and the cage rope breaks, and they sink to the bottom. And they have so much oxygen, they're in the bottom, and the sharks are everywhere. And the whole thing is them trying to get out of that cage and get back up to the boat.
So the whole show's them in that cage.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's the whole show, but that's the plot. You never thought of that angle. That cage comes loose, and all of a sudden, by the weight of the cage, you go to the bottom.
Can we not send another cage down there?
Well, I don't know how it works out.
How about a little submarine?
What about the other divers complete with spear guns to get everybody out
How
of the
about
area?
lower one down there and hook it to the cage and pull
That's
it
what
up
I'm
with the
saying.
winch?
Yeah, I don't know, Greg.
Where's the Coast
I don't
Guard?
know about 47 degrees. I'm just telling you that the thing sinks to the bottom, and the whole thing is all the things y'all probably are talking about.
Yeah.
We try different ways to get them up. It's a rescue mission, Greg. I'm sure all the things y'all mentioned.
Look, they're throwing chum in the water.
That's the reason why the sharks are all over you.
No.
See, now this one may be okay, but these movies were like I watched some movie one night where Ryan Reynolds was in this box, and that's all it was. For
You told me
hour and a
about
half.
that. I
It's
didn't even
just
like
him in
hearing
that
about-
box. That's all it was.
I didn't even like hearing about
He was
that.
buried alive.
Yeah, so they got the sharks
Some
coming back.
big
'Cause
sharks.
They put chum in the water. Everybody's happy. They think it's number one.
Uh-oh. Boom.
What was that?
Oh, there goes the cable.
It was something important because that must be now we're gone.
Oh,
now
far down there,
we're
guys.
gone. Now we are gone.
Oh, no.
Ain't nothing you can do about that. Now we're on the bottom.
That's got to be a hard hit too.
Hey, we're on the bottom now, Helms. And I guess
jolt.
And I guess the deal.
I swim for it.
Whatever they dropped that the shark ate must have been imported down there because they wouldn't have dropped it otherwise.
Well, why wasn't it tied on so they couldn't keep around and drop it?
Well, they had a big old cable.
Well,
Something happened.
that's how they wanted it to be.
Well, we'll probably.
No, they had it in their hand. They were keeping around when
I
it
see what
fell.
you're saying,
It fell out of the cage before the cage.
Oh,
ever
you're talking
fell.
about that? Yeah.
Yeah, the
Put it
thing.
around
Dang,
the
brother.
wrist.
Who's keeping maintenance on that cable is what I want to know.
Now, I bet you. How about this? I bet we'll find out that some good and did some half-effort job,
Or it was done on purpose.
So they get out and try to swim.
Boom!
Oh no!
I can't watch
what
it.
are
She
you
need to have one.
doing?
She need to have one of the bracelets on.
Now we're
Yeah.
oh goodness.
That's what they do. Drop a bunch of those bracelets to them.
Yeah, just drop them all
Did you
in
see
the
that
water.
last shot?
Oh no!
What was
I
it?
did see it, Helmsy.
Just take a gander.
Oh,
I can't
no.
watch this.
I hope she gets out in time
Watch,
to finish
don't miss
This
it.
Is
Don't
Us.
miss it.
Oh,
did you see that?
Oh, they get out of the water and it comes out to get them.
Oh boy!
Ah, it's got the leg. Look at the leg. It's in it. Ah, Greg, see it's a leg. Oh, see they go for the butt. Look.
Yep. What'd I tell you?
Nightmares for days.
Standing here, Kansas City. A breakdown, it's all right.
There's Tom Petty.
Yeah, buddy.
That was our first hit, by the way.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, so we do have much to cover. Let's test again. Check 1, 2.
Check. I don't know. It sounded funny to me. I don't know if it's me or the headphones or
Sounds okay here.
our professional broadcasting processing equipment.
Do you have a
or-
moth in your ear? I mean, something going on? I don't know.
I don't know.
Sadly, the reason why I'm able to say that is it actually happened once.
Oh yeah. You never know on this show.
What weird things have happened here?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the stranger days. I'm literally walking in the studio, and I have a moth that is wide open, hitting me, about knocked me down, and lodged in my ear, and it sounded like a helicopter going off.
Right?
And,
Yeah.
I mean, you can't function with that. I mean, foreign object inside your ear, you got to get it out.
I don't
So-
like anything inside my ear. Especially a giant moth.
And luckily for us, and the fact that I get here a little bit ahead of showtime, I had time to go to the emergency room, which is right over the hill from the hospital. I mean, from the studio here, and have it removed and be back before the show started. And that was the day that Greg tried to work on it to begin with, and announced we didn't have the tools to pull this off.
Went on to be named.
When you lay your head on the desk and you let Greg come at you with long nosed pliers, that's
we were
something.
trying, buddy.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Hey, I had to have relief, man. That couldn't go on.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off.
Man, that was bizarre.
We just didn't have it.
Only on this show.
Yeah, sure.
How about in a small world? The doctor that pulled that out of your ear, I coached his son in basketball this year. He came
Really?
up to me about halfway through the season. He said, he said, didn't Bubba, ain't he the one that got the moth in his ear? And I thought, He said, I'm the doctor. I'm the one that pulled it out in the emergency room.
See
How about that?
See what a small little globe we live on?
They tried to wash it out to begin with. They wasn't having none of that.
I do.
Hey,
want-
Ricky, it's Rick
and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It is 35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Do want you to look at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Life-changing. Life-changing. Man, I'm going to tell you now more than ever, what a great service. Spring is finally here. We know this because everything that we know is covered in pollen. But it is here, and the flowers are blooming. And, this is a great time that you want to enjoy time together as family. You're starting to get out a little more. Maybe you're like at our house. We move eating out there to a little screened-in porch area, or maybe outside on the deck. But whatever the case may be, you want to get the family back around the table. But sometimes with the hustle and bustle that's going on, meal planning can be difficult, and preparation is certainly fun, but going to get everything and figuring out what you're going to cook and what are you going to do and what do I need for that can be difficult, especially in the way that we live our lives, going wide open a lot of times. So with HelloFresh.com/Bubba, you just simply order the meals every week, and they are prepared by you. But, man, the chefs there put together the ingredients you need, the recipe card that you need, and you just plan out. Now, you can cancel anytime. You can skip a week. You can do whatever you want to do. It's customizable. But you can get 16 meals for free right now, plus 3 free gifts if you'll just use our URL, which is HelloFresh.com/Bubba. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Also, you'll find that link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. 16 meals for free, plus 3 free gifts. Wow. So make the move and do that now. All right, Bubba, we got a Vice President Kamala Harris update. So Vice President Kamala Harris update. And she's going to be talking about how impossible it is to get a photo ID. And it's just impossible, practically impossible to get a photo ID. We know what this is all about. Everybody, let's go. Everybody. Hey! Vice President Kamala Harris happened to be the right ethnicity and gender at the right time. Here we go. Say, Kamala, Vice President. Everybody. Kamala. So what does she have to say for us this time? Now, listen to the strategy here. We know what this is all about.
Yep.
This is all about, well, these voting restrictions are there. They're just, they affect our elections. Nobody can get it. So here she is letting us know the difficulty of Americans getting a photo copy for their ID. Here we go.
Is agreeing to voter ID one of those compromises that you'd support?
I don't think that we should underestimate what that could mean. Because in some people's mind, that means, well, you're going to have to Xerox or photocopy your ID to send it in to prove you are who you are. Well, there are a whole lot of people, especially people who live in rural communities, who don't, there's no Kinko's, there's no Office Max near them. People have to understand that when we're talking about voter ID laws, be clear about who you have in mind and what would be required of them to prove who they are. Of course, people have to prove who they are, but not in a way that makes it almost impossible for them to prove who they are.
Almost impossible.
Well, give us an alternative then. All right, so your alternative is what?
All right, so can people that live
the great communicator.
Yeah, can people that live in the rural areas, are they able to check into a hotel? Are they able to open bank accounts?
Do they drive?
Do they drive?
Yeah, I mean, how do they do any of this
She's saying
mysteriously?
there's no way for you to go to Kinko's or something to fax copies.
All right, let me tell you this.
She did that thing where she repeats, like
Yeah.
we were talking about last week.
I think that's her dinosaur. Remember, Cassio said when I'm losing, I go to a dinosaur.
Yeah, right.
I think when she starts repeating it, that's when she's losing.
Well, what we have here too is, she conveniently has forgotten about. Look, I'm gonna tell you something. I've been to some of the poorest places on the planet, and I certainly have been to some of the poorest places in our country. People seem to do a really good job of commandeering a cell phone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and
no problem with that.
And I know when I have to.
It's hard to go on this earth where they don't have a cell phone.
Right, and there's also technology there. I think that actually hurts the Kinko's and all that, because mostly what I do now is take a picture and I send it to where I'm supposed to send.
Oh
it.
yeah,
yeah.
Well, with the iPhone
I don't have to make a copy anymore.
No. With the iPhone now, it has a document scan feature.
There you go.
And notes. I mean, you can scan it.
And you're right. I haven't seen anybody but not toting the phone.
Well, the only reason you don't want people to ID when they vote is because you're trying to cheat. That's the only reason. Mm-hmm. The only reason.
Right,
there is no other excuse for not identifying who is voting and have one vote for one person.
Photo IDs have been something, as Bubba's mentioned 1,000 times, that have been required for multiple things. And you've never heard anybody come on and say, this is practically impossible.
Yeah.
And,
I guess they take an airplane. So you can't survive.
For a lot of Americans, and I love this line, and she wishes she could have it back. It's practically impossible for people to prove who they are.
Yeah.
Hey, look, the
that
last 20 seconds of that is priceless.
Can I have the last? Can we have it again?
But these same people are required to have a vaccine passport. What?
I think everybody should not be as offended by what she's trying to say because we know why she's saying it. Where the major offense should come from is that she thinks we're buying it. She thinks we're gold enough to go, and I'll tell you, she makes a good point.
You got to be thinking about who you're asking.
That's right.
For.
I am thinking about it because I know what you're doing, but go ahead.
A lot of people, especially people who live in rural communities, who don't, there's no Kinko's, there's no Office Max near them. People have to understand that when we're talking about voter ID laws, be clear about who you have in mind and what would be required of them to prove who they are. Of course, people have to prove who they are, but not in a way that makes it almost impossible for them to prove who they are.
Well, exactly. I would like for her to maybe give us a slightly clearer example of exactly how you're supposed to prove.
Because she said, "Of course, you got to prove who you are."
But you can't make it impossible.
Well, you know what their version is now. You know what their version is now. The way they're wanting these laws repealed, you just sign who you are.
Yeah.
I am who I am. Trust me.
Yeah.
If journalism was still alive anywhere in this country,
trust me if I've had my shots or not.
Right.
Yeah. There you go.
No, they won't have that.
Got it.
So here we go again. So where is journalism? The next question should have been, so Vice President Harris, give her the respect that the voters have given her, okay? She is holding that office. And you say this. So how should people prove they are who they are so we can trust our elections?
Yes.
How should they do that?
Because you know how they can't, so you must know how they can't.
Well, listen, all we need to get the Democrats to fully get behind voter ID that requires a picture is let the Republicans win the next election.
No,
they'll be all over it.
So people should be able to prove who they are. You've agreed with that because that's just common sense.
Right.
And they need to prove that. What would be another way? Because
Rick, we have a couple of options. We could have a photo ID or go straight to Mark of the Beast.
Yeah, right. Let's say because
maybe a tattoo on your forehead.
Because based on what she's saying, if she says, "Well, people just need to sign and we need to trust them," okay, well then I could walk up into a bank and I could walk in and say, "I'd like to get some money out of my account. I'm Mr. So and so, so and so. I'm Mr. Extremely Wealthy." Okay, so you are that person? Yes, I am. Can you give us a photo ID? I cannot because it's practically impossible for me to get that.
Right.
Okay, but I won't. You're right. I do need to prove I'm actually him, so I'm just going to sign something saying I'm him. And then could I have the money, please?
Right.
Rick, you can't buy a car without showing a photo ID.
No. People ask me for photo ID so fast on so many things.
Oh yeah.
As a matter of fact, it happened to me. It happened to me Friday. You know what they said to me when I said, "Is this my rental car?" Do you know what they said?
Maybe show a photo ID.
Do you have a photo ID, and do you have a way to purchase it, to pay for it?
Yep,
that's right.
I do. I have those here, and believe it or not, relatively easy to get them.
And I would probably think, guys, if you're doing this, I know a lot of the websites now, you don't even have to scan it. All you got to do is turn your camera on and focus in on your ID.
Well, that's what I was just saying.
And it's
It'll
there
pick
for
it
you.
up, yeah.
I mean, it's on the website. There's no
right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's
no people
2 or 3
can,
steps to it.
Everybody can produce a photo ID. What the vice president is saying is just not true.
Right.
This is her realizing that people are saying that it is reasonable to say that if you're voting, you need to be actually who you say you are, and for things like you still being alive.
Yeah. Just a few things
Right.
like that.
Like, I'm loving the joke that Babylon B does. Every time a conservative dies, they said, and the saddest part is they just became a Democrat. For the first time in their lives, they'll vote Democrat in the next election. Hey, dead people vote a lot.
Oh, my gracious.
Yeah, if you're not stuffing the ballot box, you should have no problem with everybody identifying who they are.
Let's hit them phones right here, Bubba. How about that?
And Rick, we got one other clip we need to see.
Oh, another clip, okay.
That got away last week that we need to look at.
Okay, all right. Let's hit that one, too, then we'll talk to y'all.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't. Like it's like somebody popping the side of your head when it's in there moving around. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Well, just think about how your ear is if you get anything discomfort in there. Just any little get water in it or something like that. You just can't stand it.
Oh, I know.
And Helmsley did tell me this yesterday, and I'm going to go ahead because I need to go ahead and come get some closure on this.
I don't know what you're about to say.
No, I just need to have closure. And it's fine. I mean, people have different. We're all made differently. I just need to understand that possibly through and deep southern summer, I'm going to see you wear these pullovers. No matter how hot it is outside, I'm going to see you in these very, what I would say, something you put on when you want to be warm. A pullover, long sleeves, zipped up, and they got logos on them. They look great. I'm just talking about seasonally. Should I count on that for the
probably so? And here's the thing: I actually got an email about this yesterday from a listener, and she included Speedy on this. I'm thankful she didn't include Greg because no telling what he would have responded with. But this is comfortable for me in this setting.
Right.
It is for me, and it's probably some blood circulation deal. It's going to get me by the time I'm 50. I get that.
Right.
But I stay cold. Okay, and so in here,
not a good sign.
Now the minute I leave here,
right.
I'm in short sleeves and shorts, and those.
So
those
solely, you just think it's too cool in this
in here in this setting.
Okay. Your office or the whole place, or just in here?
Just in here.
Okay. There is a vent right here that comes down on us, so I don't know if that's.
Thank you for the help, but I really think it's just my blood circulation. I think I am that person.
I think I brought that up yesterday.
Yeah.
I think I mentioned circulation yesterday because what you're saying is what 75, 76, 80-year-old people say.
Correct.
Yeah. Are your feet always cold?
No.
Hands?
Well, I've got shoes and socks on. So.
Well, I'm just saying, normally that's a sign of poor circulation.
Guys, if you're listening live, it's May the 24th.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right.
No, we're getting 80, close to 90-degree weather.
Yeah. Helms is our Bob
But
Lockamy.
we're inside, and it's chilly.
I got you.
Helms is our Bob Lockamy. It has to wear a sweater all the time.
Oh, my gosh, there it is.
Yeah, and you know what, Bubba, I was hoping no one would reference that, but I did.
And I
did
mean
think
that
about
as a compliment. I mean, I love Bob, but it's, he's always
in this case,
sweater.
we're making fun of Bob, though.
I'm just saying y'all are in the same wagon.
Right.
Yeah.
No, regardless of the name, you really don't want to be known as the guy that wears sweaters in the summer.
No.
And Jim Trussell.
Because people say that's abnormal.
Or Tressel.
Right.
Yeah, him too.
So I just got to get mentally locked in that I could be sitting here, deep
Jim Trussell
July.
He worked for the railroad.
Well, and it is thin, okay, and that's one reason I like it, and the reason I went with it because I knew I could wear them year round. Now there will be times where I will do some different things, but look,
they look good. I love their logo. That helps. But I will go with this. See, I didn't know where you were.
It's a valid question,
but you've explained it because there are these people, and these are the ones, and I know all of us been that, and they usually do something in athletics. There's these guys that coach, and they for some reason they like to wear hot things outside in the heat.
Yeah,
and they walk around with them on these. Like they want to sweat or something.
Yeah.
I've never understood those guys. I don't know what the point is. What are they doing? Is that some sort of, hey, look at me, I can withstand the heat. I'm trying to sweat a lot. Is that what it is?
You've
seen those guys.
Yeah, right? I have, and I don't know what their situation is, but in my look, and I'm not proud of it. I wish I could be in short sleeves, but I'm all about being comfortable.
Right.
And for me, it's it's a thin,
I got it,
long sleeve.
I just
deal.
mentally have to get there.
Yeah.
And so I'm fine with it. I'm not even going to talk about it a lot. I'm just saying, I wanted. It was something I said I must at some point. I kept waiting as we went deeper into the seasons. I thought at some point those things would go away, but they're still here.
You know
and
what's
that
funny?
means you're cold in here, like
Well, and I wear things underneath this, thinking I'll shed this at some point, and I never do.
Matter of fact, you didn't have to tell me that because that's been part of my study.
You've been waiting for him to
see if it'll ever come off.
See, I don't just throw a dingy T-shirt that I won't reveal. I will actually plan like I'm going to rip this off.
That's the part that may bother me the most is you're almost expecting to take it off and you never do.
See, that's the thing.
Okay. Oh, my God. Okay. Greg, what's that disease when people age at a rapid rate?
Progeria.
Yeah, or something like that.
Sounds awful.
Greg.
Well, he sounds like somebody you're talking to that's elderly.
That's
physically, okay.
He's mentally aged.
So in that, they don't start wearing sweaters early.
No, they actually physically change. He's mentally aged.
Rick and Bubba.
Manchester. And it really, you find yourself, and look, nobody likes to get to the point where you just throw your hands up and go, it's hopeless. You know what I mean? Because I just, we're all kind of get up and go let's and it was funny to watch my wife and I sitting there because she's in the, we got to do something. We got to stop all this. Here we go. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone Tro Music. Phone calls are coming in right now. You can too. 866 We Be Big. And we'll get to those momentarily. Like Bubba said, we do have a clip that we want to play. These are always fun because, Fauci is trying to earn his way back into our lives. He's, prepare for more stuff. It's anecdotal. And now remember one of the biggest mistakes, and I stand on this. I know you do too, Bubba. One of the biggest mistakes we made, and others are talking about the big fumble of the pandemic, was when natural immunity was treated as if it didn't exist. Everybody, remember in the beginning, there
the science, right?
Now remember, those of you that are vaccine people and the role it's played, and it certainly is a treatment. We've seen that, and I think it played a big role in the first alpha. But here's the deal. We had a shortage on vaccines, and we only made that problem worse by telling people who had already had the virus they still needed to be vaccinated.
Yeah, or people that were low, had a low percentage. They were in a group of low percentage that they would get it or have serious side effects from it.
Yeah, I mean, how about this? You were told to get a vaccine whether you'd had it or not, and everybody kept bringing up natural immunity, and it would be shot down as if it didn't exist. Well, now, of course, people are finding, this is the problem with everything you're saying being recorded now and kept in archives. Here's Fauci's, just 2014, right?
Maybe 04. 04.
Is it
2004.
04? 2000.
Right. He's on a call-in show with a lady who has the flu and had it for 2 weeks.
Yeah, and here's what he said in 2004 about the flu shot. Here we go.
But she's had the flu for 14 days. Should she get a flu shot?
Well, no. If she got the flu for 14 days, she's as protected as anybody can be, because the best vaccination is to get infected yourself.
And
so
she should not get it?
If she really has the flu, she definitely doesn't need a flu vaccine. If she really has the flu,
she should not get it again.
No, she doesn't need it, because it's the most potent vaccination is getting infected yourself.
There's 2004.
Talking about a virus.
The
flu.
So he was just lying. It was. See, this doesn't help. This kind of stuff does not help. And once we finally, reluctantly, you know how long it took for the follow the science crowd to acknowledge natural immunity? But think about how many people it cost that couldn't get the vaccine when we told them, I'm sorry, everybody still needs to get it no matter what your situation, when we had a shortage.
I know.
That really
this wasn't wise.
That was a huge mistake. And apparently Fauci should have had some knowledge of this by the way he was talking in 2004. To the phones we go. Yeah, Todd. Let's go to Todd. Todd, welcome
we
to
start every phone segment with a Todd.
There's Todds everywhere. Look, there's two Todds here.
We're a rare breed, fellas. Hey, listen, I work in the polls during election day, and if you want to stop this voting situation and you want to stop it in one cycle, it's very easy. Just have 4 or 5 people per precinct go up. My name's Kamala Harris. My name's Joe Biden. Tell them you want to vote, and they won't have to prove it or anything. You do that all the way around the country.
So, is this really another Todd, or is this just the system? There can't be 2 Todds in a row. Is this another
Todd? It's a system generating Todds. We'll try it.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Hey, listen, I was wondering, I'm a country bumpkin. I'm from Calhoun County. It's amazing that I can get a driver's license.
I know it.
But here's what I'm thinking is, so if I'm 15 years old, can I ride my bicycle to the store, get a 6-pack, put it on the counter, and them say, can I see your ID? And me go, nope, take my word for it, I'm 21. Go ahead and ring that up, I'm going to take it.
And then if you follow what Kamala Harris said, and you say, now look, I know you, if you don't believe me, understand I am what I say. I don't, it's practically impossible for me to get a photo ID. That's just practically impossible for me to do that. Let's go to Chuck in Cincinnati. Chucky, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Gentlemen, I couldn't find you on TuneIn. I depend on you every morning. I went to iHeartRadio. I picked the wrong 104.7, and it sent me to Bob and Tom.
No!
I thought you guys were gone. I about had a breakdown. I thought, why did they replace them with Bob and Tom?
What a
I was on the wrong 104.7.
I know. You see what happens there? TuneIn has, we just got an email from them or text that is totally their fault, and they're apologizing. So they apologize for panicking the Rick and Bubba audience, and they're working to resolve the issue. So,
hang in there.
Hang in there, yeah. So, but yeah, if you search the Rick and Bubba show, the affiliates that are on TuneIn, and of course there's many that are on iHeartRadio too.
Right.
Those are available to you. Josh in Gadsden, Z93. Josh, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Good.
Green Acres, by the way.
Thank you for the call. Appreciate that very much. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's so difficult to get a photo ID. I did it when I was 15 years old and had the opportunity to do it when I was 14. You know what I mean? Motorcycle license. That's just so difficult to get. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, you probably lived a privileged life, though.
Yeah,
I mean, what about people in rural America?
Yeah, I hear you. All right.
See you. Mac in Alabama. Hey, Mac, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Yes, sir. I want to talk about the national immunity. I caught COVID back when it was in. Very good. I never took the vaccine, never took a flu shot, and I was over 2 weeks, and I'm totally healthy today. So I don't put a lot of stock in that vaccine.
Couldn't fully understand that. I think
he didn't get a vaccine, got sick, he's good.
Okay, he's something about natural immunity, right? Yeah. Robert in Birmingham, listening to ZZK. Robert, 30 seconds, go.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, Robert.
Did y'all hear Estelle Harris died?
Yeah, Bubba doesn't like to mention it, because he's had a few.
Well, I can't mention it first, but after you mention it, I can
now.
chime in.
Yes, we do know. 93, Costanza's mama and the voice of the female potato head.
Yeah, very funny lady.
Back when you could have genders,
Right.
Yeah, that one.
I like her a bunch. She's funny.
Did y'all see the email that C.W. McCall also passed away?
We did.
That'd be 10-4.
Okay.
10-4.
Y'all saw that too?
10-4.
Yeah, when was that?
I think it must have been here recently. We just got an email.
Yeah, I thought it was like last week.
I had him dead for like weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I buried C.W. McCall several weeks
for
ago.
years, so I'm really off.
Yeah. You know,
like a day ago. It looks like he passed away.
Wow, why did I think he was
I
already
did too.
dead?
I thought that was.
Or even
2012.
April 1st. Could this just be one big convoy, April Fool's joke?
Yeah.
Probably.
By the way, I've meant to tell you, I did an April Fool's joke on Friday that was fantastic. I got to tell you about that. We come back. I forgot all about it.
10-4.
Well, all right. Well, I didn't realize. So that's the last 10-4 from CW.
10-4.
Who's 93?
Mm-hmm.
He signed off.
Mm-hmm.
Signed off.
Big question is, where's that 18-wheeler going? North or south?
Yeah.
Great question.
You hope north.
Well, yeah.
They hit the gate doing 98 and said, let them truckers roll.
Is there a St. Peter joke about the gate and any 18-wheelers? I've never heard that. There's so many, there's so many of those. Greg, what's your all-time favorite St. Peter at the gate joke? You like the one about...
I can't tell it, but it's a good one.
It's the one about the wives' names, isn't it?
No, the spelling. You had to have a spell to get in.
No, you can't. What? You can't tell it. Yeah, well, no, I don't.
He said he couldn't tell
No.
it.
All right, let me put the mic down, Greg. I'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I agree with her 100%. But let me tell you what makes these things, because I was watching, and if you haven't got a chance lately to catch Tucker Carlson in his new slot, you talk about somebody that is just so frustrated and so put out. And so anyway, and this was the thing. This is, and remember what we say when you look to the UK, when you look to Europe overall. For us in America, you're looking to the future,
right? Yeah,
and you have to be very careful because
we got a time machine.
We have a large portion of our country, and we have a political party right now that wants us to be more socialistic, giant government, soft tyranny, European style country. That's what they want. They think that's the preferred. I have a hard time looking at the evidence of that, but that's what they think.
I think they think.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they really believe it themselves because they don't act that way. I think they think it's a quicker and easier way to stay in power and buy votes.
Now, this show has said, and there's been others that agree, that the problem with political correctness when it first starts, it's cute, and you just kind of think, well, that's just so silly. Y'all run along with your little silly point of view, and then when it becomes, like normal, then it becomes dangerous. First of all, it just completely squashes the ability of free expression. Okay.
Oh yeah.
But the other thing, it also makes you more susceptible to evil, because you're not willing to defend yourself. Because what's more important to you? You'd rather not be mean or anybody think you're mean than really defend yourself. So you think, well, Rick, buddy, you're exaggerating. Well, let me tell you what happened yesterday. And I don't know if y'all saw this story. There was there's some woman there in the UK that must be kind of known as blogger, and in journalism now there could be internet sources. I'm not sure what her source is, but she's known there. She puts out on Twitter, and I'm paraphrasing, "It's time for men to stand up. It's time for us to fight. These are our little girls that just got slaughtered. When will the men of this country and the people of this country stand up and fight?" Now I'm paraphrasing, but that was the ultimate deal. Guess what the law enforcement that represents the government, guess what their first statements were after it's over? We will not stand for attacks on Muslims. We will not stand for bigotry toward Muslims. That was their first statement to the people after little girls were blown up at a pop star concert. The first statement wasn't, we must bring these people in and they must be punished severely, and we will eradicate this type of darkness from our society. So Tucker Carlson makes the point talking to her, and they made the point, for those of you that love government, he says, well, when the government gets that they won't protect you, what good is government? If government will not protect the citizens, which all of us can agree that's the role of the government.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Law and order.
Yeah, law and order.
As stated in the Bible.
Yeah, Romans 13 says, as Bubba said, the same thing. So if law and order is not the role of the government, what good is the government?
None.
That'd be zero.
Absolutely nothing.
So now keep in mind, now you go, Rick, now, buddy, does that seem far-fetched to Americans right now? Because we got that same strand running through our country. It's there, and it's pretty strong.
Yeah. Rick, we have liberals that think that we shouldn't have police forces, that we should have community police forces that basically take care of a community area and set their own laws.
Yeah.
Based on their community.
I would say on behalf of the people of the UK, okay, and the people of Manchester, England, I would say where are the peace-loving Muslims up in their microphone demanding that these evil people that have corrupted their religion be held accountable?
I did say
they ought to be the lead.
It didn't get much press, but I did see a march through downtown Manchester of Muslims saying that they were against what happened, and they were very outspoken against terrorism or whatever. But it didn't get much press, and there wasn't a whole bunch of
so
them.
Much so that none of it.
Well, they got to be serious.
But that's
about
the only thing I've seen. I think what you're saying is more of an international.
No, well, I think that's great if that's that would be going on. Now the thing that you have to worry about, and I don't know each individual person, not pretending to, but remember, I know for a fact that those who are committing the two forms of destruction to get us all under Sharia law, whether they're rolling down the Fada side, which is we're no harm to you, hey, don't be mean to us, everybody's being bigots to us, we just want to live here peacefully in your community, and then they rise up and attack you. Then there's the straight-out jihad, here we come. Those two things are going on, but what I'm saying is when the people who are in either one of those camps, not the ones who may generally not think this should represent their religion, because I'm sure those people really exist, but at the end of the day, when the police comes out and they get more headlines saying we won't have anybody having negative responses toward the Muslims in our country, that becomes the first thing the people hear. Those who are enemies of freedom and are pro-terrorism, they're laughing at you. That's exactly what they want. Yeah. You know what they say? Both of these fronts are working beautifully.
Yeah, we've got it.
Yep. This is exactly what we wanted.
That's why Trump's speech.
You can't stop.
The Fada, Rick, and it may be even more not rise up to get you, but infiltrate society till we get 51%, and then we vote to go.
That's right.
To
all that's in place.
Sharia law.
So the point I was making and you heard, and I think Tucker kind of got to this point last night too. I said, look, I'm not a defeatist. I think that I still, I do know who's going to win in the end and all that. So understand, I'm definitely not a defeatist because I'm under the lordship of Christ, and I know that they already have victory. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is, in this fallen creation, if you just want to be practical on earthly terms, when the people don't have the resolve. It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. A brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show has begun, and we are thankful that you are here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba on the field ready to play another round. We'll meet back and play again this week. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
So I did do an April Fool's joke on Friday. And
you did?
Yeah, I did.
Who'd you get?
Yeah, it was so funny. So we were getting ready to head off to the beach this weekend to do the marriage conference, and so one of the things that it varies according, like sometimes. By the way, this week, if you're going to the Altar Conference in Las Vegas, the one that Derek Carr is putting together and hosting, and we talked to him about that. The Man Church will be there. Just got an email. The guys got all their flights ready, so some of our resources and a new app that we're going to be releasing to go along and help you with another resource. All that'll be there in Las Vegas. So if you're traveling from any Rick and Bubba market to Vegas for the Altar Conference, be sure and go out and see the guys. They'll be out in the lobby, and you'll see some things about the Man Church while you're there. But anyway, so one of the things is if the whole setup is not happening and it's something that like Sherry and I are doing, or it's just a man church somewhere, it's not some big conference or whatever, a lot of times based on availability, they will just say, hey, the church is going to run the resources for you. The author copies, Sherry and I just bring the stuff that we have as, the book she wrote and the devotionals that I've wrote, and we'll have them available, and the church will just run it for us, and that'll be fine for Burgess Ministries. Well, you have to have a cash box, for people to be able to make change and stuff like this. So I was like, man, I need to go by the bank, and I need to get some change. So I was.
How's that experience?
It's not bad.
Okay.
Not bad at all. So especially, I try to look at, I don't get weird with all the whatever. Let's make it easy prices, and let's make it easy to make change with. So don't get weird.
Right.
So anyway, I walk in, and I don't know why. I just thought to myself, April Fool's Day is getting away from me. I haven't done anything.
No, right.
So anyway, I walk up and I get ready, and I've got that cash box with me. So the one of the tellers that they stand there by my house, so I see these. They have some turnover, but lately I see there's some people you see enough you get to know them.
Mm-hmm.
And I walked in, and they said, "Oh, Mr. Burgess, what do you need?" I said, "Tell you what I need. I need every dime out of this place today."
Rick,
look, and they looked at me, and their eyes got big. I said, "I want every cent that I have in this bank, and I want it in this cash box." And I said, so I won't. Don't give me little small bills. I said, I'm emptying every account I got here. And I mean, panic just goes through, and they start grabbing for paperwork, and some people in the offices start getting up. And I said, April Fools, I'm just messing with you.
All right.
Look, and then
that's wrong.
And they looked at me like, have you lost your mind?
What's wrong with you?
I tell you what, give me every dime in here.
I want
I want it in this cash box. We out of here, buddy.
I started to text y'all and pull one on y'all early Friday morning. I was going to tell you we had a new board. And,
a new broadcast board. That's good.
So
that's fun.
But I didn't want to get caught up in a gunner's retreat.
Yeah. I had my family, but Terry said that if I'd have just left one thing out of the text, she said you would have had us. I had told them that when I left for work, I encountered someone trying to break into one of our cars, which is that's a thing now. You better keep your car locked.
Yeah, you better.
And I said I called them and wrestled them to the ground or whatever, and the police came and got them. And I said, I'm just a little scraped up. And she said, if you'd have just left out, I'm just a little scraped up.
Oh,
she said,
went too far.
She said, because I panicked at first. Because we're constantly, hey, are the cars locked? Make sure you lock your cars, because you hear all these reports and all this. And she said, if you'd just let that one little line out. Mm-hmm. And I'm a little concerned because we have a family group text. Tyler never even replied. So, I mean, we're fine, son. We're good. We're good. JC called April Fool's mid-morning, and Reese by the afternoon said, yeah, I'd have woke up to the rumble. But,
yeah. Yeah, I had the. I did it a couple times. I also did it with my rental car, and I wish I'd had this Kamala Harris information. I could have had more fun with it. They said, "Do you have any way to pay for the car?" And I said, "No, I don't." I said, "I was hoping y'all just let me have it." And she looked at me. She said, "What?" I said, "Can y'all just let me have it?" And she goes, "No." And I said, "I'm just messing with you, April Fool." So I did that. I kind of got out of control with it.
I tried to buy somebody's lunch, and they knew I was kidding.
Right?
Yeah. We all knew that was a joke.
Right.
I said, "April Fools, forgot it."
Keep walking.
Yeah. I told them we were energy independent, and then I said, "Of course, everybody knew that was April Fool."
Bubba called me, said he was at the gym on the treadmill, so I knew that was gone.
They're supposed to be believable, to really pull.
Yeah.
You got to have some truth to them.
Yeah. Greg called me just to see how I was doing. I was like, "Well, you're not thoughtful. What are you doing?"
That's a good point. I wanted you to buy my lunch.
Scruggs told me when I get here, the board and all that stuff be working fine. I tell you, Tune In pulled one on us today, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Just a little late. Just a little late.
It's back.
Is it back?
It's back.
Okay.
No,
Testing
that's
1,
quick.
2.
Of course, we don't have control of it.
Testing.
But sure.
Check 2, 3.
Testing. Tune In. Testing.
Oh goodness.
Hey, good looking. Be back to pick you up later. Yeah, remember that commercial, Mr. Microphone?
So apparently Friday night, I didn't see it, but Fallon and Kimmel both switched shows.
Ooh, and nobody noticed.
Nobody noticed, but it was part of April Fool. They just.
See, I hate all those things.
Yeah.
Silly.
I mean, go
Rick,
do.
you can't say anything.
Well,
you just went through a laundry list of things that you tried to pull on people.
I was being specific what category I hate.
You remember when the pandemic first started and everybody was scared to death and April fooled us that he was positive?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yeah.
'Cause we were all broadcasting from home.
See, I like the personal stuff.
I had already told my family that, by the way.
Wow, you text quick.
Yeah, don't let it breathe so long.
Yeah, you'll let something breathe.
Well, if you can't do a good April Fool if you don't let it breathe. I let the people get the paperwork out to get my money out.
I like you had the cash box.
I want it in this cash box.
They would have just told me, hey, Mr. Helms, it's not a big deal. You only got like $11.67.
Yeah, they took their wallet
Put
out
it
and
in
gave
your
me a
wallet.
10.
Yeah, of course, what I have is worth about half what it used to.
Yeah, sure.
But anyway, your currency just keeps plummeting.
Sure.
The ones I don't like is this, like, hey, we're a country station, today we're playing hip hop.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Our morning show's been replaced by this, and like what the Kimmel them did. I don't like all that. Do your standard break people's hearts personally.
Right.
Just mess up your own people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if Sherry had not seen this thing about her flight today and I'd started, she would have thought I was still doing it.
Yeah, because that sounds like one.
Boy, it did.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Boy, that was a.
You hate them last minute changes.
Oh, and
or last minute you didn't know it got changed.
Well, the thing that happens, and we did that story earlier if you missed it, but the things like that, it's one thing for it to happen, period. It's another thing for it to happen in a moment where you don't have time to deal with it.
Right.
I mean, you can't. Hey, there's a lot of people I need to be calling right now and texting and emailing and you're walking into church and people are expecting you to do something. And I mean, it's
you'd like to be able to walk into church without having something, your hair being on fire about something.
Oh, yeah. How would
So-
you like to be the person that's sent out? Because I wonder now, that person can't just be dealing with Sherry.
No, you're right.
If you send all the speakers, here's how they all flow. And all 4 dates, you speak at the exact same time on the exact same day, either the first day of it or the second day. And everybody thinks that, but one of the dates isn't that way.
Boy,
And that's
you could probably cross-check
and Rick,
that
they
schedule.
just noticed it that late.
No, what they're saying is they should have never told Sherry they were all the same. The second one, she was in a different place. And matter of fact, the whole conference, and the reason why, you know why? The reason why is they're in Orlando. And only that second conference, everybody was given tickets to Universal to go and spend the day at Universal, all the youth pastors, so they have to end it earlier so they'll have some time at Universal. That's what caused it. But I mean, they've known that for months, And so
got to communicate.
Yeah. By the way, I hope Disney takes a note. When people give free stuff while you're in Orlando now, tickets, they're giving them to Universal, not Disney. I'll tell you, Disney's overplaying their hand right now.
Oh, the Disney heiress came out and talked this weekend about it.
Oh, really? No, I didn't see that.
Oh, she said that America's behind them 100%. Miss Reed.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To push back evil, you ain't got a chance.
No.
And so guess who they investigated first? The person who put it out on Twitter. They're doing an investigation on her that calls for the people of Manchester to rise up against these kind of enemies. She's being investigated as well as the terrorist. And she's the one that's been vilified first. I mean, you ain't got a chance when you got that going.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Able to say this is not Alabama because it is. DeKalb County, Alabama, we have Georgia. Oh, it is? You said DeKalb.
Yes.
Oh, it's on the Peach State.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. I'm so glad this is on y'all. It's just a border. That's all it is. It's just a line.
Sure. Could easily happen in Powell.
It's all the same region.
That's what I say from Mississippi to Alabama.
But, Georgia people kind of look down their nose on you a little bit.
They do.
Yeah, especially those you in Atlanta. I was with you. Yeah. I'm coming back this weekend. Get ready. So anyway.
Southern New York, really?
Yeah, I sometimes have to scream. Y'all realize y'all are in the South. Okay, but anyway.
Rick, they realize that Mama June's from there, too.
Right.
Don't
Mama June's
Y'all
from
got
Georgia.
Mama June.
Thank
and Honey
you.
Boo Boo.
That's right. So let's not have any of this sanctimonious Georgia stuff. Okay?
Right.
It's just a line. But anyway, so let's go to the story from WSB. They'll cover it completely for us. And the guys are saying this fight rivals the graduation fight in Tennessee.
It's
Maybe
up there.
worse.
It's up
because
there.
you have two going at it, as opposed to one who was dominating everybody.
Yeah, who was just hitting everybody.
Don't think a typical push, shove, pulling hair.
Do I have it right?
Don't think that.
Do I have it right? They fought in front of students.
Oh, yeah.
And the class is going on.
A student is who videoed it.
Oh, this is good.
No, take a listen.
No, here we go.
Parents are calling for 2 educators to be fired after a full-blown brawl in a classroom full of kids.
Oh, my goodness. Whoa.
A student got this cell phone video involving a teacher and a paraprofessional in Channel 2 station Fernandez Live at Stone Mountain Middle School. Taisha, you talk about outrage on this story, and the parents are asking why these educators still have jobs.
Well, they got tenure.
Justin, school officials are asking parents to be patient while they investigate this fight because this school is a public entity, and that means by law these staff members can keep their jobs pending the outcome of the investigation, but they can't be around students.
I really didn't know that, but to find out today, that's unacceptable.
Valerie Stewart has a daughter in the 7th grade at Stone Mountain Middle School. She couldn't believe a teacher and a paraprofessional were attacking each other in a classroom full of students. A student shot this cell phone video. Dr. Madison wasn't in this classroom Friday, but she, along with hundreds of other students, have seen this video.
Couldn't believe it. Like, at first I thought it was kids too fighting, but then they said it was teachers, and I was like, that's just bad.
The video shows students trying to break up the fight, but it didn't work. Some other staff members had to break it up.
They couldn't have waited until school was out, mature adults, and then talk about it after the kids were out of the classroom.
School officials are investigating why this happened. In the meantime, both staff members will keep their jobs with the district. However, they've been pulled from the classroom. This student thinks they should have been setting a better example.
I think that the principal should do something more than give them back their job.
Officials sent me a statement that says the interaction and conduct in the video is completely unacceptable and contrary to our district's tenets and core principles.
We send our kids to school to learn for an education, not to sit there and witness a fight between 2 adults.
Guys.
No.
Now let me say. Now I will say this in all fairness, they were learning. I mean, they learned if somebody's got you by the hair, hit them with the open hand. I mean, they did learn some things. They did learn how to fight.
They did.
Not only should they be fired, I think they should be prosecuted too.
And they have been arrested. Both of them were arrested.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Which is amazing that the rules are set up that they can be arrested but not fired.
Yeah.
Well,
You're in jail, but you still have a job.
Yeah.
There's some of the problem with due process.
Well, look. Let me tell you what. These two are not just sort of fighting.
Right there, she's throwing.
Oh, she is.
I'm telling you
what.
what.
Lie right there.
One that you don't realize at this point. What are we doing? See, that's crazy.
How does that happen? That looks uncivilized.
See, we have laws that say you can't have a tidal pond so close to a school. But this is going to go on.
Right, right. You heard that story too. I didn't.
Boy, they're stabbing. You're not tired you get punching. I mean, she ain't backed off at all.
I know. I'm trying to count 1, 2.
Both
3,
of them punch
4,
well, and they both
5,
take
6,
a punch well.
7,
Yeah, they
8,
do.
9.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what. Flannel shirt tied around hips is I'm talking about. She's throwing
it.
Y'all
the gravy, please.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. We thank you for being with us today. Things you need to know about, and upcoming events. Sherry today, Orlando, Florida. She's there with SLU, Student Leadership University, in their Youth Pastor Summit. She'll be speaking today. I think she's at 4:45 today. If you're there at that summit in Orlando, it'll finish tomorrow. And then looking ahead to next Monday and Tuesday, it goes to Dallas, Texas. Cher will be there too, and she'll be speaking on Tuesday in Dallas, Texas. Then they'll skip a week for Easter, and then they'll come back at the end of April, and they'll take that Youth Pastor Summit to Nashville. It'll be in Nashville, so you can go there too. All those details are at Burgess Ministries under upcoming events. Just check those dates, and you'll see those. And then we got a lot that'll be cranking up with themanchurch.com. Scott Dawson on April the 18th. They'll be in Northport, Alabama, at Christ Harbor United Methodist Church for Man Church. Coming up on the 22nd of April, Avon, Indiana. Brian Gunn will be there at Harmony Baptist Church doing a Man Church there. And then the 23rd, we got stuff going on in about 3 different places. So on the 23rd of April, you can go and see. I'll be in Gordo, Alabama, at Highland Baptist Church there. Also on the 23rd, Crossroads Church in Warrior, Alabama. Scott Dawson there. And also on the 23rd, First Baptist Church, Satsuma, Alabama, Michael Helms. So on the 23rd, we got people everywhere. And you can find those at themanchurch.com and catch any of the upcoming Man Church opportunities there as well. All right, so are you guys really going to talk about landscaping?
I mean, Speedy had brought up something earlier in the kickoff hour that I thought was interesting because it's a topic that I struggle with too, and that is pine straw or bark.
Right.
And, the proper use of both. And I think, we kind of switch around sometimes. I don't know why, but, pine straw has its pluses and minuses, and so does bark. And is there a code? Is there a proper use of either one? Or
I think you're about to be shocked that I'm actually going to weigh in on this.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay. and from what I've heard in the pine straw world, and I've put pine straw out myself, I've also just said, yeah, that sounds good. Let's do pine straw while someone else put it out.
Yeah.
And the big pine straw fear is, where did this pine straw come from? Where has it been? Is it infested with mosquitoes, mosquito eggs, and all this stuff? Is it damp? If you throw down the wrong pine straw from the wrong place, you just brought a whole world of insects and mosquitoes to your world. So
what do you want? Good local pine straw?
You want
like honey?
You want to ask some questions about that pine straw. About has it been sitting on a truck somewhere? Where'd this come from? Because you have these services that'll pull up and do this, and all they've done is just go and grab pine straw out of wherever they could find it through in the back of their truck, and it's got sticks and stuff all in it. And then there's people who go, we do pine straw, that's our thing. And no two pine straws are the same. Now when you get into pine straw versus bark, then I'm back out again.
It is funny to me now that we pay for somebody to put pine straw down with something that we used to be forced to rake up as kids.
Right.
That's
that is weird.
Odd.
That is very strange.
But Speedy, what was your issue? Where were you having the problem at?
No, it's just funny at our house because Terry she's easygoing about most everything, but when it comes to pine straw, she is out. She does not like pine straw. Now, she's not going to say that, somebody that uses pine straw, well, look, their landscaping looks awful. She just doesn't like to deal with it personally. She just doesn't like it. So when we moved to where we are now, they had pine straw. Well, it had to go.
It had to go.
I mean, so here I am raking.
You know what else gets in them pine straw cubes too, don't you?
What's that? No shoulders.
Oh, no shoulders.
Yeah, I've heard putting them out. You get you one tangled up every now and then.
And by the way, like Helmsy was talking about, though, is there any defeating weeds? I mean, straight up.
I mean, it's awful.
I just don't think there's any way to beat them.
No.
And
you just try to minimize them.
You brought up the thing about Roundup. I know they've had some legal issues with all that, but a lot of the people that are in the farming community seems to think that's a bunch of hogwash anyway, and that some of that was more commercial. That the old squirt of weed in your yard is still not a bad thing.
Yeah. No, I hear it every time I'm out there. I got my backpack sprayer on. I got Roundup.
So you're serious about it,
and
with a
and I hear you're gonna get cancer.
Really?
Oh yeah, Amanda
That's how they
like,
say it?
That's Amanda. Amanda doesn't like me. That's her. You're gonna get cancer voice.
Well, when you watch all these commercials where they
Sorry,
come on and
Amanda.
say if you've used Roundup and you need to sue, and you see all this, but I think it goes back to this: are you using? I mean, are you a farmer? With these big old giant.
He's got a backpack.
Gallons
but
of
you gotta understand.
Roundup. Are you somebody trying to get weeds out of?
I got
this?
a half an acre that I'm trying to keep weeds out of pine straw.
Nah.
That's it.
Never happened.
And I hear two things. Hey,
He's
you're
got a
gonna get
backpack,
cancer,
Rick.
and then I hear this. Don't spray my flowers.
Oh, that's gotta be
I
careful.
get- I
Don't
get
do
a
it
lot
on
of
a-
that.
don't do it
Of
on a
course,
windy day.
I'll kill some of them too.
Yeah.
Just.
I mean, hey.
Yeah.
I asked
Well,
you not to
how else
plant
are
them
you,
there.
how else are you supposed to kill weeds
Hey,
without Roundup?
I mean,
Pull 'em up.
Jeez, it's a never-ending battle.
I'm not.
And I got an email.
I got one of them weed weasels you put in there and twist it.
Yeah.
Pull 'em
Yeah.
up,
Yeah.
get it in there.
How many times has that been in your hands?
Well, a few times.
Yeah.
But it still looks new.
Where's it at right now?
I bet it does. I bet it's got the tag on it.
Hanging on in the garage.
weasel.
I get rid of that.
Well, the problem with pine, and I love pine straw, and we hey, half acre worth, and hey, they like it too. By the way, it's expensive.
sure.
Of course, I hear it from my dad because he, to y'all's point, he rakes all of it up at his house, and somebody comes and gets it and takes it to their house.
He
at
comes
the
and
end of the
sells
year.
it to you.
Yes. And so anyway, but you can't pull a weed out of pine straw because then you pull the pine straw up.
Right.
You can't separate the two. That's a bip and a half.
Oh my goodness.
You can't fully spray it because it has to go through the pine straw in order to get it.
That's right.
So what I've been doing lately is just keeping 5 or 6 bales of pine straw handy and just covering up the weeds with it. Just like nobody can see it. I'm just covering them up.
Well, I've been
As long
told
as I don't see them, what I care.
I've been told if the pine straw is like really packed in really good, the weeds are you're not going to have as many weeds that if you have mulch or bark or something like that. But yeah, I don't know why, but our house is not protected from the wind at all. So we tried. Terry wanted to get mini bark. And it's just really light, and it just started flying all over the yard. It's I got grass / bark all in my yard.
My backyard is covered in pine straw and bark.
Yeah,
now
yeah,
from the
yeah,
winds
yeah.
last week.
So we went full bark pieces this time, but that was the discussion.
The large
during
nugget?
the large nuggets, because that was the discussion, the kickoff hour, because that was my weekend during free time, was doing all that.
That's what it's called.
Did the entire property and had to cut the hill behind me and all that. It was a Burgess nightmare. You would not have done it.
No
but,
way.
But I got off in it.
I don't have enough life left.
And you claim that your neighbor says
Yes.
you can spray this stuff on your old pine straw and it makes it look new.
Yes.
And I got a email from a friend, listener of the show, graduated with him actually in high school, who's a superintendent at a golf course, and he said that stuff actually works very well.
Yeah. What's the name
Don't
of
get
that
it on your
stuff?
concrete though,
Yeah.
or you like your sidewalks because it's hard to come
What's
off.
the name of that stuff?
I'll get that to
Pine
you.
straw spray.
Yeah, you basically
I'll let you know.
Yeah, you're
I'll
painting
let
your
you
pine
know. I
straw.
don't
You're
know.
painting your pine
Yeah.
straw is what you're doing.
Yeah, and I think you would just put it into like a backpack
You don't-
sprayer.
yeah.
If
You're
I
big
could
on
mix,
that backpack.
if I could mix
There you go,
that
Bub.
and the weed control all together in one and just spray, I'd have me something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You just spray painting it, right?
Yeah,
That's all you're doing.
Don't get it on the white brick.
Yeah.
How about
You
as
don't
long,
have to pressure wash that.
how about as long as it looks good? Who cares?
That's it.
Yeah. I mean, unless there's some health hazard or something to it.
You know what I struggle with? That dividing line between the two. In our days, we growing up, we put monkey grass there, but Betty hates monkey
I know.
grass.
Yeah.
I love monkey
We
grass.
got a little monkey grass at our house.
Do you go green or variegated?
Green.
Oh wait, we
I
had
always
monkey
liked
grass
variegated.
everywhere I live.
Say it again.
Variegated. I can't say it now. Variegated. What was I? Can't say it. You got me tangled up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If I go back and count, I'm gonna
Yeah,
count the
let's-
punches.
let's count how many
All right,
punches.
ready,
You talking
ready?
about all in
And
old flannel skirt?
One. All right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 punches to the face.
Hey, by the way,
You got more coming.
And like Ham said, they're standing in there. I mean, nobody.
Yeah.
You think somebody be knocked out at that point?
do you
Nobody's
realize
took a defensive position, have they?
to Bubba's point? Do you realize how far removed from appropriate conduct you have landed? That there's you nothing in your being, no matter how escalated the argument got, did you think, hey, look, we're not going to get in a fight right here in the classroom? Either get out, go. I'm going.
Let's say 2 punches were thrown. Both. Somebody's got to go. Hey, what are we doing? There's kids in here.
Right.
When
guys,
meet you outside later.
Yeah.
When y'all were young, did you ever see two adults fight? I mean, like you witnessed something that you're like, wow. You did?
Yeah, I saw two guys get into it at Foot Locker one time, and it were grown men, like 40s and 50s at the time. And it was pretty rough.
At a Foot Locker?
Yeah, in Gadsden.
Did that guy with the referee shirt try to break it up?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna need some clarification when we declare somebody an adult.
Well, I guess when you were young, you would consider them an adult.
We had a scene out. When we played, it was a much more tough society, and this is unacceptable in any society. Don't misunderstand me.
Yeah.
But things that went on, we just didn't live as sheltered.
Yeah.
And some of that's not good. I mean, some things I would have preferred to have been sheltered from, but society, you would see people fight a lot more in like little league games, and coaches in little league games.
Oh, yeah.
It was just a more. They were
But
in the stands.
you occasionally saw a fight, but I don't think you saw more fights because everybody knew what that entailed, so they kind of stayed away from it.
Yeah. But it was, I saw, the thing that two times I actually saw my dad nearly beat two people up.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was when a guy grabbed me as I was trying to go across the parking lot because I'd punched his kid. And Dad was like, hey, we can get to the bottom of it. Don't come here grabbing kids up. You and I can have a discussion about it. And that one got escalated. And then when we were taken to a football game, one time my mom was with us, and a guy spilled beer on all of us.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
And my dad grabbed him up, and that was an interesting
But,
scene.
That's one of my favorites.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and he asked him if he had towels for his family for the beer bath he'd just given us. And then the guy kind of slurred, and before I knew it, he was kind of up in Dad's grasp, and he was reminding him that if he could not handle alcohol, maybe he shouldn't have it.
Yeah.
And the guy agreed with it.
But
and tried his best to find a towel.
Two teachers fighting is unacceptable. I'll give you that.
I would have liked to have seen it.
Teacher in the classroom is a whole nother level.
Now, I've never seen anything like that.
Right. But growing up,
all these things I mentioned, I'm out in the society.
Oh, yeah.
Not in a controlled environment.
But growing up, when we had like after school fights and stuff, do you feel like that there was less violence because you got to fight and you got to get it out of you?
Bubba and I talked about this morning. I think we're getting to the point with the kids now, and I think you make a point. This thing where we keep saying, well, now we were young once. No, we were young. We didn't do stuff they're doing. Now, there's stuff going on now that defies any common. No. Yeah, somebody said the other day about an incident. They said, well, hey, we was all young. And I said, no, I never did I didn't know anybody who did that.
Right.
We were not as sheltered.
Yeah.
But I think we understood the consequences.
I think that's the point. And to your point, Speedy, I think the fighting was not – it was available to you. So when it took place, it happened. It was cold quickly.
Yeah. Nobody pulled a knife or a gun out. You just fought with your hands.
And the person who started it and caused it was punished, and the person who was defending himself was not.
Yeah. And sometimes you even became good friends with the person you fought because you got it out.
We didn't have. Here's the bottom line: when we were growing up, it was we were not as sheltered, but I tell you, we had real leadership. Mm-hmm. We did not have weak leadership. And now you have weak leadership, zero tolerance, stuff like that. That's just so no leader ever has to make a decision.
Right.
He didn't have to hash it out, find out what happened, or she. Leadership was 1,000 times better when we were kids than it is now.
Right.
You wouldn't have had something like this in the classroom because the leadership at the school would not have tolerated it, and the teachers would have known the price they would have paid, and it wouldn't have happened. There's no accountability anymore is why this stuff happens. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Day without.
All right, we're back. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. You can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG if you have something on your mind this hour. So I saw, Helms, I saw you're getting excited about the Masters coming up. Yeah, I saw that. Well, you really got a lot of stuff in there.
From the folks that live in North Augusta, South Carolina, which is right next to Augusta, Georgia.
Right.
And so, yeah, I don't give the Masters as much as I used to because I'm not in the golfing world as much. But this week I pay attention.
So
and
tennis,
Tiger is possibly playing.
Yeah.
So tennis has moved ahead of golf.
It has. The kids have officially got out of the golfing phase.
Yeah, well, you try new things.
And so tennis has taken a front seat to that. The back was my main golfing issue.
Yeah.
If you
surprisingly, I'm getting pulled in more now because Tyler loves it now.
Yeah.
Loves it, and he always did. He just never had time for it.
Yeah.
Now
let's take the
he's all
kid.
about
Let's
it.
take the kid thing out of the equation.
Okay.
Because I know that just like we talked about 1,000 times, they're involved in stuff. We're going to we'll support it, be part. Unless it's something detrimental.
Yeah.
But if they want whatever they feel like they enjoy, we try to support it, be part of it. And but if you just had your choice that you wanted to watch the Masters or some tennis tournament,
I'm going tennis actually.
No,
it's got to be comparable. It's got to be a major.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
If the U.S. Open final, I can only watch one. The U.S. Open final. Well, I don't know. It depends on who's in it, I guess.
Okay. So Tiger says he may play.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a game time decision.
Yeah.
He played another practice round Sunday.
Does that help at all?
Things are going.
Yeah, I'll watch it because it's not competing against anything this weekend.
Right. Yeah.
But you asked me to go.
Well, I saw the stuff you had laid out in there. I thought, wow, he's really into it.
No matter if he plays or not, it's kind of amazing. He's even got back to the position he could play in it after his car accident.
Yeah.
I mean,
Greg
everybody
said
thought
he
was gone after that.
Yeah. And Phil Mickelson would have been about 2 weeks ago. It says he announced the first time in 28 years he will not play.
Yeah, and that goes back.
Is that
to
all that junk you got in?
Yeah,
it is
yeah,
with
he's
Greg Norman and that Saudi deal that
Yep.
he started talking about going over there to play.
Yep.
That's caused him not to play in this.
He's caught so much
Stepping away.
grief. People can't handle anybody making a comment these days. Everything's so political.
I know.
You mean he
goodness
won't play
gracious.
just because people are going to be hollering at him on the course?
Well, I think he stepped away.
I think he's just like, we're going to let this die down. I'll eventually be back.
Yeah, I don't think he's worried
nobody
about. I don't think he's worried about hecklers. He just stepped away from the game.
He probably don't want to have to take the questions because the media is going to pound him about it.
He may have a tournament in Dubai this weekend.
Yeah, that's where it was, Dubai.
There you go, Greg.
There you go.
Hey, the money they were throwing at him,
Yeah.
I'd go over and play.
They call it the
would
Mideast
too.
Masters.
Right.
Y'all
So,
can get canceled.
all right, now see if I have this right. This is another, athletic story today, and I use those words loosely. Something I would never watch, and that is soccer. Is Hope Solo? Wasn't that
Hope.
She was
Hope's
pretty
in a bind.
famous.
But is
she's
that
in trouble?
Was that a
the
goalie?
goalie for the U.S.
Yep.
Yeah, for the
Didn't she beat like somebody up one time?
She did.
She's had her history of moments.
And now she's saying that their family is strong and surrounded with love after she was found passed out behind the wheel of her vehicle with 2-year-old twins inside.
Yeah.
She's been charged with driving impaired, resisting a public officer. She'll dust it up.
You don't grab her, Rick. They tried to bend her arm.
And well, all
She's
right.
a duster, Rick. She's a duster.
and misdemeanor child abuse. So she says that her post was
That's probably not her best moment.
our family is strong and surrounded with love. Our kids are strong. They better be. Intelligent, happy, and vibrant. And we are present every day, giving them the best life possible. Except for that time I was passed out and they were in the car and they're with me.
Except for
Rick,
that.
it could be worse. She could be in prison in Russia.
But that's true.
That's
true.
Is she still married to that former, I think he was a tight end, NFL player?
Oh, I don't know.
Isn't that who she got the twins with? Did I make that up?
I really don't know. I don't follow the Hope Solo thing. I thought that was an interesting headline today.
Yeah.
When I saw that Tiger was going to play, and
could have just looked it up.
Jeremy Stevens.
Yeah, that's him.
What about the on you guys were talking about this? Has the WNBA star? Is she still in prison in Russia?
She's still over there.
Busting rocks.
Yeah.
Really?
I'm surprised that the.
Did you say
media-
busting rocks?
They were going to put her in a labor camp.
Yeah.
At one time.
No, you're right. I did hear that. And she
None
was
of us
doing
can remember
drugs.
her
Was that a
name.
drug thing?
She had a vape.
She had something
She had
on
something
her
in her
that
vape.
was illegal. They caught her. They may dress her up and send her to the front.
Right.
Brittany Griner. That's who we were talking about.
What?
Brittany Griner.
Nothing.
Surprised
What's
that
a
we
little
hadn't
early?
given this enough.
What?
Not us.
What are you talking about? What
Speedy,
happened?
give me a dirty look.
Oh, really?
Like I said,
It's
dirty looks?
on this show.
What did you say you weren't supposed
I
to say?
just gave him a look like
What did you say that you
I
weren't supposed to
didn't.
say?
He was
Just-
being insensitive, Rick.
just news. We're good.
Well, it's what you just say.
What did I say?
No, nothing. It's just he was mentioning
Dirty
Russia and
books.
Ukraine.
Yeah, I was trying. That was
Front
that was
lines
that
and
was
everything. Some
that
bad
was a
news.
way of giving Ukrainians a little bit of some that they have fought against. I know it's gotten rough, but I mean, look what how they've held out.
What are we going on?
Russia thought they were going to be done in 48 hours.
Yeah, we're going on close to 40 days this week.
Mm-hmm. Man, the story's coming out.
Yeah,
you wonder if what's accurate, but
the
photos to back it up are not.
Yeah,
good.
a lot of atrocities being committed by the Russians as they're pulling out of some of these areas to reposition. That we're just now kind of getting a look at, and social media is getting pictures of, and it's really some gruesome stuff.
So back to the Brittany Griner thing. So so we're just going to allow this to keep happening?
Now, who's this?
The WNBA. I mean,
yeah. I know. Is somebody gonna? Are we gonna try to get her out of there? I mean,
didn't they probably say not a great time to be trying?
Yeah, I mean,
Russia to cooperate with
if you break the law in Russia, you're going to have to deal with the Russian authorities, and a lot of times, internationally, the government will step in and say, "Hey, do us a solid and let her go." And it's just a bad time to be doing that right now when they're having problem getting parts and bread over there.
Well, let me say this to the Americans right now: to be captured by Russia right now is a big thumbs down to all the guys' points, because we're out there calling Russia evil, rightfully so.
Sanction
them, and then we want to call up and say, "Hey, could you let our basketball player go?"
Yeah.
Who happens to be both black and gay.
Mm-hmm. And you know what?
You would think there'd be a major uproar about this. Honestly, if you think about what we uproar about in this country.
No, you're right. But you know what the Russians say?
The Russians don't care about it.
The Russians said,
but we do.
Yeah, supposed to.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, this is supposed to be one of those where everybody's supposed to just be demanding something to take place.
Absolutely.
But what's going to happen is, like we said,
they're not answering the phone, Rick.
Right. Oh, but wait
They're not. You're right.
Because I mean, I'm not saying look, we know what they're doing. We all disagree with. But if I'm in that evil mindset of I'm a Russian government person, I would have to say, did you take time from trashing me to place a call for me to let your basketball player go?
Yeah.
Yeah. So shouldn't you be trashing me on some interview right now?
Yeah.
Did you take time away from that to call me to ask for the basketball player to come on? Tell you what, when you stop trashing me, maybe I'll go see what's going on with the basketball player.
Until then,
you're right.
The big Stony Lonesome.
Yeah.
Last I heard,
not a good time to be captured by Russia.
No, I think it says it's been pushed back to May 13th. They're holding her till then. They know for a fact. I don't know if she's going to have some type of hearing then or what.
I wish somehow Trump, and with his relationship that everybody wants to talk about with Putin, can pull this off for her and get her back.
If he could, he would.
Yeah.
In a second.
Imagine that headline.
Well, they would just say that shows that he's him and Putin are working together for the detriment of the West.
Which isn't that amazing that all these allegations come out about that, but yet you've got the president's son and a laptop and all the crap in that thing, and
don't
then
talk about
that. Isn't that amazing?
Oh, you can't even get a story on it. You're put down if you even suggest it.
Did you? Speaking of things that are awful right now, did you see this the Sacramento shooting that we had over the weekend?
Yeah, that's terrible.
And we actually have video of just hearing what was going on. So 6 people fatally shot, another dozen were injured. Multiple shooters opened fire in downtown Sacramento, and people flooded out of the bars and the restaurants around 2 a.m. So we're trying to figure out that there was a large fight. Are we saying that people got caught in the crossfire?
So this video's been going around, and there's like a fight going on already, and it's like these people are involved in a fight, but then they, at the end of this video, they run away from something that you can see this guy looks like way down the street.
Yeah, well, right about here, just go back a little bit, you're about to hear pop, 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 pop. You start to hear the gunfire, and that's what they're reacting
So
to.
this is a different fight?
So I think there's like a street fight in one area, and then there's a gunfight 50 yards down the, or 50 feet down the road or
and
something?
I believe this is the evidence of when it first started, and it's this fight's reaction to the gunfire, which stops this fight, and everybody disperses or runs away.
There you
Time
go.
to go.
You hear that?
Yeah.
Time to go.
That was fully auto. But I thought they were illegal in Sacramento, so what are they doing there?
Well, that's supposed to be a bastion of safety. Except when other people show up with guns and you don't have any. That's when that strategy kind of goes south, doesn't it? 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll do phone calls to wrap up the hour on any topic you want to talk about. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. So if you move right now, you'll get in. When we come back, we'll chat with you when the show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This one we may like.
Well, Rick, the NFL got the name the No Fun League by a lot of the players,
Yep.
and it looks like they are actually changing some rules that the fans wanted changed. How about this? They are relaxing the rule on player celebrations after touchdowns.
Good.
Now, what has been banned in the past several years that they will be bringing back, players will be allowed to use the ball as a prop. They will be allowed to celebrate on the ground. They use the example of snow angels.
Right.
And they also will be able to celebrate in a group once again.
So the group is back?
The group is back. One of my favorites is spinning the ball
Fun
and
Bunch?
acting like you're over a campfire
yeah.
getting warm.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, good stuff like that. Now, some will still be flagged. That will be celebrations that have offensive demonstrations that are prolonged and delay the game, or those that are directed at an opponent will still be penalized. Now, obscene gestures will still be penalized, such as twerking.
Sadly, we do
Antonio
have to
Brown was not happy to hear that.
Well, that was horrifying. Look, I've got probably a higher ceiling on that than I probably should have.
Yeah,
it even crashed through my ceiling. I mean, that was like, okay, man, put that away.
Now, this is one that I disagree with. They said violent acts such as throat slashes and the imagination of weapons such as shooting a bow and arrow or a machine gun will still be prohibited.
A bow and arrow?
No, come on.
You remember there was one guy they called the archer, and he'd pull it out and he'd shoot it, and they said he couldn't do it, so he would pull it out, put it in the bow, and then drop it. He went to that.
So you can't use the football.
No, you can.
Listen, as a device and blow everybody up. Can't do that.
No, can't. Yeah,
That's
they won't allow that. That's violent.
Is that violent? When I throw it out there and everybody
acts like it hurts them.
Yeah.
You know,
Now, I saw one that
hand
did that.
grenade.
They did it like a hand grenade, and a bunch of them fell down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that
do it.
I guess that'd be violent.
But you could do the Benny Hinn, act like they're the choir, get them rocking back and forth, and they turn around and do that.
Is that violent?
That couldn't have been
The
any
spirit
better,
knocked
Bob.
them down. Huh?
When you said that, that's what they were doing. That's
Was
cool.
it?
Yeah.
So is this?
See, that's good stuff.
So
right?
is that allowed?
Yeah, that would be allowed.
All that's allowed.
We're dancing now.
All right. So
shoot it. See, shoot a basket over the goal. Into the hat.
Oh,
I like that. That's a good one. What about you're gonna signal first down and you get it chopped down?
Where's Antonio Brown?
Yeah,
we've been showing.
It was up there.
No,
Yeah, sadly, it was up there.
Yeah, it was.
But they're telling you what you can't do.
We just got all kinds of stuff
Yeah,
here.
that's funny. This is ranked as best celebrations.
Okay.
Well, Sammy Watkins slowed up a little bit there.
Right. So
See, I like the green.
Now we're bringing the bunch back. Even got a lineman in there.
I think that was from a movie, wasn't it?
Had to be. Oh no!
Oh, that's pretty good.
We're watching
Football uses
now.
a hacky sack.
Yeah, that was good.
Everybody on radio's loving this.
I know.
This is why you should purchase RBTV right here. You know?
We're showing the best NFL touchdown celebrations. Oh, gracious!
That looks like that's the Canadian
There's a
league or
blooper
something.
there, wasn't it? We're riding a horse.
I did
now.
that in the
Speedy's
kitchen
move.
yesterday.
That's Speedy and Helmsley's move.
I'll
Look.
do that in a second.
Yeah. So all these are what's legal and what's not legal. It's not really telling us. is it?
Well, the legal part, I think we've kind of discussed, and that is that you know, if you're having fun and you're using the football and you want to dance and you want to get around and do something
You can
clean,
do campfires,
that's fine. But you get
shots.
obscene and you start using
Well,
the football
somebody
inappropriately
will
and all
push
that,
the-
then
or
there's a
don't.
limit. I
And see,
guess.
we always said if the celebration goes on too long, it's delay a game. You don't need another penalty for that.
But in my opinion, the people hurting this are the referees. Now they got to decipher. I mean, now it's like, okay, it used to be no celebrations. We're gonna penalize you. The video's still rolling. But now it's like, okay, now I got to figure out. All right, you can celebrate now. What? Okay, wait a minute. What were you doing with that ball right
Well,
there?
I tell you where they're going. Where they're going to draw that vulgar line.
And I have to ask a question, okay, especially right here on Willow Meat Wednesday. Hank the Hound, would he be allowed to do the things that he does when he comes in here on Willow Meat
No,
Wednesday?
probably not.
No,
I don't think
him
he
and
would.
Antonio Brown kind of have the
They
same
do.
dance.
They do.
No, they couldn't.
Yeah.
And I'm like you, Rick. My tolerance on the celebration's probably a little higher than it needs to be.
and even that one bothered me, didn't you?
I know they're all up there in the stands.
There was something about Antonio Brown was funny to me. I don't know why.
Well, I don't know. I just had this,
I like
instinct.
where he's calling somebody.
I just had this instinct to look away. You know what I mean? Yeah. But
all I can think of is, man, he doesn't have low back trouble.
Well, the problem is the defensive players, because if you remove all the violence, well, then defense, that's all defense celebrates is violence. Oh, no.
They're showing a little legal stop in it now.
How about it? It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines available. Join us. Come on. Lines are available. What do you want to ask a question about, make a comment on, bring information to the table? Lines are available. There's plenty of room for you if you want to join us now. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Greg, I know you and Lisa are really, really loving your Helix mattress. A couple of questions were asked. Look, I don't like hassles. How long till I send my stuff in?
Oh, Rick, it's minutes.
Minutes?
They just ask you a few questions on how you like to sleep, your stomach, back, sides, how you like your mattress.
Okay.
And then you know what they do? They custom build one for you.
So do you and Lisa both, or either one of y'all sleep on your back?
I don't think so.
Yeah, side and stomach?
Yep.
More side or more stomach?
I'm more stomach.
Yeah, I am too. I'm stomach with a mix of side.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I'm almost a hybrid stomach side.
Yeah. How about this? I'm a stomach. My back's hurting. I roll to my side, relief.
That's it.
And my back gets to feeling better. I go back to my stomach.
I did the same thing. And I turn and look the other way.
Right. Yeah. I know the best way to sleep, so on my back. Can't do it.
I know.
But get yours customized right now, like the Burgesses did, and they'll send it right to your door. You get 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure you love it, and you are going to love it. It's an American-made mattress is the best fit for your particular style of sleeping. Soft, medium, firm. Let them know that too, and they'll send it to you. It's got a 10-year warranty on it, and you save $200 by going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. You could have slept better last night if you were sleeping on a Helix mattress. So go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Also find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. To the people we go. Let's start with let's go with JR in Foley, Alabama. JR, 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
All right, guys. Thank you. I just wondered what your thoughts were, if you thought that there was any chance of Hillary Clinton being the 2024 Democratic nominee, and I'll hang up and listen.
The Democrats don't want her because she's not lovable. People don't tend to vote for her. The people you need to win.
Hillary is always circling, and she's always there. And I'm sure anybody who's having doubts about President Biden's ability to run for a second term, Hillary is going, I can do it. I can do it. Mm-hmm. She's there ready to volunteer. I mean, some of these politicians just never go away.
Yeah, I know she doesn't want to go away, but do you think that's a good strategy? I mean, she can't win. I mean,
I think she still has the problem now of what she had when she ran before, is that she's just got a lot of baggage.
Yeah.
And that baggage doesn't go away. And I think that's what hurt her before. I mean, she was not the most charismatic.
No, she's not likable.
Campaigner or politician. But, with everybody, I mean, when you stay in D.C. as long as they were in, and they were in 2 terms, and, then she did Secretary of State and all this. I mean, you just develop a lot of baggage. I mean, there's no way around it,
Jody in Birmingham, ZZK. Jody, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I was going to go ahead and tell you, Greg will appreciate this. I work for the power company, and I was working trouble last Thursday night. Looked at my clock. I realized it's 12:35. Man, I'm ready to come home. And looked, and I said, hey, it's April the 1st. So I called my wife right quick, told her I had lost my door key to come and let me in. So she gets up at 1 o'clock in the morning, goes over and opens the door. Where are you at? I was in Brookside. And then she said, well, where are you at? I said, I'm still in Brookside. I said, April Fools, April, And anyways.
Oh, wow.
You're brave, man. You're brave, man.
I hope she can go back to sleep.
Come on.
You're in trouble.
Let's go to Donna in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I wanted to ask Adler why he is punishing all of us who follow him on Instagram, we used to get a weekly Ruby Tuesday update on Tuesdays from the time she was born up until y'all moved to the new studio. And I think it was because somebody said something about the new studio as a comment on the Ruby Tuesday post, but please don't punish the rest of us who want to see pictures of that baby.
Guys, I knew this was coming.
I talked to Adler about this. It has nothing to do with the new studio. I talked to him about it myself because I was a big supporter of Ruby Tuesday, but boy, it's a big project.
I knew this was coming, guys. So
it's a big project.
I will explain that I initially started doing this because of the lockdown and no one could see my kid. My grandma hadn't seen her. Nobody could see her. So I was like, I got to do something. She's growing up here quick. So I started doing the weekly posts. I planned on always stopping when she turned 2 because I didn't grow up with the internet. I didn't grow up with social media. I didn't grow up with thumbs ups and thumbs downs and followers and likes and all that stuff.
No.
And I want Ruby to grow up as long as possible without that in her life. And just the weekly pressure, like you said, Rick, of coming up with like all those pictures and the cute little caption and all that stuff. It was great, and I really appreciate that I have that little time capsule of her life. But I was at times even thinking about it when I was hanging out with her, like, ooh, that'll be great for Ruby Tuesday. And I don't think about that now. So if I can even – that's the best part of my life, her and my family. And if I can make that even 1% even better, or if it's – 1% not as good because I have the thought of Ruby Tuesday kind of hanging over me, I'm going to cut that out of my life as well. And also there's a lot of weirdos on the internet. So there are just so many reasons for me to not want to do that anymore. And I apologize, but my grandma, I can FaceTime with my grandma now. So she's caught up, and so I can do that now.
No, I will tell you this.
I had to stop.
Well, the thing, and I'm not even assuming this had anything to do with it. I think what you said is enough. But even I've noticed with the family, even Sherry and I were talking. She was like, it was a great way to share things. But when you get out into that world, and I don't know, I mean, there's people that are just wicked and mean, and there's not much you can do about that. But the ones I don't understand, I think, are the ones that have just never been taught what was socially appropriate. If this is a question you want to ask our family or you want to ask me, just simply email us. Don't come on to Instagram where we're just simply trying to share pictures from said event or whatever, and ask a question out there that's very personal in front of everybody. Just email us. I mean, if you want to ask us something about it, then just email us. And it's like people don't know how to be appropriate, and I don't. There's some people you can tell they're just trying to be mean. But then there's others that I think just haven't been taught basic social skills, and maybe it's because they grew up in this era of they think this is appropriate. But you're right. If it's I certainly understand it, and I remember, Greg, I heard you talk about this years ago when these video cameras first came out. I'm trying to enjoy my kid's game. No. And it's being ruined because I feel like I have to sit here and be the person who's documenting it the whole time. You can't watch. Yeah, and I'm sitting here missing the game because I'm trying to shoot something that we can all have. I'm on vacation, and we're also paranoid about capturing it that we're not enjoying it.
Yeah.
I mean, enjoy the parade. I mean, you don't have to sit there and get pictures of it.
And I tell you what I love is at concerts, these people that stick their phone up and film the whole thing. Like they're going to watch the concert
Watch
on their
the
phone.
concert.
The whole time.
Also, if you're 100 rows back, the little flash on your camera on your phone, all that's doing is lighting up the person's head behind you. That's not making it to the stage.
No. Yes, I understand. It really is nothing more than, hey, the families at the stage that doing this every week really just is kind of, it had an end date on it, and the date's ended.
Yeah, she's my Ruby. She's not yours. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, gang.
I don't think you can say that.
I'm so sorry.
Even though it's accurate.
Ruby Tuesday, it was fun, but now he's done.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.